Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void of space, never to be seen again. Well, Space Fams, good to see you here on this moon day. That's right. It's Monday. Week has started. We've got a hell of a lot to talk about already. Hell of a lot to talk about going on here. But first, some shout-outs. Hermit Horologist, Moanoa Fishbone 123 in the YouTube chat. Amanda, The Pivot, a close fourth. Look, Bovine, also here. B-Cat. Atticus Among Us, Panda on Fire. The Reference Frame. Joe 47771. Wedge Wizard. Looney Tunes. Omega Star. Well, good to see all you folks here tonight. Beautiful chatters all. Lot for us to talk about here tonight. Oh boy, so much to talk about. ICE making the United States much less safe. And Minnesota suing Donald Trump for it. DOJ announcing an investigation of the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell. So many stories already this week. We're also going to do some Sunday Funday stories I've put in here since we didn't do Sunday Funday yesterday. Also, Donald Trump apparently planning to attack Iran. And much, much more. Let's start in the United States. And since it's Sunday Funday, like I mentioned, since we're going to do a few of the Sunday Funday stuff in here, it's going to be a little different start today. Although the first video is not fun. But after this, there'll be a couple of fun ones-ish. Slightly fun. This first one makes me sad. Very, very sad. Let's go here to PBS NewsHour from yesterday. PBS News Weekend. Signing off. Forever. And ever. And ever. And ever.
Finally tonight, some news about us. As you may know, this is the last broadcast of PBS News Weekend, at least for the foreseeable future. PBS canceled the show due to the loss of federal funding for public media. We're grateful that you've chosen us over the years as the place to get news on Saturdays and Sundays. Tonight on PBS News Weekend, we've brought you breaking news.
Months of escalating tensions between Israelis and Palestinians have erupted into a firestorm.
It began as a routine scene.
Take a look at what happened.
President Biden says he's dropping out of the presidential race and endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris to be his party's nominee. On the scene reports from around the world.
This series of strikes really was a new front in this war.
Here in the capital, Damascus, Syrians are certainly happy that Bashar al-Assad is gone.
The broadcast began in 2013 as PBS NewsHour Weekend.
Good evening, and thanks for joining us.
It was anchored by Hari Srinivasan and produced in New York.
Good evening, I'm Jeff Bennett, and this is PBS News Weekend.
In 2022, a new name, PBS News Weekend, a new anchor, Jeff Bennett, from a new city, Washington, D.C.
About an hour outside of Salt Lake City,
Ali Rogan was weekend correspondent. And 3 years ago, I moved behind the anchor desk. We reported from the West Coast. This light is going out 17 miles in this entire direction?
Yes.
To the East Coast and places in between. This vacant lot is all that's left of the Winston Weaver fertilizer plant. Residents of this neighborhood worry what hazardous chemicals may have been left behind.
The Maha movement has largely been driven by moms.
Yeah, I've been on a Maha journey for about the last 15 years.
We went to the U.S. Mint to learn about quarters featuring late 19th and early 20th century investigative journalist Ida.
Oh, maybe this isn't as upsetting to everybody as it is to me. But like, not only did I grow up watching PBS, these stories that they're going through right now, a lot of these stories we have covered on this channel. We have used these PBS resources in the past for these shows, including this one in particular. It's just insane. It's not all gone. PBS isn't completely done. But as you can see here, and as we've been watching, one after another, PBS broadcast is shutting down. It seems all but certain that it collapses at some point in the future. Without federal funding, how is public television supposed to survive exactly?
Wells. It was part of our series highlighting often overlooked figures from America's past. New technology allowed us to speak with 3 Scottish brothers while
Democracy Now! Is better. I'm not here to make the argument that PBS is better than Democracy Now! But what PBS is that's different than Democracy Now! Is that it's public television. It was funded by, American citizens and taxpayer dollars, and was essentially guaranteed programming for people across the country, regardless of really access to anything, really. And it's a loss. It's a real loss.
they were in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Ewan McLean, Jamie McLean, and Lachlan back there doing all the work.
John, thank you so much for having us on. Really appreciate it.
Our reach was further extended by stories from our PBS partner stations.
For ranchers like the Nolans, grassland conservation is about survival.
If we're not taking good care of the land, we're not going to be here anymore.
At Rhode Island School for the Deaf, parents are learning American Sign Language, or ASL.
Here, here, here.
We shined our weekend spotlight on familiar faces.
It's easy to travel when you know where your home is.
PBS travel guru Rick Steves.
It's a very, very old farmhouse, 1728.
Children's book author Sandra Boynton. There were well-known musicians.
I don't think of songs as, I'm going to write a hit. Occasionally I'll think, well, this could be a hit.
Sinatra sang on the vowels. But I can tell.
And a popular trio that can be hard to describe.
People still ask me, like, hey, so, you're a man, what genre do you play? I don't know.
There were also new, fresh faces like 14-year-old Heyman Bekele, who came up with a soap that fights skin cancer.
My main goal here was not only to fight against skin cancer, but to find a more affordable and accessible approach to it.
9-year-old Molly Sampson, who found a prehistoric fossil that was the envy of experts.
It would have been a 50 for sure. He said it was a find of a lifetime.
We covered the quirky.
It's called a shrimp rave.
Everything old is new again.
Any news about typewriters is good news about typewriters.
We dealt.
The thing about a lot of these stories is that in some cases, some of these things they're not commercially viable, but they are relevant, and in fact, it's just a real loss to not have this kind of journalism. Right? It's not profit driven journalism in any way. Just funded by the public. Regardless of there's been times, of course, where I've had a lot of criticism for some of PBS's coverage, but that does not that actually doesn't precede my belief that they should exist.
Serious issues like family estrangement.
A little heart achy that I don't have a mom for some of these like big events and holidays and whatnot. But it's not like I want her there. It's like I want who I wanted as a mom there.
With our series Unequal Treatment, we devoted time to women's health issues.
We know that 70 to 80% of all women will be diagnosed with uterine fibroids by the age that they're 50.
And our series Saving Species brought attention to some of the world's most vulnerable creatures.
This is Stinkpot, and she has 7 babies.
It's all been the product of a lot of hard work by our small but mighty team of dedicated professionals. Producers in the newsroom and in the field, and the technical wizards in the control room and the studio, all striving to give you the best, most interesting programs we possibly can. Starting next week, new programs will be in this time slot. Horizons from PBS News, hosted by William Brangham and focusing on science, health, and technology, and Compass Points from PBS News, hosted by Nick Schifrin with a focus on foreign affairs. But for now, I wanted you to meet all the folks who have worked so hard week in and week out to bring you PBS News Weekend. They're usually behind the scenes, and also I hope you can stick around to see all their names on the on-screen credits. And it has been a privilege to work with each and every one of you. And on behalf of all of them, thanks for joining us over the years, and good night.
Major funding for PBS News Weekend has been provided by...
That's so sad.
The ongoing support of these individuals and institutions.
I guess this means John Yang's unemployed now, huh? I mean, this is just wow. And all those people, not just him. I'm gonna miss John. I thought he was a decent anchor, you know, and I think he might be one of the only Asian American news desk anchors for like a national program. I'm trying to think. But that's it. That's it for PBS News Weekend. I mean, at least for now. I know he said the way that it was framed is that, I mean, technically it could come back. When, though? And, you know, I mean, all these people, I mean, I feel like the soonest that we could see PBS like get funding again would be 2028. I mean, I guess maybe the midterms here, we could see it happen. But of course, I mean, you'd still have to, even if you were to get it past Congress, you'd have to get it past the White House, right? You'd have to get the funding past the White House. And how Donald Trump's not gonna sign that. He hates PBS and NPR and all these people. He doesn't think that they should have jobs. I would note this is a very diverse crowd, you know, and it's a real loss. And this is not the first one of these we've seen, right? A few weeks ago, maybe more than a month ago now. I can't remember what it was, but we covered the loss of PBS not SoCal, PBS Southwest. PBS Southwest is shut down, or whatever it's called. I can't remember the name of it. Can't remember the name of it right now, but it was the Southwestern PBS. That one's gone. We're just gonna keep seeing dominoes dropping. It is disappointing, but this sort of show, I mean, you think about it. I'm gonna go back once again. Think about what it takes to run a show like this. Right? I mean, how many people you got here? You got 24, more than that? What? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24. It was exactly 24. You got 24 people plus John. You got 24 people plus John. That's a lot of salaries. But you need all these people to make actual journalism happen. That's it. Now all these people got to go find new jobs. Hopefully some of them will be able to find new jobs within the PBS, ecosystem, whatever you want to call it. But I mean, good luck with that. Not a lot of funds sloshing around over at PBS right now. And that Southwest PBS station that we talked about before served a huge chunk of America, and also was put on by college students. Right? In part, it was put on by, I think it was actually almost entirely put on by college students and or like professors. I can't remember exactly how many, what the ratio of that was. I think the station was actually on a college campus in Phoenix or something like that. And now a bunch of college students are not going to have experience in broadcasting, journalism. So lost opportunities for the kids, lost opportunities for the future. People less educated on what's happening out there. And it's bad. This is basically 1984. Yes, Wedge Witcher, I agree. I mean, the dissolution of, the American journalistic complex, whatever you want to call it, it seems to me that people are just less informed right now, living less informed lives, and it's all and being done intentionally by the people who are in power right now. Because it suits them to make people less informed. But I don't know if you know this, but this year is, of course, the 250th birthday of the United States. Fuck yeah! You could get yourself a limited edition Declaration of Independence bobblehead set. Oh. Very exciting. CBS Philadelphia.
To mark not only National Bobblehead Day, which is today, in case you didn't know, but also to mark America's 250th birthday, a new bobblehead set with some of the founding fathers is now up for sale. Take a look. This is the first Declaration of Independence bobblehead. The National Bobblehead Hall of Fame and Museum is behind this collector's item. They tell CBS News Philadelphia each set will be numbered, and only 1776 will be made. They're now for sale online for $176.
We want to do something really special.
$176 for this? That's too much. That's too much. Who's got $176 for a Declaration of Independence?
We've had bobbleheads of all the presidents. We've done first ladies. We've done a lot of different political and patriotic bobbleheads over the years. So we were thinking, what can we do that's new, unique? So we decided to do a puzzle set featuring the Declaration of Independence. It has, based on that 1818 painting that is really iconic.
Very cool. So every month this year, listen to this, the National Bobblehead Hall of Fame and Museum, they will be releasing additional America 250 inspired bobbleheads.
Oh, wow. Very exciting. There's going to be even more. There's going to be even more patriotic bobbleheads. Good God. While we're talking patriotism in America. Birthday number 250. Let's talk about another piece of patriotic art of the Philadelphian variety.
Spotlight right here in Philly, as of course America is celebrating its 250th birthday. It was 2.5 centuries ago that the United States was founded right here in Philly with the signing of the Declaration of Independence. And that was just the beginning. All year, we are bringing you stories from about our area, past, present, and future. Today, CBS News.
Made in? Where do you think is made in? We all know where the American bobbleheads are made.
China. I have to have my China.
Philadelphia's Nikki Dementri tells us about a program centered on an iconic Philadelphia symbol.
It's called Bells Across PA. Replica Liberty Bells will call all of Pennsylvania's counties home this year. The purpose? To celebrate each community they're in, and local artists are stepping up to help. This is indeed a room full of replica Liberty Bells.
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever painted on anything like those.
You may notice they look a little different than the real one that's some 10 miles away. These bells don't have cracks. They're not made of bronze either. Instead, these are fiberglass.
I'm working on the industry section now because I grew up a block away from the Delaware.
Bob Dick says he's lived all over the city of Philadelphia, although he was born and raised in the Northeast. So this bell, which is for Glenn Ford, is near to him.
So I'm doing everything from, Lenape leaders to people that have lived in Glen Ford to native wildlife in the area, because where Glen Ford is positioned is the dividing line between Philadelphia and Bucks County.
For even more authenticity, take a closer look at the water bottles.
I've actually included actual water from the Delaware and the Pequessing into the paint to put, some sort of spirit.
Wow. I'll give him this. That's creative. That is creative. Imbuing the spirit of the Delaware directly into the art. Fascinating. That's actually... Fuck yeah! All right. I'm trying to gauge how many of these I want to do right now. Like, I left in all of the Sunday Funday videos. I was planning on doing a show yesterday. I didn't. I feel bad. Sorry. I've got like 150 videos tonight. Might be a few too many, so I'm probably I'm probably gonna skip it past a couple of things here. What do we got? Let's talk. Yeah, let's start here. Let's go here. Let's talk the movies. Yes, indeed. It's 2026. New year. What does that sound? Hold on. Thought so. I thought so. All right. All right, 2026. Will there be any cinematic masterpieces for us to enjoy this year? To take our minds off of the incredibly terrible, awful news events? Well, perhaps Associated Press has the answer for us.
Well, there are some big movies on the way in 2026. I think 2025 has not been a great year for Hollywood. Ticket sales were about on par with the previous year, which was considered a disappointment. But with the number of big movies on the way in the coming year, I think expectations are higher than they've been for a long time. That's partially because of movies like Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. We have a new Steven Spielberg movie that people are very excited for. There are a ton of blockbusters. There's Dune 3. There's Avengers Doomsday. There's, what else? Spider-Man Brand New Day. These are movies that can probably be counted on to get close to $1 billion or more.
Can you lower the lights for me, please?
I think a lot will be said about one movie, Michael, biopic of Michael Jackson by Antoine Fuqua. This is a movie that has been done in collaboration with Jackson's estate. So, as with most things regarding Michael Jackson, I'm sure there'll be a lot of opinions about that film. I mean,
Yeah,
science
you
fiction
think?
has been a big driver in movie theaters in recent years, and that might be even more so next year. You know, you've got Spielberg back in sci-fi terrain. You've got Project Hail Mary. You've got Dune 3. You've even got a Star Wars movie for the first time in a while. So, you know, there'll be a lot of outer.
There you go. A lot of potential out there. Dune 3, Star Wars. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Now, while we're talking movies, Golden Globes happened yesterday. Now, before we get to what happened at the Golden Globes, we might as well check out what happened leading up to the Golden Globes. With CBS News from 2 days ago.
Comedian Nikki Glazer helped roll out the red carpet for the 83rd Annual Golden Globes. She's hosting for the second year in a row.
I'm just a fan, so it's easy for me to be like, oh, I can't believe it. So it's the hardest gig, but it's also like the best gig.
Executive producer and director Glenn Weiss calls the award show the party of the year.
Why? Because everybody is here,
Really?
The drinks are flowing, you're mingling. We're here to capture all of it so that you are a part of a party. You're not just watching an award show.
Hollywood's biggest party of the year brings together a collection of the biggest stars, from movies, TV, to new this year, podcasts.
Viva la revolution!
Leonardo DiCaprio's action comedy One Battle After Another leads with 9 nominations among movies, while The White Lotus leads with 6 noms on the TV side.
I'm gonna hit all the big people in the room, you know, like the Timothys, the Arianas, Julia Roberts, George Clooney.
The Timothys, the
Glazer teased
Arianas.
the jokes that she'll make and avoid.
Nepo babies. You can't mess with that. Not because it's mean to make fun of kids, but just because I don't want it to affect my future and my bottom line.
During the ceremony, stars will be dining on signature dishes by the famed chef behind the popular Nobu restaurants, including caviar mashed potatoes, sushi from Japan, and miso black cod.
Oh, wow. Stars. The food. The glamour, the glitz. The Golden Globes. Some call it. Many people are calling it the party of the year. Now, one thing that took over the Golden Globes this year wasn't the party atmosphere, but it was, in fact, the political messaging. What? Yes, indeed. People had a lot of things to say at the Golden Globes this year, as well as things to wear.
Who'd you drum up?
Well, I don't know. Why don't we go here to France 24 in English? Talk about it.
Well, some celebrities donned anti-immigration and customs enforcement pins at the Golden Globes on Sunday in tribute to Renee Good. The black and white pins displayed slogans like "Be Good" and "Ice Out." Mark Ruffalo and Wanda Sykes donned the pins on the red carpet, while Jean Smart wore one as she accepted the award for Best Performance by a female actor in a musical or comedy series. Meanwhile, ragtag revolutionary saga One Battle After Another took top honors in the comedy category. Wasim Kone has more from Los Angeles.
Pretty extraordinary night for Paul Thomas Anderson, which could have some big implications for the remainder of the awards season. His film, his revolutionary film, One Battle After Another, dominated the comedy categories, winning Best Picture, Best Director, Best Screenplay, and also won award for Best Supporting Actress for Tiana Taylor. Now, the Golden Globes typically likes to spread around the love, so the fact that one movie film won 4 awards on the same night is really quite extraordinary. The only time that has ever happened before is with Oliver Stone's Born on the 4th of July. That was all the way back in 1990. And what is really perhaps even more striking is the context in which this has happened in. Prior to this awards season, Paul Thomas Anderson had only ever gotten 1 Golden Globe nomination versus 11 at the Oscars. And, typically the...
Well, there you go. All the stars are out. Some of them wearing ice out pins at the ceremony. A message clearly directed at immigration enforcement in the United States here, and all the horrible things that they've been doing to Americans. But it wasn't just the pins. With the messaging, some had things to say with their mouths. Words.
Precision of language, please.
People like the Hulk.
This is for Renee Nicole
Mark
Good,
Ruffalo.
who was murdered. We have a vice president who's lying about what's happening. We have we're in the middle of a war with Venezuela that we illegally invaded. He's telling the world that international law doesn't matter to him. The only thing that matters to him is his own morality. But the guy is a convicted felon or convicted rapist. He's a pedophile. He's the worst human being in the world. If we're relying on this guy's morality for the most powerful country in the world, then we're all in a lot of trouble. So this is for her. This is for the people in the United States who are terrorized and scared today. I know I'm one of them. I love this country, and what I'm seeing here happening is not America.
The Golden Globe for Best Editing goes to the Justice Department. Yes, congratulations. And the award for Most Editing goes to CBS News. Yes. CBS News, America's newest place to see CBS News.
I did not mean to pause it right there. I hit it too soon. I just stepped on it. That's my bad. That's my bad, Nikki. That's my bad. That's my bad.
Most editing goes to CBS News. Yes. CBS News, America's newest place to see BS News.
Damn, son. Nikki Glazer coming for CBS over here. I love that. I'm going to use that later. CBS, the best place to find, to see BS News. To see BS News. Best place. Barry Weiss killing it over there. Literally. News. It's dead. It's dead. PBS dead. CBS dead.
We needed another.
Mark Ruffalo and some Wanda Sykes also wearing a Be Good pin for Renee Good, obviously, and trying to use this platform for activism. Do you feel that's effective or no?
Oh, come on.
Come on. Hey, Bill. Bill, you can go fuck yourself, Bill. You go fuck yourself there, Bill. How's that sound? How about you spend some time fucking yourself? Just a thought. Just came up with it just now. It's original thought. Why don't you go have
Much as
dinner
I
with
love all
Hitler
this,
again?
I don't know if I can pretend like this crazy stuff isn't happening. We have a president who says the laws of the world don't apply to him, and we could rely on his morality, but he has no morality.
Lots of people are hurting right now, and that's the problem, is that the people are hurting.
Yeah. And people can't pay their rent. This isn't making us any safer. They can't pay their rent. They can't buy food. Insurance is impossible. They can't take care of their families and health. There's no education. I mean, this is not making America better. If it was, I'd be, yeah, great, let's do it. But that's not what's happening. And we have Americans being shot, killed, a woman in her car.
So I'm going to ask you this, because everybody, we're talking about the problems. What do you think we can do what are the solutions?
Listen, I think most Americans want the same thing. They want a little sun on their face. They want to know that their kids are going to be okay. They want to know their kids are going to be safe. They want to be able to pay their rent. They want to be able to know they're going to send their kids to a good education. But right now, the whole Senate, the whole Congress has been taken over by corporations. So who's there fighting for us now? Nobody. But if somebody did, they got us at each other's throats. The billionaires got us at each other's throats, right? We're out there killing each other. You know what the solution is? It's doing something for the working people, putting all your focus on that.
What is Hollywood anyway? It's just a bunch of people from other places. I was born and raised and educated.
Okay, that's all that we got on the Golden Globes from this year. Mark Ruffalo being based once again. No shock, I think, to anybody watching this stream. The Hulk. But it is honestly, I mean, it's good to see some amount of decent politics coming out of Hollywood from time to time. Not that we can count on them, not that we can count on Hollywood broadly to be good on politics. But you know who we can count on? We can count on our Lord and Savior Gary, of course. Our benevolent galactic God. You know, and ourselves, space fams like you, each other. But some people don't believe in Gary.
Call me old-fashioned, but I still believe there's only one true God. And he lives in this lake. And his name is Zorgo.
Would you drum up?
Yeah, some people don't believe in Gary. They believe in some weird lake god by the name of Zorgo. I've never heard of this Zorgo. Very suspicious. Very sus. Very sus, this Zorgo. But you know who we can count on for some mildly funny and also political humor, political-based humor, whatever you want. Didn't quite say that right. You get what I'm saying. Well, you don't know, actually, because you're thinking, well, who? You haven't answered your own question. That's true. That's true. And it's he posts, not very frequently, but when he does, he always amuses. Ben Palmer, back with his ICE website once again.
I made a website for reporting illegal immigrants
And people end up
illegal.
on the site thinking that it's real. And I talked to one lady who wanted to report every Uber driver that picked her up, claiming that they're all using fake driver's licenses to work for Uber. So if they work for Uber, they have to scan their driver's license to sign up to...
So I'm not even sure Uber even knows what's going on. But I know out of 125 rides, and only 3 of them spoke enough English for me to understand.
So Uber's, I believe, one of the biggest tech companies in the United States. Pretty sure their technology is up to par as far as scanning driver's license. So those those Uber drivers most likely are not illegal.
Well, this guy, there's a blue button. Once you pick up a rider, it says
There's a
start
button.
ride, and the driver handed me his phone and said, "What now? What do I do now?" I said, "Hit the blue button." He said, "Hey," and I had to hit the start button for him.
So because of this one incident where the gentleman asked you to press the button, you now want to forcefully remove people from the country.
I don't know. I just thought out of 125
I don't
and
know.
only 3 of them. I'm not saying those 3 people were Americans, and if this makes me prejudiced, I'm sorry, but I thought that's what you was for. Did I respond to the wrong people? I didn't say anything about anybody being guilty of anything. I'm questioning why these people don't speak English. So that's what you're saying. I'm prejudiced.
I got questions.
Is that what this phone call's all contributing down to?
Prejudiced. I mean, are you saying I'm prejudiced? I'm contributing and doing all it is this right here. Am I in the wrong? Have I called the wrong number or something? I thought this was the line to report the illegals.
When everybody kicked off the platform because one guy couldn't take me where I needed to go.
Were you not able to get to where you needed to go?
Oh no, I got there, but barely.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Barely.
No more. Thank you.
Okay, you have a wonderful day.
You're the one prejudiced. One of these people living in my fucking country.
You're the one prejudiced. You're the one prejudiced. I ain't prejudiced. You're the one who's prejudiced. I ain't even. I'm done talking to you. Burley, I'm Burley. Ain't got no time for them. Come on now. Come on now, man. What you talking about? All right, I just figured we would start off the discussion of immigration with a little Ben Palmer, just to lighten things up. You know, sorry, it's been a little. I think it's been a little dark lately with the immigration enforcement. I felt like we could use a quick chuckle before getting into all of this horrific nonsense that has transpired over the last week. Last year, but most specifically the last week, last couple days even. But people have, of course, been upset about what's happened over the last week. Taking to the streets, we saw protests over the weekend. People out in the rain, making their voices heard.
It's a combination of everything that's been happening since Trump took office, but particularly the invasion of Venezuela and then the murder by an ICE agent in Minneapolis is just, it's too much. There's no rules anymore, no shame, no integrity. It's just a country I can't live in. I don't recognize.
No shame left in this country, a woman says. No more rules. No integrity. And it would seem so. It would seem so. But those rain-soaked women weren't the only people out there protesting. In D.C. And down in North Carolina, excuse me, that last protest was in D.C. and in North Carolina. There were more people out here.
This is outside of what I would normally do. I don't really have any connections to the Democrats or the left, but what Trump is doing is psychotic.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
You know, I gotta say, I spoke to somebody that I know IRL, who is a Trump supporter in my family recently.
This is the
This
very
happened
definition
over the weekend.
of totalitarianism.
And they're a slightly older person. And I found it interesting that even they were utterly horrified by what had transpired in Minneapolis. And I do think that this is galvanizing some group of people out there that were not that were checked out or were either checked out or were supportive of the president's actions. I think this is one of those moments where people are like, oh, that could have been my sister, my cousin, myself.
Because killing people in the streets in intimidation tactics is horrifying, and we can't allow it. We have to stand up.
The assumption is that this Justice Department is going to whitewash that case, absolve an officer of poor conduct at worst, at best.
What can
Yeah, they are absolutely going to whitewash it. And we, of course, saw over the weekend the Daily Mail report. Sorry, hold on one second. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, what the hell was I just saying?
So hot right now.
Puppy treats being bought over there on Twitch. Oh, right. That's what I was saying. We all, over the weekend saw that literally they are hiding this guy. The Trump administration is not only not going to try and prosecute this guy for this crime, they are hiding him. I'm trying to find the here it is. This was the Daily Mail report from over the weekend, January 10th. This was Saturday. Gun-toting feds in ski masks swarm the ICE agent shooter's home to retrieve belongings as the house sits empty amid claims he has gone into hiding. The pictures are taking forever to load. Gun-toting feds swarmed the home of the ICE agent who fatally shot protester Renee Good on Friday morning. The Daily Mail can exclusively reveal special response team arrived at the suburban Minneapolis home where John Ross, 33, lives with his wife and children early this morning. You can see the photos of the officers here carrying totes. They drove off with his car. Family photos. And now if this guy is essentially like on the run in witness protection, a literal murderer. They're protecting the the guy who just murdered an American citizen in broad daylight. They're protecting the Epstein files, folks.
Jeffrey Epstein?
Is anybody starting to see a pattern? Or is it just me? It's a weird thing for the FBI to take. That wasn't the FBI. Sorry, I just closed that window. I wish I had it. I didn't see Maiko Taiko over there on Twitch. That was not the FBI. That was DHS. That was DHS and HSI. Going and picking up, doing errands for this guy, put him on so he can go on the lam. It was not the FBI doing an investigation. That was it was basically ICE. That was ICE. That was ICE, and it was probably that guy. They were all masked up. Nobody could be identified from the pictures. But I mean, they drove off with his car. You would assume one of the guy driving off in the car was probably him. He was probably there. That was not the FBI. That was Department of Homeland Security. State protected Maxwell. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They're protecting. They are circling the wagons around the worst criminals. All right, let's go here to PBS NewsHour from 2 days ago. PBS News Weekend. But sad is, of course, we won't be getting journalism from John Yang like this anymore.
Come on! Good evening. I'm John Yang. This week's series of shootings by federal agents enforcing President Trump's crackdown on illegal immigration has sparked a weekend of protests. There were rallies and demonstrations across the country. They were organized after a woman was fatally shot by an immigration and customs enforcement agent in Minneapolis on Wednesday, and a Customs and Border Protection agent wounded 2 people the next day in Portland, Oregon. In Minneapolis, crowds gathered in the city where an ICE officer shot and killed 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good and demanded that ICE leave. Voices of anger and outrage were heard across the country.
Killing people in the streets in intimidation tactics is horrifying, and we can't allow it. We have to stand up.
We want ICE off the streets!
From Durham, North Carolina,
ICE out for good!
To rainy Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia, demonstrators in hundreds of cities and towns took to the streets in a mass protest dubbed the ICE Out for Good weekend of action. Some protesters say ICE is overstepping its legal power and jeopardizing public safety. For others, the threat to democracy is just as urgent.
We will win when we come together, because it's not about them. It's about us. Trump must go now. ICE must go for good.
More protests are scheduled for tomorrow. Lisa Gilbert is the co-president of Public Citizen, a progressive advocacy group that helped organize today's protests. Lisa, what are you hearing from around the country about turnout and whether or not there have been any problems or troubles?
Well, turnout has been amazing. We're holding 1,000 plus events, peaceful, lawful vigils around the country in this astounding moment where people are reacting to an atrocity. It was organized in only 48 hours. And so the massive numbers we're seeing,
immediately,
the number
if not
of people
sooner,
turning out, telling their neighbors to turn out, all of it just demonstrates the real magnitude of the outrage that I think people are feeling.
Were you surprised?
Yeah, exactly. That is exactly right. That's what I was saying. Is the middle of winter, and these protests popped up immediately after this woman died. And I do think it speaks to the level of outrage that America has over this one. For whatever reason. I mean, due to the heinousness of it, I that's what I think. It truly was just an incredibly unjustified action. I think that anybody with any sense can say it shouldn't happen in America or anywhere else, for that matter. Nobody should be getting gunned down for no fucking reason, right? Shocking. I know it's probably very controversial, but somehow I think we can all agree on that.
I think this issue really impacts us all. No one in America should walk the street fearful of masked agents, should be worrying that their businesses could be ransacked, or facing intimidation and violence, or even death just for being a good neighbor. I think many people see themselves in this incident, have been truly horrified at the escalating violence that they've seen from ICE and CBP. And this moment sparked a tinder. People are reacting to an abuse of power that they've been watching for many weeks and months.
What was the goal for today? What do you hope to accomplish?
The goal for today is to have a community-led, nonviolent, lawful reaction to the horrors that we've been seeing. The dead.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna end that one there. Mostly because we got a shit ton still to talk about with all of it. A lot to talk about. Now, over the weekend, and continuing, I think, not just on Saturday, but continuing into Sunday, protests were being held. Peaceful, very, very peaceful and legal protests. Constitutionally protected anti-government speech. This is in San Antonio, Texas. All right. Wasn't just Texas that was out protesting. California was out in the streets as well. This is in Los Angeles from yesterday. I'm just realizing this must be January. Yeah, this is January 10th. This was actually Saturday. Looks like the evening. Could be wrong. That is a huge fucking line of people. This is a huge line of people. That is a ton of fucking people. It's an incredibly orderly line. I like how they're just like walking right to the... it is an incredibly... a lot of good signage over here. A lot of good organizing happening here in Los Angeles. More cowbell. Yes. Now, multiple Congress people went to an ICE facility in Minneapolis over the weekend. Ilhan Omar, Angie Craig, Kelly Morrison attempted to do their constitutional congressional duty of oversight for federal detention facilities in the state of Minnesota.
Go, guys. Get up the road, please. Watch out. What's behind you?
Now, for whatever reason, you need 30 guys in military gear to protect the ICE facility from Congress for some reason. It seems like a bad use of funds. That's just me, but I don't think spending whatever, like $2,000 an hour to prevent Congress from entering an ICE facility is a good use of tax dollars.
Get up the road, please. Watch out. What's behind you?
Damn, the audio on this Forbes clip is terrible. I'm just noticing it right now. All right. Here's the moral of the story. Briefly after entering the ICE facility, the congresswomen here were led right back out of the building. For whatever reason. It's very strange. They announced their arrival. They were briefly prevented, more than briefly. They were prevented initially from entering the building. Then they were let in, and then they were told they had to leave, like minutes after entering the building. They come back out here and have a press conference and tell people all about it. But it makes no sense. Why? I mean, like, why even let them in if you're just gonna eject them 2 minutes later? What I think it demonstrates, if anything, is just a complete lack of competence once again over there at ICE. They seem to not even be able to get their orders straight internally. I mean, that's one of the things that led to what led to the shooting of Renee Good was pulling the trigger. But right up to the death of Renee Good, you had not police officers, goddammit, ICE officers barking contradictory orders at Renee while in her vehicle. Like, these people are so confused. Glitchmaster, thank you for the follow on Twitch. We're only 10 away from 1,000, folks. Getting really close. Now, this is back in LA. More protests. This is from yesterday. You can see people were out here into the night. Facing off with law enforcement of some kind on the ground. Honestly, it seems like mostly it seems like it's mostly photographers. Like, there's a few protesters out here, and then I see like a dozen people with cameras. So it's basically the police facing off with the press. It's a weird vibe. It's a weird vibe. Honestly, though, we just need to stop spending so much money on police. I mean, imagine how much money that is to have all these fucking pigs out there on the street at once for supposed protests. There's been like no danger created by any of the protests. It's a complete waste. It's a complete waste of resources. Everybody watching knows. Like, anybody with any sense watching knows that it's a waste of resources. So much, but we don't get healthcare, but we do get, 100 officers every time there's like 5 protesters on the street.
Michael_Tycho just cheered 100 bits.
Myco Tycho, thank you for the bits over there on Twitch. It just seems so unnecessary. Once again, what is the point of this? Why are these idiots out here? They're just harassing Americans. They're just harassing Americans. They don't like that their job is unpopular. So they're just shooting pepper balls and pepper spray at anybody that comes near them. Some people are just getting literally shot. America is less safe thanks to ICE. This was Haley Stevens, a Michigan congresswoman.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, PFAS are everywhere, and they are endangering Michiganders' lives. PFAS.
Wait, this is in the wrong spot. I just remembered this. Why did I meant to move this. I meant to move this. How did I forget this? This is totally in the wrong spot. We're going to talk about PFAS later. Talk about PFAS later. God damn it. God damn you. How did this happen? Probably because I have so many videos. Sometimes, you know, it's just, it is somewhat easy to make a mistake. Okay. How's that so?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's my bad. That's my bad. All right. There we go. That's moved. All right, let's go back to Minneapolis. Or stay in Minneapolis. That last video was also from Minneapolis.
I'm here at a park in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where thousands of people have gathered. They are protesting the presence of immigration enforcement in their city and calling for ICE and the Border Patrol to leave. Now they are here because they are angry. They are angry about the death earlier this week of Renee Good. She was a woman here in Minneapolis who was shot and killed by an ICE agent. This protest is part of a network of protests that are happening across the country right now. I've talked to the number of people who are here at the protest today, and they say they came because they want to make clear that they do not want ICE in their neighborhoods. They say that they want to protect their immigrant neighbors. They want them to feel safe here, and so they're coming to make their voice heard.
Yes, indeed. People are pissed off about this situation. I think it's disturbing to anybody who actually likes democracy, who is an actual patriot, to see people just gunned down, to see an American citizen gunned down in the street by federal agents with our tax dollars. It's tax-funded murder, right? That's essentially what it is, what we're talking about here. Thank you, Ian. All right, yeah. Oh, okay. All of the accessories engaged. All right. Staying in Minnesota, let's watch this ICE interaction at a gas station. Which is, yes, let me check. Yes, that's a private business, not public property.
Let me see your documents. You're at the Border Patrol. What do you mean? I don't have to show you. How do I know you're a U.S. citizen? It can go two ways. I can take you Where were you? Africa? Are you a U.S. citizen or you got naturalized? U.S. citizen. You're naturalized? What year?
By the way, this guy does not have to give him identification, okay? Like, this is Gestapo shit right here. I'm not gonna lie, if I'm this guy right here, I take this guy comes at me. I take the nozzle. Sure, it's gonna cost you a few bucks, but I take the nozzle out of my car, and I'm gonna cover this guy in fucking gasoline. Go fuck yourself, pal.
Africa? Are you a citizen or you got naturalized? U.S. You're naturalized? What year?
Bad idea, says Orb Rumor. You think? Honestly, you just gotta play it off. You gotta play it right. Because, oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, God, I didn't get you there. Oh, you put it back in the thing. Oh, jeez. You know? Put it back in the little receptacle there. Oh, that's my bad. Did I get you? Oh, God, that's terrible. Let me find you a towel.
Out of our city! I'm not gonna get out of your city, number one. Yes, get the out! Not a Nazi. Yes, you clearly. Oh, what does that say? Border Patrol. Yeah, you're a Nazi. You work for the orange fascists in chief. Yeah. Get the out of our city, you Nazi piece of. Number one, I'm not gonna get out of your city because I live here. Oh, you want to make? You want to make? Okay, good for you. Good for you. You want to make lampshades out of people's skin?
I love that answer from this Border Patrol guy. I'm not leaving. I live here. You know who else lives here? I'm assuming. This fucking guy. This fucking guy right here. This guy lives here. And is this guy's job to try and harass other people that live in this area? I'm not leaving. I live here. Oh, how dare you say that to me? I live here.
You Nazi piece of shades out of people's skin. Yeah, get the out. Get
Honestly, great reaction from these people with the cameras out here. America, great job. Fuck yeah! This half dozen or so patriots, these great patriots out here at the gas station, doing their civic duty of shitting on ice in public. Great job, folks. Great job. Great patriots, one and all. They're gonna get the Medal of Freedom. All right, let's go back to California, Cron 4 Bay Area. 20 hours ago, hundreds gather in Oakland to protest against ICE.
In the East Bay, a small but vocal crowd took to the streets today, blasting ICE, calling for change. Cron 4's Lindsay Ford has the story.
Has to end. I love America. So we've got to fight. I'm not standing for it anymore, and nor are any of these people.
From corner to corner in Oakland's Grand Lake neighborhood, anti-ICE protesters made their presence known. Many say they turned out Sunday in response to Wednesday's deadly shooting of Renee Good, a mother killed by an ICE agent in Minneapolis. Among them was Lynn, holding a sign that read, "ICE kills moms."
I'm here to protest an absolute murder before our very eyes, and then to actually protest the lies that the government told in response to that murder. So we all watched it. We watched it over and over again. People aren't supposed to be watching murders.
Michelle Watkins says she's here to stand for democracy.
The reason that I'm carrying the American flag is that it represents all of the things that are going wrong right now with this administration. It doesn't limit it to a particular issue.
Sakura Lee wearing a t-shirt reading "Immigrants Make America Great."
We're all strangers from a different place, except for the Native Americans. Immigrants from around the world have made America great with their different contributions over time.
There we go. People in sunny California. Although everybody's wearing jackets. Must be colder than it looks. All right. More great patriots. Gathering together, protesting the horrible, illegal, lawless behavior of the Trump administration. Now, the woman who is essentially in charge of all this, you know, whose job it is to oversee all of this nonsense, all this fascist garbage, that's going to be one Kristi Noem, of course, Secretary Puppy Killer. R.I.P. Cricket. And Kristi has been blasting through taxpayer money, lighting it on fire. Honestly, inviting all her friends, having taxpayer-funded bonfires, money bonfires. You know, spending it on herself, on her friends, private jets, photo shoots. Living the dream. With ICE now having, of course, a budget the size of larger than many militaries across the planet. She's basically swimming in gold doubloons.
ProPublica published quite a scoop about Trump DHS Secretary Kristi Noem that in any other era, I should say, would be a career-ending scandal. But to understand the pattern of corruption of this woman, we just have to zoom out just a little bit, just for a moment.
We do. And in fact, we got to zoom out even farther, Jen. So glad Jen landed on her feet. We're going to come back to Jen in a second. And I'm kidding. Okay. But yes, I'm not kidding about having to zoom out further because of, unfortunately, we are 1.5 hours into the stream somehow. I'm only now noticing that means that we are going to have to take a galactic intermission, of course. Quick break. Quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. That's right, without your donations, we would cease to exist. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, rubies or whatever they're called on YouTube Vertical. You got Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, the subs, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, and of course the very best way to get most PACE benefits for your Earth dollars is still and always Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like Avatar, one of the break screens. Shout out at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server and much, much more. Anyway, everybody, oh, and that's right. We have a new way for you to donate if, for whatever reason you prefer. You can now go onto Throne. and help donate by buying physical items that have been added to a list. Things that are helpful to me and my life. Snacks, stuff like that. Help crowdfund galactic expenses. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody, we are back. That's right, it is time for the break to come to an end and for the second half to begin. So you had better get back in your seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, everybody. We are back. Time for us to start the show once again. Let's talk Kristi Noem, Secretary Puppy Killer.
ProPublica published quite a scoop about Trump DHS Secretary Kristi Noem that in any era, any other era, I should say, would be a career-ending scandal. But to understand the pattern of corruption of this woman, we just have to zoom out just a little bit, just for a moment. Because since Noem took over DHS at the beginning of the year, she's become known for appearing to be more obsessed with putting on various costumes than doing her actual job. I mean, she donned a bulletproof vest just to talk to her own agents. She wore a Customs and Border Patrol uniform on Fox News. And of course, she is constantly...
Fascist Barbie has so many outfits.
And I mean,
it's out of control.
Throwing on a cowboy hat and riding horses. Always with plenty of cameras around to capture the moment. But Noem's apparent obsession with image actually goes much further than just putting on costumes. Because she has directed more than 200 million taxpayer dollars into TV ads to promote her work at DHS. And just to put it in context, that is nearly twice what DHS spent on ads altogether in all of last year. And the content of those ads have already been a scandal kind of in and of themselves.
I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump, for securing our border.
And if you were...
Seriously, though, that ad felt like it was like just for Donald Trump. I remember that ad and thinking to myself, was this an expensive, a multi-million-dollar, an incredibly expensive way for Kristi Noem to suck up to the president, funded by the taxpayer? Thank you, Mr. President, so much.
Who exactly the target audience is for that? DHS spent $30,000.
It was Donald Trump. Donald Trump was the target audience for that. It's like, you know, like, I don't know if everybody's familiar with this tactic, but like brands, especially like luxury brands, tend to do advertisements in a particular way that's intended to like reinforce a decision that you've already made rather than to necessarily like sell you the product because the brand itself. Like, I feel like in a way, like Kristi is like although she's like, it's not a one-to-one analogy, but she's like, you know, some sort of like company like trying to convince Donald Trump after the fact, having, you know, gotten her $200 billion budget, like trying to convince him that the money is worth it. Like, look, sir, look at this great advertisement that we made. Your money's being well spent right now on self-congratulatory ads. It's very much worth it. Every penny. That's insane, though. It's out of control. And a lot of money has wound up going to friends of Kristi Noem's for whatever reason. I mean, it seems like, how do you call it? Blatant corruption?
Illegal.
Like, if I had to describe, like, if you were to ask me to describe what is the political swamp, right? This would be it.
And when she was asked about why DHS ended up using her husband's company, Strategy Group, to make that ad, she replied with this: "We don't have visibility into why they were chosen. I don't know who they're a subcontractor with, but I don't work with them because I have a conflict of interest and I fully recuse myself. My marriage is one thing and work is another. I don't combine them. Well, Trisha, they seem pretty freaking combined right now, don't they? I mean, her husband, the CEO of Strategy Group, Ben Yoho, did not respond to ProPublica's questions. So not only did DHS give a $143 million no-bid contract to an unknown LLC, but that unknown LLC then hired someone tied to Noem, someone literally married to the Noem aide in charge of giving out DHS ad contracts. And believe it or not,
this is
not
the
the
very
first scandal.
definition of totalitarianism.
It is so insane. This is the swamp, okay? All of you MAGA people out there, this is the swamp. This woman's just giving her husband $200 million. The woman whose job it is to disperse DHS funds. Her husband got $200 million to make this advertisement in Yellowstone or whatever the fuck, wherever the fuck it is. I forget where Mount Rushmore is. I think it's in Yellowstone. Oh my god, it is. I know we've covered this before, but it's just we got other things to talk about with Kristi today, and I just wanted to throw that in here. Remind everybody of some of the just incredibly blatant corruption of Kristi. Let's not forget that also Kristi bought, I think it was 3 brand new, like 2026 G6 private jets so that she could get to all these sorts of things. You know, photo shoots, video shoots, that kind of thing. I mean, the woman has been spending our money like it grows on trees or something. But that's not all she's been up to. One Francesca Fiorentina. Fiorentina. One Francesca Fiorentini here to tell us more about.
Oh my God,
Kristi
ICE are
Noem.
totally the victims. That's why they're the ones with the tactical gear and have the live ammunition. Renee Good should be alive right now, and so should the others who federal agents have shot and killed in this past year. At least 3 others that we know of. Either people who ICE was hunting, or people who were trying to document ICE's recklessness. Then the face filler Fuhrer, or Marlboro Melania, spins those incidents to make it appear like that person was aggressing upon them. But the cases are paper thin, like the one against Marimar Martinez, who somehow survived after she was shot 5 times while driving around Brighton Park, Chicago, warning the neighborhood that immigration was coming. The agent that shot her said, quote, "Do something, bitch," and then opened fired. He has never been held accountable, but she was charged with a felony in a case that, oh, guess what? fell apart in November because it was a lie. Also in Chicago, a father was killed. Silverio Villegas Gonzalez was killed after he dropped off his kid at a daycare. ICE accused him of dragging an agent with his car when body cam footage shows that same agent later saying, yeah, it was nothing major. Yeah. Nothing major that you took the dad of 2 children, ages 3 and 7. Then on New Year's Eve, an off-duty ICE agent in Los Angeles killed Keith Porter after the agent apparently got mad that Keith was firing his gun into the air to celebrate New Year's Eve. And look, I know dog killer Barbie gave you a shiny badge, but you can't actually do that. That is actually murder. And that agent hasn't even been compelled to testify by local investigators because of the limitations on federal agents. Whatever happened to states' rights? That's on top of the 3 people who died trying to save themselves from the fate of these horrid detention centers where abuse is rampant. A farm worker in California died when he fell from a greenhouse, and 2 other men, a day laborer and a gardener, were killed in traffic after trying to escape. But of course, I know what you're gonna say, they're hardened criminals. Yes, and I know, they've done terrible things like trying to landscape your overgrown lawn. ICE and their apologists relish in this violence. Some of them are in the comments right now using their real names to defend it. We have to realize that this administration has deputized, cankled Confederates and allowed them to treat the law the same way they treat their alimony payments.
Well, how do they treat their alimony payments? On time? Are they pay them on time without complaining? I assume because they're great fathers and they care about the children, right? They wouldn't intentionally ignore those sorts of things, right? Yeah, honestly, like, here's the facts, okay? If people out there talking about law enforcement officers, this and that, law enforcement officers are here to enforce the law. In the case of immigration enforcement, it's one law, immigration, and nothing else. They have no purview over anything else. It's really not in their it's not their jurisdiction, right? They're not local or state law enforcement, or the FBI, or the DEA, or anybody else. They're immigration enforcement. That's the only thing they're there to do. And the fact is, regardless of what kind of immigration enforcement, regardless of what kind of enforcement, law enforcement that you might be in this country, like, you don't just get to just murder American citizens. Full stop. Full stop. Let's go back to puppy murderer in chief, Secretary Gnome.
You've also been criticized for your comments. The shooting, we should note, was Wednesday at 10:37 a.m. Eastern. Just over 2 hours later, the Department of Homeland Security put out a statement definitively asserting what had happened, defending the ICE agent, accusing Renee Good of domestic terrorism. That's a characterization that you reiterated in a press conference half an hour later. Now, Republican Senator Tom Tillis said, quote, "It was very unusual to have a senior law enforcement official to draw a conclusion about an event where the scene was still being processed. Generally speaking, law enforcement would recognize that a life was lost, that families are changed forever, the shooter's life will change forever. We're collecting video. We're trying to assess the situation." Why did you not wait for an investigation before making your comments?
Oh, well, everything that I've said has been proven to be factual and the truth. This administration wants to operate in transparency. I have the responsibility as the Secretary of Homeland Security to know this information as soon as possible. Had just been in Minneapolis the day before, had already had conversations with officers on the ground and supervisors, and knew the facts, and decided that the department and the people of this country deserve to know the truth of the situation of what had unfolded in Minneapolis.
Well, with all due respect, Secretary, the
They
first thing you said
deserve to
was,
know the truth, she said. They deserve to know the truth. She didn't even know what the truth was. She was just spouting off. She was just spouting off political rhetoric. It was completely devoid of the truth, completely detached from reality.
Quote, what happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and rammed them with her vehicle. That's not what happened. We all saw what happened.
It absolutely is what happened. Those officers
We all
had
saw
been
what
out in
happened.
enforcement
It's
action.
not what
A
happened,
vehicle had
you-
been stuck. They had come to help get that vehicle out. That's when this individual started blocking traffic for minutes and minutes.
You said that the
before
woman
this
attacked them and surrounded them. And
She wasn't
attempted to
blocking
run them
traffic.
over and ram them with her vehicle.
We talked about this before. We've looked through the footage. She didn't block traffic. She was actually waving traffic on. There were vehicles that were getting around her car. If you watch it, if you watch the whole thing, like especially if you watch the latest, the newest release of footage that was, I think, from like a doorbell camera or some other neighbor from a different vantage point. You can see she's not actually blocking traffic. People were getting past her on the road. She was not, she was there doing political protest once again. And even if she was blocking traffic, once again, not ICE's job. It's not their job. If they want somebody to deal with traffic enforcement, they should call local PD. If ICE has a problem with traffic problems, they should call local police. You know? Because it's not under their purview. They can't, they don't get to direct traffic. They don't get to do any of that shit. It's not, it's not their
Blocked the
job.
road for a long time and was yelling at them and impeding a federal law enforcement
Oh,
investigation.
and
That's
she
what you
was
need to-
yelling at them? Oh, no. And they were yelling at them. Oh, no. Christy. Oh, she makes a great point. And she yelled at them, though. But she yelled at them, though. That justifies murdering this woman, right? She yelled. Oh, God. Anybody who yells will now be shot in the face for yelling. I didn't know that was is that how the law is written? Yelling gets the death penalty without like you just go right past I mean even if there was capital punishment for yelling, this would still be an extrajudicial killing, right? I'd just like to drive that one home for everybody. Even if there was capital punishment for yelling or blocking traffic, which no. There is no death penalty for blocking traffic and yelling. You would still need to go to court. you would still need a trial before you execute that person, right? In this case, it's just an extrajudicial killing. It's just a murder done by the federal government for yelling.
Focus on, Jake, is they were breaking the law by impeding and obstructing a law enforcement operation. They were breaking the law already, and these officers were doing their
death, according to Christie. Like that's the thing that we all have to just like get into our heads about all this. She is justifying murder when she says, and the things that she's using as justification for murder are incredibly flimsy. Even if we accepted these premises that are incredibly flimsy to begin with, right? Like, I don't accept the premise that she was endangering the officers. I don't accept the premise. But even if I were to, it would still be incredibly flimsy. I mean, honestly, like, it would have, like, this, like, what she's saying is that the U.S. government, like, honestly, what she is saying is that the National Guard should have been called in on January 6th, and they should have murdered every single person at the Capitol, right? Drone strikes, like, do you get what I'm saying here? Like tanks, what she is justifying is at any protest, the federal government should be able to come in and just obliterate people for yelling. That's effectively what she's saying. Like loudly criticizing the government and annoying the government, right? deserves death, immediate death. No trial,
I prepared them
just
to do
death.
to make sure they were handling it appropriately.
Death,
You said
death,
within
death,
hours
death.
of her being killed, you said that she was a domestic terrorist. How do you define domestic terrorist?
She weaponized her vehicle to conduct an act of violence against a law enforcement officer and the public.
How
so
can
as
you
they are doing that,
How can you assert with certainty that she was trying to hurt the officer as opposed to she was trying to flee the scene?
if you look at what the definition of domestic terrorism is, it completely fits the situation on the ground. This individual,
Does
as you
not.
saw in the video that we
That is
released just
bullshit.
48 hours after
That
this
is such
incident,
bullshit.
showed that this officer was hit by her vehicle, she weaponized it, and he...
The woman who said, "I'm not mad," and did a 3-point turn at 1 miles per hour is a domestic terrorist. Also, did Christy get recent work done? What's going on here? I feel like her face has changed since I last saw her. Like, I'm just noticing it, but I feel like something weird's going on. Like, she's like something, I can't put my finger on it.
defended his life and those colleagues around him and the public.
The question is, I don't doubt, my position is, I wasn't there. I didn't see it. Some people say that it clearly showed that she was trying to hit him and did. Some people say, no, she was clearly trying to move her car and flee and get away. I don't know. What I'm saying is, how do you know? How can you assert for a fact within hours, before any investigation, this is what happened?
The facts of the situation are that the vehicle was weaponized and it attacked the law enforcement officer. He defended himself and he defended those individuals around.
He defended everybody. Everybody is safe now. Don't you see? America's much safer now. Fuck yeah! Don't you see? Says Christy Dome. America's much safer now. Now that this guy killed this woman driving her vehicle at 1 mile per hour. Now everybody's safe. Ah, jeez. Why didn't I think of that? This woman is insane. All right, I'm just gonna skip to the end of this interview. It was honestly a pretty long interview, and Jake, honestly, practically every single day, we've got heat for Jake. I'm not gonna lie, he did an okay job on this interview. He could have done better, but for Jake,
What
all
evidence
people,
are you
not bad.
looking at that so many other people around the country look at and they say, it looked to me, her tires were turned to the right, she was moving her car, and they see a woman trying to flee. You say she was trying to kill the officer. No investigation has happened. Why are you so certain that your interpretation is the truth when an investigation hasn't even happened?
Jake, I'm watching the videos.
Other
I'm
people are
talking to
watching the
officers.
videos
I'm getting
and
the
coming to a
facts.
different conclusion.
Everything that we've stated as the Department of Homeland Security and this administration has been factual. And I wish we would talk factually about what we see every day from these protesters, what they do, what they say, how they chant over and over, kill ICE, attack law enforcement, how they're trained to perpetuate violence against them and to stop the work that they...
I'm sorry. Did everybody just hear that? Christy Nome just claimed that protesters are murdering ICE agents. There's not a single instance of an ICE agent being killed by a protester. The closest thing we have to that is a National Guardsman being killed by a CIA, an Afghan CIA soldier, essentially. That's the closest we have to that. I can't believe you just made that claim, that somehow the ICE agents are dying at the hands of protesters. There's not a single instance of that. So disingenuous. This woman just lies for a living. Like, that's her job, is to lie and to make YouTube videos. Like, she makes YouTube videos and she lies. And then she goes and buys another pantsuit, I guess.
every day. Each of these law enforcement officers takes an oath to protect this country and uphold the law. They go out every day and enforce the laws of this country to keep people safe. So these individuals that are out there harassing them while they do that work, doxing their identities, threatening them and their families, it's unacceptable. And that's why President Trump is so strong in supporting their operations in all of these cities.
The officer appeared to have fired 3 shots, the first one through the front windshield, and the second and third through the side window. What is the justification for the second and third, given that the officer was out of harm's way?
You're watching the same videos that I am, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're watching the same ones, so you see how quickly the situation...
This guy is like 3 feet away from the car. He's still shooting.
...unfolded, how the officer was in front of the vehicle when she sped off, how she ran into him, and how he had to take quick action based on his training to defend himself and his colleagues around him.
Once he's out of harm's way.
That's very clear and factual from the videos that you can see. It's nobody's interpretation. We don't get to change it because we can see it with our eyes and we can build on the evidence that we have on the ground.
We have the evidence right in front of us, Christy. I don't know if she can see the video that they have up right now. But we have the evidence. It's right in front of us. This dude is like 3 fucking feet away from this car. 7, 8 feet away from the front of the car. Right? Like he's 3 feet away from the side. But like from the front of the car, by shot 3, he's the entire length of the vehicle away from the front of the car. And he's still shooting. You can see the back tires right here, and it lines up with his foot, right? You can see this clearly. Like he is so far away from getting hit by this car. It's incredible. But he is still blasting. Doesn't look justified to me. Christy will spend the rest of her life in prison when it's over. God, we can all only hope. Honestly, we need internal Nuremberg trials for everything that's happened here in the United States. All right, let's move on. Well, I mean, it's hard to move on from Christy when you're talking about ICE, but let's move on from Christy to a different interview that happened here on CNN. This was with Jacob Frey, the mayor of Minneapolis, and the chief of police of Minneapolis. Sorry to say, this is more Jake Tapper. I'm not in charge of the programming over there at CNN. If I were, Jake would not have a job anymore. He spent, the first half of this year selling his goddamn book? Every fucking time, turn on Jake Tapper. I don't know if you heard, I wrote a book. It's like, yeah, Jake, you and all your goddamn colleagues have been just hitting us over the head with this stupid fucking book over and over again, and nobody cares.
Joining us now to respond, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey and Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hare. Mayor Frey, your response to what you just heard from Secretary Noem, she invoked you by name.
Is it Frey or is it Frey? It's spelled Frey. F-R-E-Y. Everybody calls him Frey. Everybody says Frey. But that's not how you spell Frey. So I'm confused. Something needs to change. Either how we're saying this man's name or how we're spelling it.
Precision of language.
I can't do it.
Please.
That was some wild and crazy stuff. It sounds like she doesn't believe a single word that she is saying right now. And I don't know if Donald Trump was drinking a glass of water, if she'd actually be able to speak. Because here's the thing, she's calling Minneapolis like this dystopian hellhole. You know how many shootings we've had so far this year? 2. And one of them was ICE. 2 shootings in a large city so far this entire year, and one of them is ICE. This is...
You know, there's another way to say that. 50%. 50% of all the shootings in Minneapolis in 2026 have been ICE. One half. Half of the shootings so far in Minneapolis this year have been federal agents. So it really does seem like they're adding to the crime statistics here, rather than making things
safe
better.
City. ICE and Kristi Noem and everything they're doing is making it far less safe.
I want you to respond to what she said about you telling ICE to get the F out. She says you and the leaders of Minneapolis have been demonizing ICE officers. And it is true that you've been critical of Secretary Noem for her quick characterization of the incident. But you also said on Wednesday, quote, this was a federal agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying. Does your rhetoric need to change?
Yeah, I said this was a federal agent recklessly using power that ended up in somebody dying, because that was a federal agent recklessly using power that ended up in somebody dying. It's exactly what happened. I mean, am I biased in this? Of course, and I'm biased because I got 2 eyes. Anybody can see these videos. Anybody can see that this victim is not a domestic terrorist. I mean, my goodness, she's like doing a 3 or a 4 or 5 point turn. This looks like somebody that's trying to get out of there. If doing a 3 point turn or a 4 point turn is a domestic terrorist, and my wife is a criminal every single day. It does not make sense.
Illegal.
We've got to be operating from a point of course, have this investigation. It should be a neutral, unbiased investigation where...
Yeah. It's interesting. I guess doing a 3-point turn is a crime now. Even if it was, once again, just going to point this out. Just going to point this one out. Even if it was a crime to do a 3-point turn, it would not be in the jurisdiction of ICE to do fuck all about it. Because that's not their job. They are not traffic enforcement officers. They don't get to write traffic tickets. They just don't. They don't get to write. They're not within the jurisdiction. Right? Like, I don't know if you all understand the mechanisms of this, but you write a traffic ticket for a particular jurisdiction to a particular judge, essentially, right? To a court, to a county clerk, or wherever else, or wherever they hold these things, right? But these guys, they're not local. They're federal. So what? I mean, you're gonna clog up federal courts with traffic tickets? No, you're not. Not their job. All right, let's go here, see what Donald Trump had to say in the wake of all of this about Renee Good. I'm sure he wouldn't continue to say horrifying things about this woman.
As they say in the real estate business.
Ron, Minneapolis, your administration has advocated for absolute immunity for the ICE officer who shot Renee Good. How do you define absolute immunity? What does that mean?
Everyone's seen it. And the woman was very violent. She's a very radical person. Very sad what happened. Her friend was very radical. Go and drive.
So Donald Trump has asked a question about what the hell absolute immunity is, which is not a thing. It's basically just dictatorship, king shit. The king cannot be prosecuted. But they're trying to apply this concept to just lowly ICE agents. Like somehow these guys and gals can just they can commit any crime. Any crime. They can just run around just robbing people at gunpoint, stealing cars. They can murder a few people, light a house on fire, punch your baby in the face. Kick a dog. Absolute immunity. No crimes can be committed by ICE agents.
How would you define that?
But Donald Trump, like, yeah. I love how she comes back to it, because like Donald Trump's response to that isn't, is to completely ignore the question and just say, look, she's a radical, nasty, radical, leftist, Marxist, communist, extremist.
Well, I'm going to let the people define it, but immunity, you know what immunity means as well as I do.
So that officer should be back on the force?
You can't be treating law enforcement that way, whether it's ICE or Border Patrol or our police and men and women. You can't do that. We have, the law enforcement in our country is doing really well, despite the fact that Sleepy Joe Biden allowed people to pour through an open border. Crime stats just came out. We have the best crime stats on record, despite all the criminals he allowed.
Very best crime.
We've gotten a lot of them out. We have to respect our law enforcement. At a very minimum, that woman was very, very disrespectful to law enforcement. And you heard the same noises. You saw the same crunch that I saw. You can't do that with law enforcement, whether it's police or ICE or Border Patrol or anybody else.
When it comes to ICE,
Everybody's side.
Mr.
It's incredible. This deluded, elderly, racist man, this convicted felon, accused rapist, actually civilly convicted rapist, Donald Trump, saying a bunch of untrue things, still not able to define what absolute immunity is, and just sort of falls back on these very nasty people. They're very nasty, horrible people that were doing terrible things. Terrorists. But he can't define what the fuck absolute immunity is for some reason, because of course it's not a thing in our law. There's no concept of absolute immunity in the Constitution. You know why? Because the Constitution and the law in the United States is supposed to apply to absolutely everyone. Donald Trump, Caroline Levitt over here, all the reporters asking the questions right now, myself, the guy talking to you, and you, the chatter, chatting. Everyone. Including this criminal who murdered an American citizen in broad daylight in Minneapolis. That man should see justice in a court of law, where he can be judged by 12 Americans.
Fuck yeah!
Right to jail, right away.
The fact is, all these people fear the law. That's why they're trying to dismantle it. Criminals, lifelong criminals like Donald Trump, that doesn't want the law to work. If the law works, he'd be in jail. And I'm not being hyperbolic here. I genuinely believe if the law worked, Donald Trump would be in jail right now. Prove me wrong. Guy should be in jail right now, but he's not. And if the law worked, he would be. All right, let's go here to the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker.
I'm not defending I'm not defending anyone or anything that's happened, but is it appropriate to call that a murder at a time that there are rising tensions between protesters and ICE agents if it has not actually been adjudicated and found to have been a murder?
Okay, let's call it an alleged murder. So I agree with you. Let's call it an alleged murder. Let me just say, though, that when you have video, as you do in Minneapolis, when you have eyewitness testimony from people, it seems like there's a whole lot of evidence, and it should be adjudicated. You're 100% right. There should, in fact, be due process That's not something that the Trump administration believes in. And indeed, they are throwing people out of the country. They're arresting U.S. citizens and people who are here legally without any due process. And in many cases, they're claiming that they're domestic terrorists, claiming that they're doing something wrong when there's zero evidence on their side.
I want to play something that Michael Fanone, who was a police officer at the Capitol on January 6th and was attacked by rioters. He used to be a contributor to CNN. Something that Michael Fanone said on Friday.
It's time for the American people to organize and to utilize their Second Amendment right to protect themselves from what has clearly become an unaccountable and lawless agency that's killing Americans.
What's your response? Because we're starting to hear, and again, I'm not defending ICE, I'm not defending anyone, but what is your response to that kind of rhetoric?
Well, violence is inappropriate in all of these situations. And indeed, I've told the protesters, who are, in fact, a vast majority are peaceful protesters, keep the
Now, me personally, I would say this much. I would maybe differ. I mean, well, I'm not differ necessarily, but the way in which JB responds to this, it's not clear entirely what he's saying. But I would say, it's not necessarily using the Second Amendment to defend the democracy isn't necessarily violence. Second Amendment is just bearing arms. You're not actually using them necessarily. Just having them, right? Bearing arms and within a regulated militia, I believe, is the text.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
The Second Amendment. So it's not clear to me that was what Michael Fanone was calling for violence, just for constitutionally protected action, I guess you might call it. Do you know what else is a constitutionally protected action? Going to church. Going to any religious sort of gathering. You are constitutionally protected to do just that. But ICE officers were preventing people from getting to church on Sunday.
In response to an ICE agent firing at least 3 shots into someone's face, at least 2 of which I think indisputably, I would also argue the first. But even if you want to be someone who wants to try and find, the guy has absolutely no danger whatsoever. Like, it's physically impossible for the car to hit him when he fires shots 2 and 3. Killing a mother. And here are the way that ICE agents are reacting 2 days later in Minnesota.
So, yeah, just to note, like, he puts his phone straight up there because there's a great contract with some Silicon Valley companies about getting people's face scans into all these ICE agents' phones.
I've gone back and forth into like how relevant it is to get your face scanned into this. Obviously, they're making a huge database. There's a couple of ways you can deal with that. An LED flashlight, headband. I mean, if you're going out and doing any type of work where you think you're going to have a confrontation with ICE, an LED headband, you can get them relatively cheap on, a wall.
You know what? There's also you could like paint your face. You get fun with it. Do fun face paint ideas. I could just, we could just pull up some right now. Look at all the options you have. I mean, you could really get creative with it. You could be a monkey. You could have a shark eating a fish on your face. Or you could be a leopard. I mean, come on. You could be a butterfly. You could be, I guess, Woody Allen. It's not clear. Am I wrong? Kind of looks like Woody Allen. You could be a pumpkin or something, or the Grinch. I mean, really, the options are sort of limitless. Is all just in your creative scope. Really, you pick. Rainbow butterflies, 8 eyes, a snake. I mean, it's up to you, Space Fams. Just coming up with ideas. Groucho Marx, yes. I think you're right. You're probably right. Yeah.
Or Target or Amazon, if that's your thing. You can get them a relatively cheap hardware store. And you just flick that baby on. It makes it very hard for the camera. Also, you can get like an IR flashlight. Not that I've looked into any of this stuff, but
Groucho Marx glass nose mustache combo.
I was looking honestly to see if like they have glasses where you could just put. There's also, if you have baseball cap on, you can put those clip-on things. I would love a couple of pair that would be right on my glasses.
But they're also recording because the Washington Post did this.
I mean, here's an idea. I mean, people could take a page out of Ice's book. Everybody could just start wearing balaclavas everywhere. No longer identifiable. Sorry.
You had an article at the end of last year too about how it's policy right now with ICE for them to record as much as possible to produce videos of social media for more propaganda.
It's social media propaganda. What this guy is doing, I mean, you can see the propaganda guys are the ones going around with the big camera lenses, and we'll see that as they.
We can get all that gear on Amazon. Oh yeah, you can get a balaclava for like $5-10 on Amazon. Probably even cheaper on
China. Walking out of Target. What this guy is doing is recording for database.
Yes.
And it's either to mark and see if that there's any immigration, if you get flagged, any immigration stuff. Incidentally, when you go through the TSA, and you can opt out of having them take your picture. They don't tell you this, but you can opt out. I've done it in the past. I've gotten picture taken, but now
I'll bedazzle my gear. Yeah, exactly. Bedazzle it. I'm trying to remember. Was it in Serbia or was it in Georgia? I think it was Georgia. I think protesters in Georgia. There was like months-long protests in Georgia over actions being taken by its government, but the government was doing like a fuck ton of like surveillance. Tracking people's identities, tracking them to their homes, and so people started wearing masks. People started like dressing up, wearing masks, literally painting their faces for protests as a way of obfuscating their identities. And honestly, considering what we were up against right now, maybe not the worst idea.
I don't know if it makes a difference, but. And so they're coming.
And let's not forget, of course, we've always got the inflatables too. You could always go inflatable. There's a great way of now, of course, driving around in a pickup truck in an inflatable, that's not gonna fly. But just
and the first thing they do is put that, and it's also just to intimidate you in the same way that like, we're going to know who you are. Well, we're going to know who you are too. Oh yes. You can get a beanie with a light on it, which is really good. And also I've even looked at like headbands, like hair headbands, that with a light on it. That is very effective because then you can just bing and turn it on with your hat. Good.
Sam should start selling Majority Report branded LED headlamps. You could go along. There's already Majority Report beanies. You could be full Majority Reported out. Also umbrellas. Let's not forget how effective umbrellas can be at deterring some, not all, but some of the less than lethals used by ICE. the pepper sprays, what have you. Majority report branded umbrellas. That'd be an interesting idea. You know, now that we're back on YouTube, this year, you know, I'm going to do that. This year, I think I'm going to try and find a way to start doing merch for people in some form, some galactic merch of some kind. It's been almost 2 years. In 1 month and 1 week, we will be in 2 full years of the Galactic Stream. I feel like people deserve merch at this point. You all probably deserve it.
It's crazy. This is your warning. This is your warning.
For what?
Stop fucking following us. You are impeding operations.
This is
the
your
United States
warning.
federal
I live
government.
over here. I gotta get to my house.
This is your warning.
Gotta get to
All
my
right?
house.
Go home to your kids.
This is your warning, he says. This is your warning. You don't get to drive on the street, says this guy. It's insane. He has no ability to prevent people from driving on the street. It's just not his job. You can call the police. That's what I keep saying about this. If these ICE agents have problems with what people are doing with their vehicles, they can call the police. You know? They can go, oh, Daddy, please come help us. We're being bothered by American citizens on the road. Maybe the police will come, I don't know, response time-wise, but maybe they'll show up.
What's that on his hat?
The Minnesota Timberwolves logo.
You're impeding a federal investigation. Just look at the Timberwolves.
The fact is they just don't want to do that, right? It's embarrassing. And all of them are on fucking power trips. None of them even know the law. And so they just, they just prefer, it's much easier to just like bark at people and threaten them than to actually follow the law. And, to admit that you don't have the jurisdiction to do the thing that you want to do. And, it's probably a little bit emasculating to these guys to have to go to somebody else. Because they're like having like some sort of emotional meltdown. They're like spiraling inside of their pickup trucks over American citizens being nearby. They're like snowflakes melting whenever they see an American citizen.
The Minnesota Timberwolves logo.
You're impeding a federal investigation. Just look at the Timberwolves logo on my hat.
Yeah, I think.
What a jackass
picked
this
that
guy
up
is.
on the airport.
I've noticed this guy. There's 2 guys who showed up in a bunch of videos. This guy has been in a couple.
And it is just, you can tell by the way they speak too, and where they've just heard cops speak on TV. Like they have no real training, because we're learning more and more that these guys are just white supremacists, Proud Boy, knockoffs, whatever.
According to Ross' story, can't even read.
Patriot Front people who signed up for this kind of thing. So they're just like, they're acting like law enforcement they've seen before.
Except for law enforcement doesn't come up and swear at you when in your first encounter. Like they are starting by trying to escalate. And they're doing this because they want to intimidate people. And, if you have a Facebook or a YouTube account or something like this, and you get approached, best thing to do, go live. Go live in that situation.
I'd like to know what pharmaceutical stack this guy starts his morning with also.
Alpha Brain.
United States federal
I live
government.
over here. I gotta get to my house.
This is your warning.
Gotta get to
All
my
right?
house.
Go home to your kids.
Go to church.
Go to home to your kids. This is your last warning.
I serve
I
the
will
Lord.
arrest you.
Pause it. See that? That dude has his gun drawn.
Oh, yeah.
That dude has his gun drawn. That is not his, he has his gun drawn. That is not his taser. His taser, I think, is on his right hand.
And do you think that he is positioning himself so he thinks only the driver can see the gun as an intimidation tactic?
It may very well be.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Church.
Look at that.
You should be in church. bad decision, okay, sir? I'm not making any bad decision. I'm peaceful. I serve the Lord. Not a draft dodging
You
coward.
made a bad decision, you fucking idiot.
You too. God bless. Let these people go to church. Let these people serve the Lord and worship. Let people let
I guarantee
people.
you that. I guarantee you're not going to like the outcome. Go home to your children. It's Sunday.
Yeah, go
It is
exactly.
Sunday.
Let people go to
You did
church.
not learn from what just happened? Go home.
Pause it for a second. Did you not learn?
Is it just me? I hate to profile this guy, but is it just me? I mean, maybe it's the mask, but does this guy have an accent? I mean, can we check this guy's citizenship real quick? What's going on here? What's going on here? What? Huh? That's
What just
weird.
happened?
Yeah.
The lesson be taken.
Like, are we like? it's just interesting, you know? Like, these guys are running around profiling people. And yet I see some some brown people taking these ICE jobs, profiling people, I mean, like even people with seemingly with accents. It's interesting because they're also simultaneously profiling people like themselves. So by that very metric, should they not too be deported? Or are they going to get deported at the end? That's probably what happens, right? Once you get rid of all the other ones, then it's the brown ICE agents. They're the last ones to go. These guys and gals over at ICE are running around committing crimes, being given guns and federal badges, and yet no accountability for their actions.
As cops, we're responsible for every single round that leaves our
This is the thing that we watch. This is a former ICE agent, actually.
Eric Ballier is a 25-year career federal agent who most recently oversaw use of force investigations for Homeland Security Investigations, or HSI. We asked him what to make of the tactics used by
They
federal
deleted it? We watched this. We watched this yesterday. They deleted it. It didn't air on the actual show tonight. CBS did post to the YouTube. It has nearly 800K views already.
agents in the fatal Minnesota shooting.
In my 25 years, I've done hundreds of vehicle stops. If someone is fleeing, that is not a justification for the use of deadly force.
In this moment, the officer crosses in front of the vehicle. He opens fire on the driver, 37-year-old Renee Good. The government says the officer shot the driver in self-defense.
She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over.
But the footage tells a different story. In this clip, we see Good waving cars by, and one car drives past her stopped vehicle.
Like they're
Yeah, and like I said, I pointed out that it's a legal gray area. Here's a sheriff calling it straight up, made up law enforcement.
I'm Rochelle Bilal, the sheriff for the city and county of Philadelphia. And I say her name, Renee Good.
Renee Good.
Renee Good.
Renee Good.
Renee Good.
Renee Good.
This should not have happened, but we're here today. Let know that law enforcement professionals, real ones, not the fake made up ICE, probably Trump's new army to attack citizens of the United States. Did you hear what I said? No law enforcement professional wears a mask. None.
Oh.
None. Those that come into our communities wearing a mask to commit crime, thank God for our district attorney, Larry Kraftner, who say
We're gonna have cops using ICE as a reputation builder for the rest of the admin, huh? Rest of the admin, huh? I mean, low key, yes. Because as the situation worsens on one side, the other side is not as bad, comes across as better. You know what I mean? That's just how it works. ICE is so bad and so illegal in their conduct that unironically they make cops look better in comparison. It's also entirely dependent on where or how police officers conduct themselves on the streets going forward. Like,
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Possible. Oh god, I'm muted. That was terrible. I was muted the whole time. Was I muted the whole time? It's not great.
Cops,
Screw it.
if the local Minneapolis Police Department actually stopped Jonathan Ross and arrested them, okay, I would have been thin blue line all the way, baby. Because that's what they should have done. That's their job. You can't let someone get away with murdering a citizen that you're supposed to be tasked with protecting and serving. That thin blue line would turn into a thick one, okay? Easiest dub of all time. You can't do that. What are you, crazy? Prime example of ICE not being able to do anything to a citizen because they have no jurisdiction. They just use bullying tactics with no real force and they know it. Yeah.
Plate number, driving erratically, very dangerous to the public.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
You're interfering with our operations.
Not
You
at
could
all.
be arrested
Not at
under
all.
18
Not
USC
doing that.
111.
Nope.
That's not true. It's not. They can't do They're not real cops. And even a real cop is not technically supposed to be able to do anything in this situation. If you're just like on a sidewalk, you're not impeding you're not impeding an investigation. But cops at least do have the legal authority to just make it up. They have the legal grounds to make it up to try and.
Yeah, also, that guy just made a bunch of shit up just now. I had to look it up just to be sure. Let's go here. This is Cornell Law it's Cornell Law School's Legal Information Institute, 18 U.S. Code 111. Assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers or employees. Forcibly assaults, resists, opposes, impedes, intimidates, or interferes with any person designated in this title while engaged in or on account of the performance of official duties. He's doing none of these things right now in this list. Under 18 U.S. Code 111. He's not forcibly doing anything. Right? The first word is forcibly. Right? Forcibly assault, resist, oppose, impede, intimidate. Right? He's not forcibly doing anything. He's standing on the sidewalk. He's standing on the sidewalk. He's not forcing anybody in any way to do jack shit, actually. He's minding his own constitutional fucking business.
Detain you, even if you can argue in court whether or not that detainment is appropriate or not. ICE agents don't even have that, okay? Especially if you're an American citizen. It's just like you're just making up. You do not have the right to arrest a random person on the sidewalk. The f are you talking about? A random American on the sidewalk? Suck my dick.
Not if you've been interfering with our operation. We're following us.
Go process paperwork, little bro. Get the f out of here.
Yesterday. Numerous
Watch
times.
what you're doing, dude.
Numerous times you've been interfering with our operation. Not interfering. Yes, you are. No, I am not. If you continue, you will be in handcuffs. You will be arrested. You will be prosecuted.
U.S. Code 111. Get that through your head, dude.
That's a lot of numbers you just remember.
Yep.
Good job. I'm not breaking the law, and you fucking know it.
Yes, you are.
Not breaking the law, and you fucking know it. Never got in front of everyone. Never.
One more time, and I will put you in handcuffs.
Bro.
I need you guys to understand something. Annoying a cop is not illegal. Annoying an ICE agent is not illegal. What? And anytime dumb, whether they be Asmongold or any number of different right-wingers try to make it seem like it's actually not only illegal, but criminality that reaches the point of like state-sponsored execution, they're bootlicking and they're wrong and they're...
Yeah, it's tyranny. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, there's a old-fashioned word from American history. It's fucking tyranny. It is in fact, it's not just your right, it's like your civic duty to annoy the government. Okay? Every time the government does something that annoys you, you should be annoying them back. If you think of yourself as a patriot, you should, every time the government annoys you, you should be raising a stink over it. Okay? That's how I feel. See something, say something.
Creating a permission structure for this administration to continue murking people, okay? There are rules. These guys are actually lying in this moment. Cops lie all the time, and so do ICE agents, okay? Your feelings getting hurt, sorry, sucks to suck, is not going to give you a opportunity to kill someone or arrest them. You can't do that.
One more time. Keep it up.
One more time, dude. What a fucking loser. These guys are, like, disturbed. I think most of these guys need to be in, like, mental institutions. And, of course, earlier this year, we saw evidence that ICE is hiring people without doing proper background checks, people who can't even pass, you know, physicals, all sorts of other things, just completely incompetent assholes who, generally speaking, are looking to get $50,000 and maybe a chance to go after, tackle, and murder some innocent people. Immigrants or Americans, I guess, you know, to them, it doesn't matter. As long as they're annoyed enough, they might do some violence. That's the job we're paying them to do, apparently. Not to enforce immigration, but just to harass Americans on the streets. And apparently we're going to be paying another 1,000 ICE officers to go to Minnesota. Trump administration doubling down in the wake of the unjustified killing of Renee Good. And sending 1,000 more ICE agents.
Hundreds more federal agents are heading to Minnesota amid rising tensions after the shooting death of Renee Good by an ICE agent. As Jenna DeAngelis reports, protests continue from Minneapolis to here in the city.
Many gathering to light candles, leave flowers, and read poetry written by Renee Good Sunday night.
I want back my rocking chairs.
In remembrance of the 37-year-old who was fatally shot by an ICE agent in Minneapolis on Wednesday.
We mourn you, we grieve you, and we take inspiration from you.
The vigil at Brooklyn's Grand Army Plaza also included reading names of those who died in ICE custody.
Genry Ruiz Guillen, 29, born in Honduras.
Isabella Etienne leaving flowers and her message as the daughter of an immigrant.
You're all here because someone else was brave enough to come here, and I think that's what's important.
Earlier, rallies were held from Midtown to the West Village. New York joining cities around the country in anti-ICE demonstrations.
Something needs to change. We cannot keep quiet anymore.
In Minneapolis, protesters and ICE agents are still facing off. Agents continued carrying out arrests, including this woman's husband. Heckled by protesters, agents pushed back using pepper spray. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem says hundreds more federal agents are heading to Minneapolis, and she continues to defend the agent who shot Renee Good.
You know, one question I've been asking myself, and I'm fairly certain I know the answer to this question. I wonder what the law is if you're being assaulted by an ICE agent. You know, they've been using a lot of less than lethal weapons on people. I wonder what they would do if they got pelted by paintballs and bear spray. They'd probably just start blasting people. It's probably illegal. All right, let's keep talking about this ICE surge. It's a secondary surge, really. I mean, the first surge was last month. The beginning of December, Donald Trump decided to go after Somalis in Minneapolis, and after figuring out that most Somalis are U.S. citizens, they decided to just broaden that to any brown people.
Back it up!
Tensions reach boiling point in Minnesota as ICE immigration enforcement agents continue to patrol the streets in the face of a growing backlash. On Sunday, officers forced entry to this home, arresting a man. His wife showed journalists at the scene paperwork relating to his removal, a warrant signed by an immigration officer, a document that does not authorize agents to enter a private residence. Protesters banged drums and blew whistles. Some were met with chemical spray. More than 2,000 immigration arrests have been made since the Department of Homeland Security began its operation in December. These latest raids come in the wake of the fatal shooting of Renee Good in Minneapolis by an ICE officer last Wednesday. Many residents are anxious about the situation. Public schools in their area are offering remote learning.
I'm a teacher, and I think that the fact that ICE has been targeting schools around here, making it difficult for children to just get a public education, terrorizing parents, the fact that I have to worry about my kids being outside because of this sort of terrorism happening out front is ridiculous.
Minnesota is the latest.
This is ridiculous!
It really is ridiculous. That guy is right.
Just in, CNN has learned that about 1,000 additional Customs and Border Protection agents are set to deploy to Minneapolis. That is according to two federal law enforcement sources. An ICE agent there shot and killed Renee Good just last week. Let's get to CNN's Whitney Wild for the very latest on all this. In this additional deployment, Whitney, what are you learning?
Well, this is a massive increase, John, because this was already the largest immigration action to date with 2,000 agents spread throughout the Twin Cities. Now we know that it's going to be a 50% increase, 3,000 agents spread throughout that area. This is according to two sources. According to CNN's Priscilla Alvarez, Customs and Border Protection Commander Gregory Bovino had already been on the ground. He is going to be part of this operation. He is a well-known figure. He led operations in Chicago, New Orleans, and Charlotte. One of the sources telling Priscilla that he is going to be conducting targeted operations, which include door knocks. And in those situations, the documents that are provided to those targets will include administrative warrants, which are signed by an immigration officer but do not carry the same legal weight as a judicial warrant, or they will be copies of final orders of removal. John, as you mentioned, this all comes on the heels of an ICE officer shooting and killing Renee Nicole Good. Leaders in Minneapolis and leaders at the White House have two completely different ideas about what happened. The White House continuing to defend that officer, saying that he feared for his life, that she attempted or did run him over, saying that this was an act of domestic.
It's such a garbage claim. This guy was chasing after the vehicle, claiming that you can't claim that you were. Can't be. I cannot believe they continue to claim this shit. This video. I mean, now of course Jonathan Ross is in hiding. We haven't seen. We have, you know, like. But the fact is that this video this is from 12 hours ago out of CNN. I mean, the fact that they are still making this claim at this point, that this guy. I mean, we've all seen the fucking footage. This guy was walking perfectly fine while he was continuing to make his shots on this woman's head. While he was murdering this woman, he was walking perfectly fine. He walked perfectly fine all the way down to her car. And at no time did he appear to be at all injured. Either significantly or even just slightly. He seemed, I mean, he was bumped by a car moving at 1 mile per hour, a car that he put himself in front of. He was perfectly fine.
Kristi Noem doubled down on those comments in an interview with Jake Tapper on Sunday. Minneapolis leaders say that could not be further from the truth. She posed no risk to that officer, that this was a completely unjustified shooting, and they are calling for more local involvement in a federal investigation, which at this point is being led exclusively by the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minneapolis. New over the weekend, John, Democratic lawmakers attempted to enter an ICE facility. They were inside briefly before being escorted out. On Thursday of last week, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem had changed the policy about allowing unannounced visits by lawmakers.
Now, it doesn't matter what the policy is. It is Congress's duty to oversee the things happening in their states. And it doesn't fucking matter what Kristi Noem wants or does not want, what the policy is over there, what they want to write down on paper, because constitutionally, this facility is in the state of Minnesota and the city of Minneapolis, and these congresswomen have 100% have the right to go in to inspect it. It's on Minnesota state land. This is not just their right, but is their obligation to ensure that these facilities are operating in a professional manner, that they are following state laws. So I don't give a fuck what Kristi thinks or what ICE thinks about that. And neither should you. You should care about is Congress doing their jobs. All right. I would love to continue doing my job of bringing you all the news and whatnot. But to ensure that we get all of the content tonight, all the clips that I have planned for us, we got to make sure that we complete the galactic content goal. And unfortunately, we have not made much progress on that tonight. Very quiet in the way of donos. But we still have time to complete it. However, we do have to take a quick galactic intermission as we are 3 hours into the stream. Do not worry, though. We will be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button over there on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. Hit that like button, too, while you're at it. Do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. That's all right. Without the contributions of space fans who enjoy watching this show, we would cease to exist, and I would just go floating off into the deep, dark void of space. Thankfully, there's a whole bunch of great ways for you to show your support to help keep the Galactic News Network alive. Things like YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, the subs, gifted subs, Prime subs. Got Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon and or Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. So go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens. Shout out at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. Anyway, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. We are back. That's right, it's time for us to get back to the stream. Third half is about to begin. All right, people, break is over. Hopefully you are back in your seats already. Snacks, drinks in hand. As we are back. Show is beginning once again. Almost done talking about ICE. But we've been hearing a lot from Republicans. Kristi Noem, for instance. Donald Trump. Caroline Leavitt. But I figured, amidst all this, we should ask ourselves, where are the Democrats? What is the message from leadership in the Democratic Party right now, exactly? Where's Chuck Schumer? Where's Hakeem Jeffries? Where are they? Well, they're doing fuck all. That's where they are. Not resting. Not resting. We would never rest. Can't win if you rest.
What do you think of liberals who use instances such as this to demonstrate why leftists should have voted for Kamala Harris? I have no respect for them because in this moment, if they are not out in the streets protesting against the Trump administration and using this as an instance to left bash when the left was objectively correct, when their criticisms were on Kamala Harris dropping the ball because they knew that this would happen, or at least in my circumstance, this is exactly what I said was going to happen. I'm saying it, dude. I think Democrats don't hate Republicans as much as I do. Okay? They love saying, oh, I guess you want to vote for Trump then.
Who's this guy?
Like, dude, you don't hate Republicans. You want them in your party. You desperately advocate for them to come to your party. You literally have them at your convention. You have them at convention. You have them come and speak at your convention. You literally have their loyal soldiers come speak at your convention. The border guards, the cops. Like, you love them. You want to the Republicans. You want to hug the Republicans. You want to kiss the Republicans. You want to be Republican. You want to be Republican. You're just a fucking Republican. I hate Republicans. You don't. You want to suck them. Okay? So stop with this bullshit. Which is why I said Kamala Harris was needed to be better at actually advocating for how this was going to happen, and she never did. Instead, she took.
Also, I would like to. Can we talk about? Can we talk about something real quick? Can we talk about how Hassan has been low key growing a beard for like the last month and hasn't been telling anybody about it? Like, it's incredibly rude that he doesn't bring it up. But what's up with it? What's going on here? This guy, I mean, he's fully growing a beard now at this point. For a little while, I was like, Hassan's just not shaving. He's lazy. But he's full on growing a beard right now. And nobody's talking about it. It should be everything to everyone. Hassan is growing a beard. I mean, What is this a sign? Is he going full jihad? I mean, people, a lot of questions. Beardgate.
A pro-border control stance, a pro-lethal military stance for some reason, and ended up losing because she was dancing around with Cheney and Dick Cheney. This was my point. And liberals who just did not recognize this reality for some weird reason are now, instead of having a moment of self-reflection, having a moment of honesty, and realizing that the far graver threat is the fascism that is coming down right now, that is happening right now, are still trying to left bash for some reason. They're trying to yell at the people that are getting arrested. Your ego doesn't matter. Stop trying to protect your goddamn ego. Lock in. This is the exact same reason why the left was also correct when we criticized a bunch of Democrats, 75 of them, I believe, that voted for the Laken Riley Act in the Congress, in both the Senate and the House of Representatives, or even a larger number, I believe. This is it. Democrats actually are basically funding the bullets that are being used on people like Renee Good when they don't stand in opposition to this. It's ridiculous. Yeah, and the 70-odd Democrats who went on the record to thank ICE for their service, like, what are we doing?
How do you think that happened? You're all fucking Nazis. You're a fucking Nazi. You don't care? You're a fucking Nazi. Pussy. Yeah, pussy.
Don't want to stand alongside leftists to protest, but also don't organize their own protests because they don't ever do shit. Exactly. But that's not true, though, because the liberal chirpers online that are trying to preserve their egos are out of touch little shitheads. But there are plenty of people who voted blue no matter who that are on the streets. As a matter of fact, I go so far as to say there are more people on the streets that are of that variety, just like regular old libs who recognize right from wrong, who are actually taking it to the streets, older in general, and even wealthier on average. That's what I see when I see these videos. I mean, there's Hasanabi heads here and there, but let's be real. There are a ton of older liberals out there who are very frustrated. More so than the youth. Let's be real. The youth are super checked out.
Pussy, I'm talking to you, bitch. You're a fucking Nazi. You're a fucking Nazi. Pussy.
Another thing that's like totally fucked up here is that the Democrats are.
You can tell that there's a lot of great patriots out there in this crowd. You just by the rhetoric being, going around here. I'm hearing a lot of great rhetoric from these protesters. Yeah, it's beautiful. Great patriotism all over the place.
Not even capitalizing on this to win easy political points. Like, look at this. During the moment of silence, the Minnesota Timberwolves held before their game with the Cavs tonight. A fan yelled, "Go home ice," and everyone else started cheering. Understand something. This happened the night that Renee Good was shot and killed, right? By an ICE agent. If you want to understand how little the average person or even corporations give a shit about the administration's messaging on this. Think about that. Okay. Oh, sorry. This is the day after. Think about that. The administration at this point have spent 24 hours calling Renee Good a domestic terrorist. So technically, if anybody actually took what the administration is saying seriously, what is going on here is doing a moment of silence for basically like ISIS, right? Like we're talking about doing a moment of silence for a domestic terrorist. You realize that, right? Like you understand that no one is actually taking what this administration is saying seriously. And this is yet another indication of that, because clearly they tried to go along with this, like this person is domestic terrorist narrative, and no one gave a shit. Even corporations
Can we have
don't give a
quick
shit.
moment
The
of
people
silence for
clearly
Boko
don't give a
Haram, please, everyone? Moment of silence. Little respect.
Like, this is like doing a moment of silence for Hamas.
If we could just all take a moment of silence for Al-Qaeda and all those guys.
Democrats love ICE, bro. They literally agree with what they're doing. That is the only conclusion. No, this is not Democrats. You're talking about Democratic Party politicians, okay? Until they show us that they're with it, until they show us that they're willing to go out and take it to the streets, until they show us with their actual legislative line items that they're against ICE, that they want to take away ICE's funding, that they want to stop ICE, that they plan to punish ICE agents and this administration for doing all of this like unlawful fascist nonsense. They are complicit in this. But the Democratic voters themselves are not on board, okay? Please make no mistake. There are a lot of people out there who are lifelong blue down the line voters, blue no matter who voters, who are very frustrated with this. And not only are they very frustrated with this, but they're also waking up to the reality that the Democratic Party's representatives are not even representing their anger and frustration. That's precisely the reason why there is an unprecedented level of unpopularity for the opposition party at a time when there's an even higher level of unpopularity for the administration. That's the big difference. Dems right now are not even doing 2016 style resistance liberalism. I do not know where they go from here, but it's crazy to me that they're not even trying to get ahead of the momentum that is building. I said this earlier. Look, I said, I'm going to say it one more time. The liberals are waking up while the Dems are being weirdly timid here. No organizing, no party funds. It's the terms too. I know I shit on the Dems a lot.
Yeah, and here are the facts. I mean, Democrats essentially going through the 2024 election pushed the Overton window to the right. Like they effectively pushed the Overton window to the right on things like immigration. The very thing that we are talking about right now. Like the Lack and Riley Act and all this other fucking shit. Are you kidding me? Like they have been stop that. They have been helping along Republican talking points by basically signing on to it over and over again, including through 2025. They're feckless, useless idiots. Completely, opposed to democracy at this point. They proved that in 2024. When they refused to listen to the poll numbers on a little issue called Gaza.
This is a totally new level of incompetence, not even 2016 resistance liberalism. It's crazy. And I low key, I think AOC is also not doing enough. And the only people that are aesthetically doing things is like Gavin Newsom, for example. Gavin Newsom knows what time it is. He obviously is not going to be the change, right? He is going to be just as ridiculous, just as ineffective as a Kamala Harris presidency would. He's basically just going to be the guy who siphons all of those voters who want some sort of change. Right? He's going to siphon all of that angst and animosity that people feel towards the current administration. And his job is to just like mog people, right? That's basically.
Honestly, though, like we should be getting. Like if Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries had any ideology whatsoever, we'd be having democratic we'd be getting hit over the head with democratic talking points. But it's crickets over there. The problem is they have no immigration policy. It's just we will fund ICE the same way Republicans are doing it, but we'll say we're going to do it in a nice way. And we'll keep ICE funded, and we'll do immigration. We won't make it easier for people to get in the country, and we'll do a lot of deportations. But maybe we'll follow the law like 60 to 70% more. How does that sound? And it's it's not an alternative. They're garbage. They have no idea how to actually stand up for anything. And that is a problem. That is a problem for democracy, is a problem for the future of the United States. They need to find a way. And if they can't, they need to be taken out of office, which is, of course, what I've been saying now for quite some time. And now we're in primary season. So it is time just to do just that. So we're looking for people that are doing terrible jobs at standing up in this on immigration. We already got a list of APAC money takers. I'm sure there's this fair amount of overlap between the two, but you know, just saying, we should be making lists. But honestly, it feels like these guys are still like they're still trying to sell us joy. You know, like they're still trying to sell us joy. Like it's 2026 and they're still trying to sell us joy.
I can feel the excitement in this arena. It's filled with energy and with joy.
The air of joy.
Joy. Joy. Joy. We will be joyful warriors. The president of joy.
Let us choose joy.
Like they're still, you know, like they're still trying to convince us that they're doing like they're doing a great job when everybody can see for themselves that things are not great. That's where I feel like we're at right now. Like we're living in the delusional fantasy of those in power right now. Like it just like, you know, that I feel like they're still living in the past. They're still embracing a politics of the past. One with reasonable Republicans, you know, and bipartisanship and all this other stuff. Not in an incredibly polarized political environment, where we're living under a fascist authoritarian regime where the other side of Congress, the other side of the aisle, is actively emboldening and enabling that, and they're just still acting like it's 2012. And people like, you know, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer should be having daily press conferences with all of the Democrats coming out and messaging around this issue and demanding accountability from the Trump administration for the murder of Renee Good. But it's fuck all from them. It's insane. Like, let alone having a decent immigration policy. Like, this is the sort of thing that, you know, like, they should have no problem with messaging on, and yet they're failing. Meanwhile, ICE agents are still running around harassing and assaulting American citizens in the streets. Well, there we go. American citizen, you would assume, in the middle of the street, getting assaulted by a ICE officer. He has no jurisdiction over this guy, and he just assaults him, just throws him to the ground. That was on Sunday, apparently. That guy had I don't care whether or not he's upset by that guy standing in the road. He has no right to assault him like that. In any way, shape, or form. You do think that joy is good to find in your personal experience? No, sure, no, absolutely. I brought that up. I'm not anti-joy. I'm not the Grinch. I don't have a problem with joy. I have a problem with the Democrats and their messaging strategies. Their inability to see what's in front of them. Their inability to actually have an ideology, and they're just more focused on convincing everybody that they're doing a great job rather than actually doing the job, right? The reason that they did the whole joy thing was because they didn't want to address, they didn't want to address the economy. They didn't want to address Gaza. They didn't want to address all these other sorts of things. So they were just like, you should all be super stoked right now. All right, let's go to Minneapolis, outside the memorial for Renee Good. This is Forbes breaking news.
That way.
I would love to, because it means so much to me to be able to stand here in solidarity.
It's a huge memorial out here. There's so many flowers. Brasmo said hi. Hi, Brasmo. Good to see you. Okay. How are we doing on time? 3.5 hours into the stream already. Wow, wow, wow. Ugh. How is that possible? All right, let's go here now. Talk about this development happening right before the stream started. And that is the lawsuit that was filed by Minnesota. Twin Cities suing Donald Trump and the Trump administration over the federal invasion of Minnesota.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
We allege that the obvious targeting of Minnesota for our diversity, for our democracy, and our differences of opinion with the federal government is a violation of the Constitution and of federal law. We allege that the surge's reckless impact on our schools, on our local law enforcement, is a violation of the 10th Amendment and the sovereign laws and powers of the Constitution grants to states. We allege that DHS's use of excessive and lethal force, their warrantless, racist arrests, their targeting of our courts, our churches, houses of worship, and schools are a violation of the Administrative Procedures Act on arbitrary and capricious federal actions. And we ask that the courts will end the surge of thousands of DHS agents into Minnesota. We ask the courts to end the DHS unlawful behavior in our state, the intimidation, the threats, the violence. We ask the courts to end the tactics on our places of worship, our schools, our courts, our marketplaces, our hospitals, and even funeral homes. The deployment of thousands of armed, mass DHS agents to Minnesota has done our state serious harm. This is, in essence, a federal invasion of the Twin Cities and Minnesota, and it must stop. DHS agents have sown chaos and terror across the metropolitan area and in cities across the state of Minnesota. Schools have gone onto lockdown. Entire districts have had to cancel school for tens of thousands of students to ensure safety and offer online education because of the students and the parents' fear of coming into the school. Local businesses are struggling. Revenues are down. And some retail stores, daycares, and restaurants have actually closed because people are afraid to go out and to do their shopping, whether they're immigrants or whether they are citizens of many generations. This surge has made us less safe. Thousands of poorly trained, aggressive, and armed agents of the state, of the federal government have rolled into our communities, overwhelmed our local police departments, and law enforcement agencies should be focused on our public safety, but instead, many are dealing with the aftermath of DHS agents' chaos and violence. I want to thank our law enforcement officers for doing a tremendous job under very difficult circumstances. Not the people, but the federal government. Minneapolis police have had to respond to more than 20 ICE-related incidents, like witnesses seeking people being pulled into unmarked vehicles by men en masse, or ICE abandoning vehicles on the street with people detained inside. This is an unlawful commandeering of police resources. In just 2 days, responding to the chaos.
And if you didn't hear about that, we actually talked about this the other day. But apparently ICE has been leaving cars abandoned. Like, they'll rip people out of the cars and then leave cars abandoned in the middle of the fucking street, blocking traffic, forcing police officers to call tow companies to get the cars out of the road. In one instance, there was like a dog. There was a dog just sitting in the car unattended. These guys don't give a fuck. They do not give a fuck about the communities that they are operating in. They are running around lawlessly, endangering the communities.
ICE has cost the city $2 billion in law enforcement and overtime expenses. 2 days. And I wish I could stop there, but I can't, because these poorly trained, aggressive, and armed agents of the federal state have terrorized Minnesota with widespread unlawful conduct. They're making unconstitutional arrests and using excessive force. DHS agents have barged into restaurants asking to access secure areas. And when asked to present a warrant, which is required by law, they respond, "We don't need one." DHS agents have arrested peaceful bystanders. They have fired chemical irritants at people obeying lawful orders while exercising their First Amendment rights. They have even done so at some of our most sensitive places, like Roosevelt High School here in Minneapolis. They have detained law-abiding citizens, leaving them handcuffed for hours, just because of the color of their skin, or what they're wearing, or they speak English with an accent. And on January 7th, 2026, a DHS agent shot and killed Renee Nicole Good, leaving her children without a mother and her 6-year-old son without either parent. This has to stop. So let's be clear. It never should have started. These agents have no good reason to be here. Minnesota's non-citizen immigrant population is just 1.5%, which is half the national average. Our state's percentage is lower than Utah, Texas, and Florida's, but none of those states have thousands of federal agents swarming their streets or harming their people. The administration says that they're focused on finding criminals. Worst of the worst, they say. But many of the people the DHS is arresting in Minnesota have no criminal history. That fits a pattern. In 2025, 93% of the people arrested by ICE had no violent criminal history, 65% had no criminal convictions at all, and randomly stopping people in the street because their skin color isn't the one that they expect or want isn't doing a thing to help public safety.
And you've been listening to authorities in Minnesota launching a lawsuit.
Well, there you go. All right. Yes, indeed. Authorities in Minnesota launching a lawsuit against the Trump administration for their illegal use of immigration enforcement. Using them as an invading force. Honestly, not just in the state of Minnesota, but they're the ones who are suing right now. I feel like other states should join in, make it a, class action lawsuit. The whole country is being invaded by an unwanted, militarized police force. Police force with no jurisdiction on many of the laws they're trying to carry enforcement out on, like traffic law and being annoyed. Actually, I don't think being annoyed is actually, I think being annoyed is sort of a personal problem. But yeah. Hopefully that lawsuit will stick. However, I think it will wind up at some point, I think, in the Supreme Court, knowing the Trump administration. That would be my guess. Now, just a reminder to everybody, we've got 69 likes on the horizontal chat. 69 likes on the horizontal chat. That's a lot of likes. All right, let me know when we hit 69,420. But what I did actually want to remind everybody about is the fact that we are running out of time on the galactic content goal, 54 minutes and 57 seconds to be exact. We do have a lot of great ways, of course, for you to contribute to the galactic content goal. You could be...
Omegastar gifted 10 subscriptions to the community.
You could be like Omegastar. You could donate over on Twitch. 10 gifted subs, Omegastar? Oh my god. Wow, 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 wow. 10 sweet galactic subs gifted by Omegastar over on Twitch. Holy shnikes. That's a lot of subs. That's that almost gets us all the way done with the goal. Who got them? JD Pandan. Nope. Super Sorceress. Earth Gang. Eric McKetton. Aussie. Opal Miner. Grumbleworks. Brutus Blaze. Hardcore's Language. And D-Mac Marie. Uh-oh, Hype Train incoming. One more dono. Bun Nope, welcome to the Galactic Stream Nation. Thank you for the follow. You just got gifted a sub by Omegastar. Glitch Master, subscribing with Prime.
Follow the rich white man.
Follow the rich white man, indeed. We just need one more dono of any size. Bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs. That's all we would need to start a goddamn hype train over there on Twitch. And really, practically any donation of any size will probably... I'm trying to do the math now. We're almost completed on the galactic content goal now. How many donos do we have on YouTube? It was just the one, right? I think it was just the one... dono. I think it was one super chat. And a bunch of people using their membership messages over there. But we are super close. Super close, everyone. All right. Let's get back to the content here. We still got 2.5 minutes to get a hype train going. Anybody but Omegastar or Glitchmaster could get that hype train started. So I think it's got to be somebody other than... Yeah, right, okay. Let's go here now to KTLA 5. Oh, this is a very sad story. Actually, you know what? No, you know what? Hold on. I'm going to do this in a different order. Let me go... Let's go to this. We'll go to that one after this. Orb Rumor with a tiny dono over on YouTube. Every dono counts, Orb Rumor. Thank you, pal. Much appreciated. So half a chat. I think one more half chat will do it. I'm going to call it there. One more half chat. Because so we got the Prime sub as well on Twitch. And I think somebody gifted 100 biddies earlier, too. Who was that? Right? Somebody did it. Maiko Taiko did. Maiko Taiko donated on Twitchy. Parker's Language donating biddies one at a time over here. Somehow that's not starting a hype train. Apparently not enough for the hype train. I don't know what it takes. I don't know what it's going to take. But apparently one bit at a time, not enough for Twitch to start a hype train. Not hype enough. Oh, it's incredibly rude. All right, PBS NewsHour. Let's talk about the extremist messaging campaign coming out of the Trump administration.
Just weeks into the new year, the Trump administration has surged ICE agents to American cities, overthrown a foreign head of state, threatened a military takeover of Greenland, and rewritten the history of January 6th. As Liz Landers reports, the administration has rolled out a campaign across departments that draws on images and ideas borrowed from right-wing and white nationalist circles.
From the U.S. Department of Labor, a message. One homeland, one people, one heritage. Remember who you are, American. It's a video that appears to be part of a campaign now ramping up to sell the administration's efforts to the American people. For example, calling on potential ICE recruits to, quote, defend the homeland from outsiders while featuring heroic images of white men, often from a bygone era. Then there's this tweet from Friday, an ICE recruitment ad featuring the turn of phrase, "We'll have our home again," plastered over an image of a man on horseback and a stealth bomber flying in the distance. That's a reference to the song "We'll Have Our Home Again," a white supremacist anthem favored by the Proud Boys.
Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home.
Another image tells supporters to, quote, trust the plan, the slogan of the right-wing conspiracy theory known as...
My God, that is one of the worst melodies I could come up with. These guys must be like tone deaf or something.
Image tells supporters to, quote, trust the plan, the slogan of the right-wing conspiracy theory known as QAnon, which posits there's a global cabal of pedophiles and deep state actors trafficking children, and that Trump is fighting it. It's also a movement heavily involved in the insurrection on January 6, 2021. Last week, the Trump administration published a new website rewriting that history to blame Democrats for security failures that day and to justify the president's pardoning of more than 1,500 defendants. Weighing in on another era, last week President Trump also sat for a lengthy interview with the New York Times. He was asked about the civil rights movement and told reporters that while the landmark legislation did some good things, he said, quote, it also hurt a lot of people that deserve to go to a college or deserve to get a job were unable to...
just cheered 100 bits. WWG Wonga.
Really, Omegastar? My God. Thank you. Thank you for the bits, Omega. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Incredibly generous. By the way, I'm sorry. I was actually pausing this as you sent that message. Donald Trump saying that the Civil Rights Act hurt a lot of people is like, who did that hurt exactly? Who did the Civil Rights Act hurt? White men, white landowning men, or something? Really hurt a lot of good people. A lot of good people hurt by the Civil Rights Act, specifically white men, who lost a lot of power on that day. A lot of unjustified, systematic power.
Reporters that while the landmark legislation did some good things, he said, quote, it also hurt a lot of people that deserve to go to a college or deserve to get a job were unable to get a job. So it was a reverse discrimination. A day later,
it's like a reverse
Trump supporter
discrimination.
And billionaire Elon.
It's like a reverse discrimination. Reverse discrimination sounds like a good thing, actually. Like the opposite of discrimination is inclusivity, right? It's like a reverse. It was like an inclusion. It's very nasty. It's like an inclusion of people who did not deserve to be included. Non-white, non-men. People. Diverse people included.
Wrote
very
100
nasty.
above this message on X, which read in part, quote, if white men become a minority, we will be slaughtered. White solidarity is the only way to survive. That's known as the Great Replacement Theory, popular in white nationalist circles that falsely claims the white population is being intentionally replaced by non-whites. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Liz Landers.
For more context on what some of these images and posts mean and why the Trump administration is using them, we turn now to Cynthia Miller-Idris, director of the Polarization and Extremism Research Innovation Lab at American University. Welcome back. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So we've seen some of these messages before, but this ramping up of their delivery and from multiple official administration accounts, what does all of that signal to you at this point, nearly 1 year into this administration?
Yeah, it does feel like a turning point in the propaganda campaign, if you will, in the shift to try to change people's minds about what's happening. I think they feel we're at a moment when ICE has a 57% disapproval rating, I heard today, where it's the second least liked federal agency. Only after the IRS. And so, you know, we have a moment when the American public is seeing what's happening, are watching abuses, are watching cell phone video, especially the recent murder of a protester. That, I think, is why we're seeing this kind of campaign to try to position what ICE is doing as in the public interest, as safety, and of course with a lot of dog whistles, or sometimes not even dog whistles, making racist and conspiratorial claims about what would happen if they don't do it.
Let's take just a closer look at some of the examples that Liz was just citing there, because some people will look at this and say, I don't see anything wrong with this. There's the painting, for example, this 1870s painting called American Progress, was posted by Homeland Security. It features a sort of manifest destiny tableau. It talks about a heritage worth protecting. Why is that significant? Why this reliance on this sort of old imagery and this messaging, this language?
Yeah, so, well, propaganda messaging relies on people's memories of other images that they might associate with positive things even. So we'll see even terrorist groups use things like civil rights iconographic messaging or women's rights iconography to sort of position themselves as a liberating force from oppressors. We see in that particular image not just a woman flying over, a white woman carrying a textbook, right? A really interesting part that is known as a kind of education is going to lead the way. We're going to claim and you know what we can about knowledge and make.
We're gonna civilize the savage world with Western ideas. Now, of course, all of those civilizers can't read anymore because we've completely dismantled the education system in this country. But thankfully, even though they can't read, they can still interpret images, right? Like picture books. Picture books still gonna stay around. And hey, if you want to send a message to a pig near you, maybe you're working at a local coffee shop, perhaps, making coffee for the weak and weary. Well, maybe that's your time to get creative.
The Los Angeles
Just an
County
idea.
Sheriff's Department is speaking out after a Starbucks barista served one of its deputies a cup of coffee with a hand-drawn image of a pig on it. The incident happened Friday at a Starbucks in Norwalk in the middle of the deputy's 16-hour shift. He says he found the hand-drawn pig, quote, discouraging.
Oh, no. Oh. Oh, it was discouraging. Gosh darn it. That is so sad. Oh, God. He's a snowflake. He's just a little snowflake. Little snowflake melting in the warm winter breeze over here. Oh, it's a picture of a pig, and I saw it, and I cried, and I went home, I posted it on Instagram. I told my wife I can't do it anymore. I'm gonna put this on social media. It's big. I can't. My weak, fragile ego can't handle this image. All right. I think I'm going to skip this next video. I think this is probably better for another day. I got a fuck ton of videos tonight. I got so much stuff to get through. Although I'm making decent progress. Let me see, how far have we got so far? Let me see, 20, 40. We're only 1/3 of the way through. That's not good. That's not good. What are you talking about? It's stupid. Yeah, I'm moving very slowly. All right, gotta keep this moving. Let's go to New York. Go from talking pigs to talking horses. And one horse down in Central Park caught a glimpse of freedom. Decided to run for the opening. Ahem. Eyewitness News, ABC 7, 10 hours ago. There we go. So that is an unmanned carriage cart. What do we call them? Yeah. One of the Central Park carriages. Well, went down for just a tour of a completely unmanned tour. Freedom for one horse. All right, let's go from horse freedom to man freedom. Yes, indeed. Freedom for all New Yorkers, in fact. a better life, a better 2026, perhaps. And at the very bare minimum, a freedom to pee. That's right, Zoran Mamdani and crew making an announcement here.
Everyone set? Want to make sure. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Too many of our fellow New Yorkers feel a desperation too often in their lives. To my critics who say that the only time I stop speaking about the affordability crisis is to pivot to the cost of living crisis, for once I am not speaking about what New Yorkers feel when they cannot afford to buy groceries or pay for the public transit that carries them across the city. I speak instead of a desperation that nearly every New Yorker holds, or instead struggles to hold. It is a feeling that we all know too well. You're out in the city, the sun is out, maybe you're running an errand, spending a weekend afternoon with friends, or just going for a walk. And then suddenly you feel it. You have to go to the bathroom. In a city that has everything, the one thing that is often impossible to find is a public bathroom. In the greatest city in the world, you should not have to spend $9 to buy a coffee just to be able to find a little relief. And I've spoken about my desire to make our city more affordable so that dignity no longer feels so remote and inaccessible to New Yorkers. I seek to improve our public infrastructure with a similar goal so that people can feel free to travel throughout and live within this city safely, joyfully, and without anxiety no matter how much money they earn. And since I took office, we have already achieved significant progress in that purpose. We fixed the Williamsburg Bridge bump that has been the cause of so many bicycle mishaps. We pledged to complete the McGinnis Boulevard redesign in the complete fashion that was initially promised, improving the lives of countless Greenpointers. And today, we are making another great stride in the enduring work of improving our public realm. I'm so proud to be here in West Harlem alongside Speaker Menon, Councilmember Abreu, Assemblymember Jordan Wright, as we announce this new pilot program to majorly scale up the number of public restrooms in our city. We are announcing the launch of a new program to expand access to public bathrooms across the 5 boroughs, committing $4 million to a request for proposals for high-quality, modular public restrooms. Right now, there are nearly 1,000 public restrooms in New York City. That is one public bathroom for 8,500 residents. Why aren't there more restrooms in our city? Well, there's a lot of infrastructure underneath our feet. And
Oh my god, that number is so insane. One restroom for every 8,500 people. That is woefully inadequate. It's disturbing.
Toilets
to think
mean
about.
finding places to go. Installing them means finding sewer lines and water hookups. This pilot, however, will allow us to install public bathrooms even where we cannot drill into the bowels of the city. We are also here today to celebrate more immediate public relief. I stand here alongside Speaker Menon as we take the final steps to install an automatic public toilet right here on this very site. I'm delighted to be here to sign a public letter of support for this project, and I hope it will be the first of many. This is not just an announcement, because today, my friends, we are actually doing our civic duty. I think of the New Yorkers for whom this will make a meaningful difference in their lives. I think of the deliveristas who work across the city without having an office to go back to. I think about the parents whose child is on the verge of having an immediate emergency, and they are frantically looking for anywhere that they can go. I think about New Yorkers for whom This is just something that they feel in the moment that they're crossing 125th Street and 12th Avenue. And I want to say thank you to everyone, our speaker, council member, assembly member, our DOT commissioner, the public servants who are all here with us today, and the people of the city who have worked tirelessly to get to this point. And I also include within that council member Sandy Nurse, for whom the issue of public bathrooms has long been a focus.
Okay, well, there you go. A public service announcement for everybody in New York. Zohran Mamdani. Mobilizing public funds to solve the serious bathroom deficiency in the city. Speaking from West Harlem, I think by the water. I think I know where that is. All right, let's go now to another thing happening in New York. Another public project, if you will. This one, though, not started by Zoran or the government.
Well, it is the newest fad in Manhattan, duck hunting. Sort of. Kids are on the hunt for tiny plastic ducks hiding in so-called duck libraries throughout the city. An anonymous person started the trend, and then a dog walker continued their mission to spread joy through a take a duck, leave a duck policy. Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson spoke to some New Yorkers who are getting in on the fun.
Think of JJ Cirillo as the keeper of the ducks.
I'm here to give them ducks because I'm the duck librarian.
A very prominent position overseeing and restocking these metal boxes. Meet Joe from Brooklyn. Open it.
You want me to open this? Something gonna jump out at me?
No!
You just heard the phrase, the term duck librarian, everybody. There's a term for 2026, duck librarian. Write that one down for later.
Inside, you'll find a load of ducks. Take one.
You want me to take one of these?
Yes.
Really? Oh,
Yes.
thanks.
See?
Wow, that's pretty nice. That is genius.
JJ
Give a
tells
duck,
me
take
this
a
all
duck.
started when she crossed paths with a stranger.
I saw him once place an object on one of the railings, and I looked to see what it was, and it was a duck.
She asked the mystery man if she could do the same. He approved. Then this appeared. The still anonymous giver was added again. Put up the very first library. JJ spotted a group of kids run up to the box mounted on a pole in Chelsea.
And there was just a whole crowd of kids around it, and it just made my day. Like the joy that it brought me was bringing them.
It's now a movement captured on JJ's Instagram page, Chelsea Duck Mags. She added this library on Seaman Avenue in Inwood, where we left an Eyewitness News duck, and another inside the library in Chelsea.
I want that duck, I'm not gonna lie. I really want that ABC News duck. Somebody go get me that duck. Oh, God. There you go, people. Duck libraries popping up all over the city. Quack, quack. Yeah, where is Quaximus? Where is Donald Duck? Not in the chat, I know that much. Missing more duck-related stories once again. Stories that I put in here thinking, oh, Duck would like this one. And then, whoosh, no Duck. And then no Duck. That's fine. That's fine. I'm fine with that. I can live with that. All right. Let's go from duck libraries to moms in politics.
You know, yesterday I was in Manhattan, took a taxi, I got in, and the guy
I said, are you voting for the New York elections? He said, yes, I am. And I said, who are you voting for? And without turning back and looking at my button, he said, I'm voting for Zoran. So then I said, anybody who's voting for Zoran, I tell them a secret. I am his mother.
You were really good at this.
I'm good at it, yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna melt down the people.
I don't know what to say.
Hello, namaskar, how are you? Come to talk to you about Zoran Mamdani, the first Muslim progressive mayor.
We like this though.
Yeah,
Younger.
I think younger and progressive and thinking of the working class people rather than the billionaires. Oh my God.
Islam cook-up.
It's like a biryani kind of. So I'll tell you a secret. Zoran is my son.
Really?
Yeah. So if you go and vote for him, you'll have 5 more blessings.
Yeah, that's a yes. Huh? That's a yes, right?
That's a yes, baby. Everyone is important. People like us, they have never been asked for their opinion. They have never been asked for their voices. They have never even looked at these neighborhoods for even to talk to, you know? You've just cost me 2 votes, guys. Okay, after this, we'll have a cup of tea.
She is funny. She is funny. Quick wit. I see where Zoran gets some of it from. You just cost me 2 votes, guys. Come on. Come on. Come on.
He's always worked with people for their welfare. Like Zoran says, politics is more about listening than it is about speaking. Zoran listens beautifully to what the world needs, what people need, what this city needs. What he has ignited in terms of a people's movement is extraordinary because we owe the people to give them the dignity they deserve and we all deserve. I'm seeing some voters. No, are you ready to vote? Mayor election में vote दे रहे हैं आप? देंगे?
Yeah, there you go. Zoran's mama. Out there. She is apparently, according to Zoran, that was posted to his channel, his #1 canvasser. Now, of course, he's probably got to say that since it's his mom. So who? I don't know if you can take him. I don't know if you can take him at face value on that. It is his mom. He's probably obligated to say she's his #1 canvasser, even if she isn't. So who's to say? Although she did seem to be doing a very good job. I will say that much. Now, Zoran Mamdani moved into Gracie Mansion with his wife
the mayor by
earlier
a powerful
today.
pitch. Too many New Yorkers can't afford the cost of living here. Mayor Mamdani has lived a rather low-cost adult life himself. For the last 6 years, he's had a 1-bedroom, rent-stabilized apartment. But now he's going to get paid about $260,000 a year and won't pay a dime for what's behind him right there. 11,000 square foot Gracie Mansion, the official home of a mayor of New York. His house may change, but the mayor insists he will not. The mansion he will call the People's House. With the latest, here's NJ Burkett.
Mayor Mamdani and his wife Rama stood on the porch of their new home, overwhelmed perhaps by the moment.
On behalf of the First Lady and I, welcome to Gracie Mansion.
The mayor sounded both confident and awestruck, speaking both to reporters and maybe to himself.
While I may be changing where I rest my head at the end of every evening, I will not be changing anything about how I interact with the incredible New Yorkers who call this city home. I will remain in the streets surrounded by the people I have the great privilege of serving. I will continue to take the subway, ride the bus, get on a city bike, and I will never close my ears to the concerns and the opinions of New Yorkers.
Gracie Mansion is on the city's Upper East Side. Fiorello LaGuardia first moved in 1942, and at one time or another, every mayor since then has lived here at least part-time. Both Mayor de Blasio and Mayor Adams lived here full-time, and only Michael Bloomberg chose to live in his townhouse while using the mansion as an event space.
Yeah, of course Michael Bloomberg only used it as an event space. Because Michael Bloomberg is a goddamn billionaire. Gracie Mansion, 10,000 square feet, is somehow a step down from from fucking Michael Bloomberg's place.
Follow the rich white man.
Donnie is leaving behind his 800-square-foot rent-stabilized apartment in Astoria, Queens, where he lived as an assemblyman for $2,300 a month.
Today is moving day. So tonight will be the first night that I sleep in Gracie Mansion.
Gracie Mansion was built in 1799, and ghost sightings are part of Gracie's legend. Mayor Mamdani says he's heard the tales, but has yet to see a ghost.
A lot of people keep talking about the ghost. I haven't yet met the ghost or heard from the ghost.
Mark and Ilsa Lowe are among his new neighbors.
I wish him well. I do. Because if he succeeds, we all succeed.
When he's talking about change, the things that I hear, I agree with.
The decision to live here couldn't have been much of a choice for Mayor Mamdani. Gracie Mansion is 10 times the size of his apartment in Queens, with a really nice view of Astoria from across the river. On the Upper East Side, and Jay Burkett, Channel 7.
Well, there we go. From Queens to the Upper East Side, Mamdani moved in at Gracie Mansion. It is official. As official as it could be, it seems. Mamdani's moved in, the transition team is taking their roles, and they're getting a banner start to everything, it seems. All right, let's move from local government to national government. Number of interesting developments in Congress recently. Here's PBS NewsHour to talk about some of them. Oh God, what happened? We have no sound. That's not what we want. Here we go.
I made a huge
Bill today, 3 major votes testing Trump's policies and U.S. policy on big issues, including military action in Venezuela and the expired Affordable Care Act subsidies. Congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins has been covering it all from chamber to chamber at the Capitol, where she joins me now. So, Lisa, let's begin in the Senate, where we saw a rare rebuke there of the president on the issue of Venezuela. What happened?
Right. The Senate voted today to advance a bill that would essentially say the U.S. can no longer add any military troops in or around Venezuela. It would essentially ban much of what the president has said he would be doing. According to the supporters of it, it would mean no blockade, none of that. This was a vote to advance that idea into next week. And in the end, it was a dramatic vote. We didn't know if it had the votes to pass going into the chamber. It did pass thanks to 5 Republicans in the Senate who sided with Democrats. You can take a look at who those 5 Republicans are. 2 of them unexpected. Senators Josh Hawley and Todd Young. They were someone who had criticized the president on this, but we weren't sure if they were actually going to vote against him. In the end, they did. So as I say, this was procedural, but it's important because it means next week there will be a full debate on the military action in Venezuela, and there will be a vote on this bill. It is expected to pass. Now, it has a steep uphill.
Yeah, that's certainly that's big news right there. Now, of course, this is just this would be just the preliminary phases of doing anything to stop the military deployment in Venezuela, and wouldn't necessarily it would require actual this is just the debate, right? Like, this is just advancing a debate, and won't actually prevent Trump from doing anything at all. You're still going to have to vote on it, from my understanding.
Authorization,
at least they're debating it.
Full scale, without congressional authorization, short of a full
Sorry, hold on. I'm just going to skip ahead. There's multiple pieces of legislation I just want us to get into here.
Turn now to the House, where lawmakers passed a 3-year extension to those Affordable Care Act subsidies. That is despite opposition from Republican leadership. How did that pass, and how likely is it to actually become law?
That's right. It's strange. Another loss for House Republican leaders on the same day in the other chamber. This was brought to the floor by the rarest of means, a discharge petition, a literal petition, which is a work around the House leadership brought by moderate Republicans. And today it passed because 17 Republicans signed on to this 3-year extension. None of them think it's the perfect way to extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies, but what this vote today shows is so many of them are worried about the health care issue in November, worried about what the expiration of these subsidies mean for their constituents, that they were willing to push this. Now, it was a bit of an easier vote because no one thinks this 3-year extension will actually go anywhere.
Yeah. And for good reason. Even if it passes the Senate, were it to go to a vote in the Senate and somehow pass, even then, somehow, that might not be enough. You might be asking yourself, how's that possible? Congress makes it a law. What could possibly stop it? Well, of course, the executive, co-equal branch of government, the White House. Might have something to say about it. By the way, is it just me, or does Caroline look at Donald Trump like her father or something? Like, she has some weird reverence for him that, like, borders on some sort of, like Oedipian, like, complex or something. Like, she's got, like, some genuine, like, psychosexual, like weird, like, daddy issues thing going on here. I know, like, her husband's like 65 years old or something, so Trump's not that far away from what she's used to at home. But, like, you see the way she looks? She looks at him, this is like with genuine love.
Mr. President, the House passed a 3-year extension of the ACA. It's in the Senate. If it passed the Senate, would you veto it or allow it to?
I might, yeah.
Sir, do you have any information about the suspicious object that was found at Palm Beach International Airport before takeoff?
I know nothing about it.
Okay, and back on Iran, the Ayatollah said that he thinks that the protesters are trying to, quote, please you. Do you see it that way? What's your message to the Iranian people
I
right
don't
now?
know that they're trying to please me. They named a boulevard after me, but that's pretty pleasing. But I don't think they're trying to please. I think they just want peace. They want to have freedom. The protesters are after freedom. Iran has not allowed freedom for a long time. And the protesters, I don't think they're trying to appease me. They're trying to get...
Okay. So he switched the topics there pretty quickly. But Donald Trump suggesting that he would veto a healthcare bill. It was a healthcare subsidies bill passed by Congress, which would be, I think, the death knell, like the last nail in the coffin for Trump's administration. Like if he vetoes that, he will be the only one to be blamed for it, and he will not be able to live it down. Like the Trump, like if he thinks the numbers are bad now, he thinks the ratings are bad right now. Oh, believe me, he ain't seen nothing yet. Because if he's the only one that can be blamed for people's healthcare costs going up 200-300%, you're going to have MAGA rats jumping off of the ship faster than you can say Jan 6th. Let's keep talking about affordability. The concept Donald Trump has only recently become familiarized with.
Donald
apparently.
Trump says something, and this is, I guess, from a couple of weeks ago.
He's talking about housing because right now it's absolutely
out of control expensive.
I'm talking about housing, but I'm actually talking about one of the fundamental contradictions of capitalism.
But this, honestly, this is, he actually makes a very interesting point here that they've obviously discussed in the White House. It has always been a general proposition that incumbents want asset values to remain high. Specifically, I mean, we're talking about housing, because it is the number one driver of intergenerational wealth in this country. Housing has been. Housing inflation has been insane over the course of the past 20, 25 years. Just outpaced all wage gains, et cetera, et cetera. I found it. Thank you. But thank you. It has outpaced all of these things. And the dilemma for an incumbent is that you want people to have accruing wealth, but the problem is you're also shutting out certain people. And here Trump seems to stumble on this. Now, these doctors, I think, are probably ready to whisk him away and give him another injection of whatever he needs.
It's like Clockwork Orange or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Just say rising tides lift all boats, Trump.
On housing, you talked in your address last night about housing. Yeah. Are you still considering a national emergency over housing?
I'm looking at it.
What would that mobilize?
You know, there's two thoughts on housing. You have a lot of people have housing that because we have...
Pause it. Just notice how desperately he's covering up that mark on his hand, particularly all those doctors there who would know what that is. Go back. He really,
Oh, it's super glue.
He looks. Yeah, I was gonna say he looks like a
First
kid.
thing, I gotta take my hand
playing
up
with super glue.
Yep. Go ahead.
Still considering a national emergency over housing?
I'm looking at it.
What would that mobilize?
You know, there's two thoughts on housing. You have a lot of people have housing that because we have such a strong time and such a strong market, their houses are very valuable. It's a big part of their net worth, their house. I don't want to knock those numbers down because I want them to continue to have a big value for their house. At the same time, I want to make it possible for young people out there and other people to buy a...
It's a real paradoxical scenario, isn't it? Oh, it's a very contradictory dichotomy here. Oh, God. Look. People's houses, they're worth beautiful amounts of money. More than a lot of people are saying ever before. And yet, they want people to be able to afford those houses. It's complicated. How do we get people to be able to afford houses that cost more than ever before? And it's a tough one. It's tough. We're going to solve it day one. Next year. 2029.
In a way, they're at conflict. In other words, you create a lot of housing all of a sudden, and it drives the housing prices down. So I want to take care of the people that have houses that have a value to the house that they never thought possible, that have sort of made them wealthy and happy, and especially in their later years. Got to be careful with that. I want to keep them up. At the same time, I want to make it possible for people to go buy houses. Daniel, please.
Fucking idiot.
I mean, that actually is a dilemma for.
Yeah, I know it's absolutely a dilemma, but the fact is, he does not know. He's saying words that happen like a broken clock is right, twice a day type of thing. But he can't find a solution to it. He's just managed to accidentally stumble onto an actual problem. He just got lucky. He stumbled onto an actual issue here. He's like, a real problem. Some people are counting on their homes for generational wealth. Other people, they don't even have a home. They're living on the streets and they can't afford a home. It's nasty. It's like, you want everybody to be happy, but it's like, how do you make both people happy? It's almost impossible. How do you do it? There's no way to say, no way to know.
A politician in that respect.
I mean, this is Marx Capital Volume 1, exchange value versus use value. There's two thoughts on housing. One is the exchange value of it, and one is the use value of it.
Yeah, exactly. The Marxist thinking on this situation is that you have capitalists hoarding the available supply of housing for the potential future return. But like, I mean, the fact is we all know what side Donald Trump airs on with all of this, right? Like, we inherently, I think, all know, whether or not we're cognizant of it, right? Donald Trump is, of course, always going to err on the side of the landowner, the property owner. Why? He himself comes from property owning wealth, like severely wealthy property owners. Right, like the only reason Donald Trump has any money and isn't like broke living on the street himself is because he was born into unfathomable land holdings. Right, like he owns land all over the country, and he is always going to err on the side of landowners. Right, building owners, how property owners are going to be Donald Trump's, the apple in Donald Trump's eye over homeless people. He's always going to worry more about them, especially because homeless people can't contribute to his campaign funding, his PACs or buy his merch. So,
people depending on that exchange value of being able to sell it for a giant price.
Exactly. And for the incumbents, and the incumbents in this instance can mean either the political class or the people who own the homes and have banked upon them as an investment as opposed to as a place to just sort of live.
Or private equity too, and all of the homes that they've purchased.
Private equity has buy the homes as an investment.
Exactly. I just mean it's not just boomer.
No, it's not just individuals, but there's a whole. There's a lot of people who buy homes with the idea of like, okay, I'm going to stretch things a little bit because I know this is going to increase in value, and I'm going to be able to flip it in 10 years, and I'm going to move and blah blah blah. And there's other people who are like, I'm going to live here for the rest of my life until I die. And so, I don't really care what the value of it is, on the marketplace, because I'm never going to put it on the market.
What's amazing, though, is that this is almost like approaching what Kamala Harris and the abundancy platform of her 2024 campaign tried to do, which was that she wanted to give out basically a lump sum payment for first-time home buyers, which wouldn't affect really overall the price of existing housing. It would elevate it. It would subsidize it. And so we didn't love that policy. We love that she was talking about housing, but we didn't like it. And this is what the abundance guys are a little bit more about, where they still want to keep it within the sphere of the private market with less of a public hand in it, with less of a take on corporate power. And eventually it's just not going to work. It's going to be like, we've seen this within the context of healthcare. Government subsidies can maybe create a Band-Aid for a little while, but the systemic problems of the financialization of the essentials of life needs to be addressed. And he'll never address it, but look how close that is to what she was talking about and what the abundance guys are talking about.
That's why he had that 50-year mortgage idea was floated around, because it doesn't affect the cost of the homes. In fact, it probably it actually increases the price of the homes because your monthly payment is lower, but you're indentured. You're basically locked into that for an extended period of time. 50 years is a very, very long time. I mean, 30 years is a very long time.
Till you die. Considering when people buy homes and when people die in this country, it would be till you die. 50-year loan, people buying homes into their late 30s now, first homes. I mean, 50 years on 40, that's 90. You're going to be 88 years old or something like that when you're done paying it off, if you just go according to the amortization schedule. I mean, how many people are, I mean, we're all planning to live past 90, but it turns out, statistically speaking, most of us do not live past 90.
I'm staying in the race.
The unhoused don't buy golden sneakers. It's true, look, Bovine. It's incredibly rude.
How rude.
How dare the unhoused not buy the golden sneaks of the president? He needs that money. I'm realizing we're only 9 followers away from 1,000 followers on Twitch. We've made huge leaps and bounds. I did not think that we'd have 1,000 followers here in January 2026. We stopped streaming to Twitch last summer and only went back to it after we lost the YouTube channel in September of last year. While we're talking affordability, we should probably talk about the jobs market. And things are not good, as it turns out. Latest numbers coming in last week. Friday jobs numbers were very bad.
All right, breaking just...
Yeah, new jobs numbers came in. Job numbers revisions came in for October and November. The December numbers came in very weak, painting a picture in 2025 of a very weak job market, one of the weakest job markets in the 21st century, as it turns out.
All right, breaking just a few minutes ago, brand new data on jobs. The economy added just 50,000 jobs in December. You can see that right there. And jobs growth was revised lower in both October and November. You can see what a bad month October was right there. 2025, now the weakest year of jobs growth since the pandemic. Now, on the other hand, the unemployment rate dipped to 4.4% in December. A lot more on this coming up.
Look at that huge dip. Look at that huge dip. Look at that huge dip that John's talking about over here. Look at that huge dip right there from here to here. Ooh, wow. Beep, boop, beep, boop, oh, beep, boop, 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 boop. Tiny, he's a huge, look at the gulf. Oh my God. Wow, massive dip. It's almost lower than the month before.
Interesting picture of the economy. People digging into it right now.
The final jobs report for 2025 shows the economy added just 50,000 jobs in December. CNN senior reporter Matt Egan joining us now. Is this what folks were expecting here? Because this is a lot lower than what we have been seeing, I think, even in November.
Yeah, Sarah, look, this is a mixed end to what was a pretty weak year for the job market. I think the good news here is the unemployment rate. It did unexpectedly fall more than...
I disagree with Matt. I disagree vehemently with this take. This is not a rosy picture. The unemployment rate right now is higher than it's been in years, 1. 2, the dip was tiny. 3, the dip happened during the holidays, when it's supposed to be, oh, that's right, a hot jobs market, right? During the holidays, there's supposed to be more jobs because of holiday spending. But that holiday uptick in hiring did not happen, it would seem. Only 50,000 jobs added in December. Employment rate still 4.4%. Higher, once again, than it's been in years. And then you look at this number, Donald Trump took office right here, right? This year's January 2025. But, he wasn't even president until, the 3rd week of January? So, he doesn't really get to take credit for anything here. So these first 3 numbers right here, these were decent, right? 100,000, 120,000, 150,000. And then 10,000, negative 10,000. 60,000, negative 20,000. He's only had one number that's been above 100,000 since April, right? And then the very next, the very next tick in October after the revision is bigger than all of the jobs gained in the last 6 months. Counting April, I think, if I'm doing the math, if you count the negative numbers from August and June, it is a horrific picture of the labor market in the United States. It's bad.
Visions,
Very bad.
Is a pattern that we've seen. So November, you can see it was positive, but it was revised actually a little bit lower. And look how negative October is. So October was revised sharply lower by 68,000. It went from negative 105,000 to a negative 173,000. That's the worst month for the job market since late 2020 during COVID-19. Wow. Yeah, and we just got these numbers.
Omega Star just cheered 100 bits. He took our gerbs.
He took our gerbs, it's true. The gerbs are all gone. We've given them to the AI. Well, it's not just AI, right? Like, it's not just AI. It's the tariff war. It's the massive decrease in tourism as a result of things like the tariff war, but not just exclusively the tariff war. Of course, people in Canada have been completely avoiding the United States. Well, not completely, but drastic reductions from Canada in terms of buying U.S. goods, coming to the United States on vacation or otherwise. There are so many things that are happening in the Trump economy that are causing there to be less spending, less job growth. Honestly, the immigration crackdown that's one of the things going on here as well, right? Immigrants spent money too. Immigrants spend money, whether they're documented or undocumented. They spend money in the U.S. economy, right? And when money gets spent in the economy, you know, in theory, that creates jobs. All of a sudden, you have a whole bunch less spending, and then you have less jobs as a result. It's not rocket science. It's basically just simple arithmetic. Okay, with that donation from Megastar, I think I'm just gonna call it on the galactic content goal. We're close enough, in my opinion, I think. I think we were like a couple bucks off of it, technically, if I'm doing the math right, although I might not be doing the math right. I'm having to deal with both. Platforms simultaneously to try to figure out, and the part of the problem is way that I do it is based upon how much money gets taken out by YouTube and or Twitch, but they have different cuts. YouTube takes 30, Twitch takes different amounts depending on what's donated. But I think we're close enough that I'm just going to call it on the galactic content goal. Alrighty, everybody. Well, there you go. We have done it. Galactic content goal has been completed. It's official. Bask in the glory. The glory brought to you by space fams like you. Without your donations, we would not have done it. But we have, in fact, done it. And that's why your eyes are seeing all of this confetti. That's right, the donations of space fams have cumulatively completed the galactic content goal. Which means that we are now insured to get every single galactic clip that I have prepared for the show tonight. Generally speaking. Show's not going to end suddenly. We're going to get at least 8 hours of content in. It's official, so write that down. Unless I am struck dead, the show will go on. All right, everybody. Confetti party is coming to an end. All right, people, back to the show. Thank you all for your donations. Truly appreciated each and every one of you, no matter the size. It all helped us complete the goal, I know that much. Also, thank you to Dull Surprise for the follow on Twitch. Don't think I didn't see you. All right, now, back to talking about the economy. Moving on from jobs numbers to the Federal Reserve. Monetary policy. But monetary policy is actually not what we're really going to talk about right now so much. It's going to be more about what the Trump administration is doing with regards to the Federal Reserve. And their insane weaponization of the DOJ once again. Now this time against another one of Donald Trump's enemies, of course, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, who Donald Trump has levied all sorts of insults and attacks against in the last year for not lowering interest rates fast enough, even though inflation's incredibly high, and all sorts of other things. And of course, let's not forget that at the end of last year, the Federal Reserve did lower interest rates. Twice. 3 times? Twice or 3 times. At least twice, though. And so, you know, Donald Trump has gotten essentially everything that you could expect, and if not more, from the Federal Reserve, with 2 lowering of the interest rates. But that's not enough for Donald Trump. He still thinks that somehow Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, J-Pow, somehow J-Pow has committed some sort of federal crime.
Illegal.
If you know Jerome Powell, or if you've heard him talk before, you know he's a relatively mild-mannered guy, keeps his head down and does his job. He's now firing back after learning that federal prosecutors have opened an investigation into him over the central bank's renovation of its Washington, D.C. headquarters and whether he allegedly lied to Congress about the scope of that project. Take a listen.
This new threat is not about my testimony last June or about the renovation of the Federal Reserve buildings. It is not about Congress's oversight role. The Fed, through testimony and other public disclosures, made every effort to keep Congress informed about the renovation project. Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president.
Joining us now to discuss is Democratic Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal. She sits on the House Judiciary Committee. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us. I know this is just broken, but I just wanted to get your reaction to this.
Now, before Pramila Jayapal jumps in here, I would just like to point out something that I think is obvious to everyone, but in case it's not, the Federal Reserve is supposed to be a completely independent organization, agency, if you will, institution of government, in at least the sense that they cannot be fired. They cannot be like, they can't just be like fired unilaterally by anyone in government. And they're supposed to make decisions completely independently, once again, from the rest of the government, based upon their own technical expertise in monetary policy. Right? These people are put there for a reason, because they supposedly have expertise in monetary policy. You know, like many of them are former bank, most of them, in fact, almost every single one of Federal Reserve Board governors, members are all former bankers or have economics degrees. These are all supposedly experts. And they like, once they get the job, they're supposed to do that job completely irrelevant of who's in power. Mostly because of the concern regarding having a monetary policy dictated by politics rather than sense. And, you know, math, the numbers, if you will.
It's science.
Reporting that the president or his DOJ is now criminally investigating the Fed chair.
Yes, I mean, that clip that you played was the part that stuck out to me from the Fed chair's statement. He says these are pretexts. What he's really doing is, I am the next person on his political enemies list, and he's going after me because I didn't do what the president wanted. And I think that is incredibly dangerous. And I think what Powell is pointing out is let's see how the bond markets react to this. The Congress specifically gave the Fed chair the authority and the independence to do what the Fed chair felt was best in the interest of the U.S. economy. And clearly, Donald Trump is now.
Yeah, and speaking of the bond market, now, there wasn't a mass sell-off in the bond market, but the bonds did go up. There was selling in the bond market today across the yield curve, as they call it. And the fact is that interest rates continue to go up right now. Even with the Federal Reserve lowering interest rates, we've been talking about this phenomenon recently. But if you don't understand how this works, when we talk about the Federal Reserve lowering interest rates, the only thing that they have control over without monetary manipulation is to lower the rate at which the Federal Reserve loans money to banks and other financial institutions. They do not lower the rates of your loans. They do not lower the rates of U.S. treasuries. The only way for them to do such a thing is through monetary manipulation. Right, quantitative easing. You might be all familiar with this. It's been a while for many, I think, since hearing that word, because it's been a while since we've been living under that policy. But in the wake of the financial crisis, right after the housing market and the stock market imploded, they lowered bond rates artificially by spending trillions of dollars over a period of nearly 10 years. A little bit less. It was like 7 or 8 years, but almost a decade of trillions of dollars being spent to artificially lower bond prices. And that's the only way for them to to force interest rates down. Otherwise, it's up to the market. It's up to people buying and selling bonds on the open market. And right now they are selling them more than they are buying them, mostly, from my estimation, because people are losing faith in the U.S. government. Especially people abroad, but it's not exclusive.
Jerome Powell, because he's not doing what Donald Trump wants him to do.
Congresswoman, let me read for you what Republican Senator Tom Tillis, who is not running, we should note, for re-election, he put out a statement condemning this move on X, saying, quote, if there were any remaining doubt whether advisors within the Trump administration are actively pushing to end the independence of the Federal Reserve, there should now be none. It is now the independence and credibility of the Department of Justice that are in question. I will oppose the confirmation of any nominee for the Fed, including the upcoming Fed chair vacancy, until this legal matter is fully resolved. Do you expect more GOP senators to follow Tillis's lead here, or is he only doing this because he's leaving Congress? I can't say there's been too many profiles of courage on the Republican side.
That's right. But I'm glad he's saying it, and I hope that more do, because, look, this is at the center of every issue that we're talking about with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is using the weight of the federal government to do what Donald Trump wants, not what is in the best interest of the country, not what is in the Constitution, not respecting the separation of powers. And that's what he's doing here. And so Tillis is right. And I sure hope that there are other Republicans in the Senate that say the same thing, and that Republicans in the House and the Senate together try to make it very clear to Donald Trump that there are limits beyond his own morality.
Yeah. And that would be lovely to see. I think you all want to see that. Republicans locating their collective spine and standing up to the president. There's a fascinating and revolutionary and innovative concept from Pramila Jayapal. We're not done talking about this situation with the Federal Reserve quite yet. Let's go here to Forbes breaking news from 9 hours ago next. And read the statement Jerome Powell made about the criminal investigation into the Federal Reserve. Read Jerome Powell's statement about the criminal investigation into the Fed. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell addressed the American people directly in a video message on Sunday night. Following the Department of Justice's investigation into the testimony before Congress last June, a quote-unquote consequence of the central bank setting interest rates based on its own analysis of the economic conditions rather than on President Donald Trump's own timeline. Trump, who originally appointed Powell during his first term, has frequently clashed with the Fed chair during his second term, labeling him too late for failing to cut interest rates at a faster pace. Trump is also fixated on the claim that the Federal Reserve has mismanaged the renovations of the bank's building in Washington, D.C., although Powell has rejected these accusations. An investigation was finally opened in November by Office of Janine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, the New York Times reported. Transcript of what Jerome Powell said on Friday: the Department of Justice served the Federal Reserve with grand jury subpoenas threatening a criminal indictment related to my testimony before the Senate Banking Committee last June. That testimony concerned in part a multi-year project to renovate historic Federal Reserve office buildings. I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in our democracy. No one, certainly not the fair chair of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. This new threat is not about my testimony last June or about the renovation of the Federal Reserve building. It's not about Congress's oversight role. The Fed, through testimony and other public disclosures, made every effort to keep Congress informed about the renovation project. Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rather than following the preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether, instead, monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation. I have served at the Federal Reserve under 4 administrations, Republicans and Democrats alike. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor, focused solely on our mandate of price stability and maximum employment. That is their favorite phrase. Price stability and maximum employment. Whatever that means. What is maximum employment exactly? I mean, I know what they mean by maximum employment. I just think it's a ridiculous term. Because it suggests that right now we're at maximum employment. Like, maximum employment is constantly shifting. It's like this goalpost that's ever shifting. they can't actually clearly define. It's like, it's not a number. It's like, it's just a vibe. It's like, we think this is as good as we can do. We're good here. Like, that's basically what it is. It's like, we think that this is as good as it gets. I mean, you go read the definition of what maximum unemployment is, and tell me that I'm not right about what I just said. That it isn't completely vibes based. All right. Now let's go here to the man with the numbers, the one, the only, the very great, some say the very best, the great Harry Hamden at CNN.
The political earthquake
from 10 hours ago.
Night, with word that the Department of Justice is investigating, has launched a criminal investigation into Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell and the Federal Reserve. They say it's over potential testimony he gave over renovations to the Federal Reserve building. But Powell, in this extraordinary video statement, says it's something about completely different. He says this is about the Fed's independence and the Federal Reserve's ability to raise and lower interest rates independently from political winds. Here with us now is CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton. So Fed Chair Jerome Powell talks about Fed independence, right? How important do the American people think that is?
Very. And I'll just say, to quote the movie Tootsie, this is one nutty hospital, this back and forth. My goodness gracious. They think it's incredibly important that the Fed acts independently of Donald Trump, and they think it's best for the economy. We're talking about more than 2/3 of adults, 68%, 91% of Democrats, 75% of independents, and even 41%, 2/5 of Trump's base thinks it's important that the Fed acts independently of Trump for the best of the economy. So when you get 41% of Republicans and 91% of Democrats agreeing on something with 75% of independents, you know it is a popular...
It's basically as close to unanimous, as close to actual like unanimous consent, like, or whatever you want to call it, like in the country. Like, this is as close to agreement as we get in this country. 91% of Democrats and 75% of independents and 41% of the GOP all agreeing on something. Oh boy.
The bottom line is the American people vigorously disagree with the President of the United States on this. They want a Fed that acts independently of him because they think it's best for the economy.
So the Trump administration very clearly, to an extent, picking a fight with Jerome Powell, a clear political fight, which has been at play for months, and now perhaps a legal fight as well. Who do the American people sort of pick in that fight?
Donald Trump is losing the political fight to Jerome Powell. I mean, you could just see it right here. Net approval rating per Gallup in December. Trump comes in at negative 23 points in the net approval rating. Way underwater. Jerome Powell, not the most popular guy in the world, but at minus 3 points, he's actually the most popular guy that Gallup any of the politicians.
Terrible ratings. Goddamn, Donald Trump is 20 points behind Jerome Powell right now. Jesus Christ. Wow. Never had a chance in this fight, it would seem. And the clear winner is J. Powell. Okay, everybody. I just realized we went straight through the third break of the stream by a half an hour. I got too caught up talking monetary policy over here. Oh boy, yeah, you know how I get. I got on a roll. I got a roll over here. Completely lost track of time. We're 5 hours in. Which means we must take another galactic intermission before continuing on with the rest of the stream. Do not worry, though, of course, we will be right back. after these brief messages. Alright, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe and like buttons on YouTube while you're at it. Do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. You got bits and power-ups and subs and gifted subs, prime subs over on Twitch. You got Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom lines of Amazon and or Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your earned dollars is to go on to Patreon. Become a Galactic patron, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you get access to a cornucopia space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar, one of the break screens, shout out the end of every show. So many things. I'm just going to encourage you all to click the link in my bios on either YouTube and or Twitch to find out what else lies in store for you. Anyway, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. All right, everybody. You know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. So, get those buds back in those seats, otherwise you are going to miss it. Alrighty then, people, we are back. Third break over, fourth half beginning. You better be back in those seats because the show is starting. I'm gonna get back to talking about the economy. Real quick here, to start off the fourth half, and then we're gonna move on to other topics. Still got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here, Space Fams. I am overloaded with clips. It's crazy. It's out of control. 150 freaking clips I put on my list today. I don't know what I was thinking. I haven't even gotten through half of them yet, which is bad. Probably bad. Because that means this thing's probably going to keep going on until the wee hours of the morning. Oh. Man to the pivot. Trying to make sure Leica gets puppy treats over here. Sadly, people on shorts cannot see her. I just think that she takes up too much space on the shorts thing. It's it just takes up too much space. I'm sorry, shorts. If you want to see Leica, you're going to have to watch on the horizontal stream on either YouTube or Twitch. Leica is, of course, our space corgi, who people are feeding over on Twitch. All right, the economy. How's Donald Trump doing? What are the numbers? Tell us. Harry Emden, tell us the numbers.
Is of course a big portion of it, right? It's not just about the cuts, it's also about the economy. And you look at Donald Trump's net approval rating on the economy, he started off at +6 points. You go back a year ago, that was the reason why he won a second term in the White House. Look at this now. He is now 19 points underwater, swimming in the deep blue sea. That is a drop, John, of what, 25 points in just a year's time.
President Trump has made crystal clear that he wants lower interest rates. You know, the Fed Chair, Jerome Powell, is
25% drop, 25-point drop here for Donald Trump in 1 year. He is now very much unpopular in his handling of the economy. People say bad job.
Awful. Weak.
Everyone's saying it. Awful. Weak. Economic Coon trying to feed Leica more treats, so she's not snacking over here. Why aren't you snacking, Leica? Why aren't you snacking? Snack. Get snacking, kiddo. All right. Did we cover Robbie the giraffe? Robbie Road Steamer? Getting arrested? Again? No, we didn't cover that. We're way past immigration talk, so it's going to have to be tomorrow, but I want to look into that. No way. Again? For what? For more Jeffrey Epstein songs?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
All right, now one thing that affects the economy, part of the economy, is auto sales. Auto sales, of course, contribute billions of dollars to the U.S. economy every year. But nobody's buying right now. I don't know. Let's just go here.
According to a report from Kelley Blue Book, the average price for a new vehicle has cracked the $50,000 mark for the first time ever.
I seriously need to know why all these old, faded headlight used cars are like over $9,000.
They are literally building these cars so that you throw them away when they break. Literally, just throw them away when they break. Don't replace it, don't fix it, just throw it away.
What's your car payment and what do you drive?
Just short of $2,700 a month. But every morning I have to decide if I'm going to drive the Tahoe Premier or the M4 Competition X Drive.
It's official. Car dealers are struggling to sell their inventory, and consumers are not putting up with the increased prices. According to this November insight from Cox Automotive, looking at mainstream brands, recent inventory trends reveal that some manufacturers may be edging toward overstock territory as consumer demand shifts. Jeep's situation is even more pronounced, with a 24% jump in day supply and a 13% increase in inventory.
This is why you have an e-bike? Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to afford one right now. In fact, Space Fams can contribute to the crowdfunding of an e-bike over on Throne. I just added one over there a little while ago. One person's already contributed to the crowdfunding, so it's on its way. We're on our way to doing it, people. I mean, we got a long way to go on doing that. But just saying, you know, just alerting people to that fact. But yeah, I mean, times is tough. Get in the car. Just ridiculously expensive, more so than ever before. E-bikes looking like more of a viable option. Although cargo capacity is significantly limited on an e-bike.
Driven by models like the Cherokee, Compass, and Wrangler, putting the brand at a high watermark for 2025 and close to having more vehicles than the market might absorb. And you know what? I'm not surprised to hear that about Jeep. Those vehicles are notoriously unreliable, and there are way better choices in this market, such as Toyotas or Hondas, or those more reliable cars that will go for hundreds of thousands of miles. The bottom line is automakers are walking a fine line, and rising inventories could quickly shift from strategic flexibility to a liability if stock outpaces sales momentum. I'm always asking myself, how are people affording these cars that I'm seeing on the road? I see $50,000, $60,000, $100,000 cars on the road all the time, and I just wonder, how are people affording it? I know a lot of these people are in debt, but in this economy, truly, we can't afford it. We have other things to be worrying about. We have other things to be spending our money on, so it's really no surprise that these car dealers are having trouble selling their vehicles.
Economy tonight and our reporting on the prices you're paying for everything. Tonight here, the cost of a new car. What our reporter discovered on the car lot, the average price of a new vehicle in this country, and what's driving this. Here's Matt Rivers.
Tonight, it's never been more expensive to buy a new car. According to a report from Kelley Blue Book, the average price for a new vehicle has cracked the $50,000 mark for the first time ever.
It's shocking. I think it's obscene.
And that's just what people paid. The average asking price, the MSRP for 2026 models, is even higher, more than $52,000. Talk about sticker shock. The study's authors writing, it was only a matter of time, especially when you consider the best-selling vehicle in America is a pickup truck from Ford that routinely costs north of $65,000. The report says the average price for a new Tesla is $54,138. Tonight, economists say tariffs on autos and key auto parts are a factor. Also factors.
Hold on, I'm making food right now. I'll be right back. I gotta stir something over here in the space kitchen. Burb.
Rush to buy electric vehicles before tax breaks expire in September because of President Trump's big, beautiful bill that eliminates them. And lastly, experts say the families that can afford new cars are often the ones who can afford expensive cars, driving that average cost higher.
Just the fact that sales are being shifted towards more luxury and higher end vehicles is similar to this situation we're seeing just about everywhere in the economy.
And experts say consumers looking to used cars to save money are also out of luck.
When I looked up the cost of a 2021 Nissan Sentra versus a brand new one, the cost difference is roughly $1,000. So what is the better value?
And David, it's really interesting that electric vehicle sales are also driving some of this, driving up the average price of a car. There was a real race to go out and get them before those tax credits expired. Many families rushing out to get theirs.
I'm still in shock that the average cost of a new vehicle is $50,000. That is mind-boggling to me, especially considering the fact that the median salary in the US is $65,000. So you go to work just to pay for the car that you drive to work in, and then you still have to pay repairs, insurance, gas on top of all of that. That $50,000 is just the price.
Exactly. And if you're getting a loan on that, you're paying tens of thousands of dollars more, most likely. So you're working like 2 years just to pay for the car that you're taking to work. It's a terrible system that we're living in right now. That's basically your e-bike on my throne. Oh, the e-bike that I added onto the throne is the one that you have? Nice. Well, hopefully it's a good one. I try to do some research on the things I've, things like that. It looked, according to the specs, it looked decent for what I was able to get sent to my area. Because there are some restrictions, technically, my locality. But yeah, people can contribute to the e-bike fund over there. I think it's like a few bucks at a time. And it's not like I need it immediately. It's a little cold down there on Earth right now.
Of course, they talk about all the bells and whistles, the lift, the hardtop, the rims, the tires, the color, but no mention of the price. And this salesman can't think of one reason why this hasn't sold yet. It always is the price. It's too expensive. You're asking too much money, and nobody can afford it.
This is a 1999 Toyota Corolla. This thing only has 112,000 miles on it. I stopped because I saw it. Because I saw the window sticker right there. I thought that said $595. I thought it was back in the year 2005. This is $5,000. Oh wait, that's $6,000. $6,000. Huh? Why are we charging $6,000? The headliner's falling down. The hood's been repainted. Like, really not good. Got a little rust going on over there. Since when are the $500 cars $6,000? I'm sorry, I was being confused. That was the on-sale price. That's the retail price. This is a 1999 Toyota Corolla.
That is a 26-year-old, 100,000 plus mile vehicle going for $6,000. A Toyota. Not a Ferrari, a Toyota. A used 99 Toyota going for $6,000 in 2026. That's insane. Although technically this video is from 2025. I found this randomly while I was doing research earlier on some stuff. It just got into my search feed or whatever it was. I was like, what is this? What do we have here? Marissa Van, you say? Dealerships drowning in cars that they can't sell, you say? That sounds bad. All right, I'm going to let Marissa wrap this up here. By the way, she's done pretty good research. I found this video quite informative. And it does suggest that the new car market in general is in a state of perilousness right now.
It's the absolute scam these dealerships are. They love to give you the runaround. They want you to go in there so they can manipulate you. It's just such a headache, and I would never want to deal with that.
What's your car payment and what do you drive?
Just short of $2,700 a month. But every morning I have to decide if I'm going to drive the Tahoe Premier or the M4 Competition X Drive.
What's your car payment and what do you drive?
$1,342, and I drive a Silverado 3500 HD.
Got a question for you. What's your car payment and what do you drive?
$700 a month. I drive a Chevy Silverado half-ton 2022 RST with a 3-liter diesel.
What's your car payment and what do you drive?
I drive a 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Black Widow, and my car payment's $610 a month.
What's your car payment and what do you drive?
Oh, God. My car payment's $420 a month, and I drive a 2021 Chevy Bolt.
What's your car payment and what do you drive?
I drive a 2025 Equinox Active, and my car payment is $293 a month.
This first comment is the first thing that ran through my head when I saw this video. All these guys driving trucks to commute to a sales job. It is just comical to me that these people going to a sales job or even a white collar job are driving these giant pickup trucks.
Let me drive this giant pickup truck that gets 4 miles to the gallon so I can get to the dealership where I'm gonna sit behind a desk, drink coffee, and chat with the boys, and do fuck all with that truck. It's gonna sit out there next to all the other trucks that are also eventually going to do absolutely nothing to do with working on a job site, and it makes me feel like a man, knowing that I'm wasting that much gas just to get to my stupid, superfluous, and unnecessary job. But, generally speaking, people do not have the money for buying new cars right now, hitting $50,000 for on average for new cars. It's unaffordable for many. Unless you want to go into massive debt, I guess you could do that. That's fun too. Follow over on Twitch, Jeremy 62570. Thank you. 993. We are 7 followers away from 1,000. We're getting super close over there. Exactly, Mary. It's like a contractor on an e-bike. You know, it would make perfect sense for those guys to ride e-bikes to their job, right? Like they don't need a freaking pickup truck. What? For what? For window signs? For window signs on the latest Camaro? All right. Now, one thing, of course, that has been affecting the U.S. economy has been Donald Trump's war on Canada. Whether it's the tariffs or the 51st state comments, Canadians have not been very happy with America ever since Donald Trump got back into office. Oh, Canada, indeed. And it would seem Canadians, even 1 year into all of this, are still not feeling it.
With a business built on Canada-themed products, Joe Nicoluk is used to ebbs and flows.
Things come and go with different events and military events and sporting events and Canada Day, of course.
But over the past year, the O Canada Gear owner says those cycles have been thrown off.
It's been a big push for pro-Canada. We've had the different referendums going on. So yeah, it's been a big boost for Canada pride.
One of the biggest drivers is U.S. President Donald Trump's comments about Canada. Last winter, Trump started calling Canada the 51st state during early tariff talk. That launched a national push to buy Canadian and drove people looking to rep the maple leaf into Nicoluk's store.
A year ago, it was just crazy when things were going on.
New data from Ipsos shows those shopping trends have changed over the past year.
At first, it was a bit of shock and anger at what had happened in the U.S. and some emotional reaction. And then that developed slowly into more of a pragmatic approach.
Ipsos finds people are now prioritizing cost at the cash register, not where a product is from. But the data shows Canadians are still changing their spending.
And among that subgroup, that is those leisure travelers who are going to travel internationally or within Canada, half of them had replaced a trip to the U.S. with a trip somewhere else.
Different habits showing how Canadians...
Okay. Well, Canada's still upset at the United States, avoiding buying goods from the U.S., avoiding traveling to the U.S. And that, too, is, of course, affecting the United States economy. All right. Not a ton of Canada news for us to talk about today. Let's get to talking about AI, specifically Grok. Grok has been in the spotlight as of late over a recent revelation. A disturbing revelation at that. The revelation that Grok can create AI-generated nude images from any photo. And some of the generated content as a result of this has been incredibly problematic, unwanted. What do you call it? Oh, God, I can't think of the word. Probably because this is just not something I think about that often. I know there's a word for this. Oh, whatever. Let's talk about Grok's disturbing AI nude deepfakes.
When she posted her holiday outfit on X, this young woman did not think that she would end up naked on the internet. For the past few days, users have been asking Grok, X's generative AI chatbot, to undress women and sometimes even minors without their consent.
Illegal.
For Marion, this was a violation of privacy.
It's really upsetting to see this. You wonder, why would anyone do that? When do you decide to do that to people you don't even know on social media? I think there have been about 30 cases. It hurts to see yourself like that. It's not my body, but it looks similar. And then people can reuse the image anywhere. That's the issue.
She reported it to the platform, but some...
Yeah, like you said, it's close enough. I mean, just because it's, not literally a photo, like, that's gotta be incredibly difficult. Like, and just, what's the word? It's just dehumanizing, right? Like, to just, you feel completely out of control. You post a photo online, all of a sudden it just, come on, it's completely fucked up. Doesn't help that she's a minor.
Images of her naked are still online. Instances of free and accessible AI that are stripping women and men of their clothing are on the rise. Here, a user asks the chatbot to put this young woman in a bikini. Victims have been advised to immediately report illegal content on the platform as well as to authorities. For their part, ministers and members of parliament have also reacted.
Outraged by requests made to Grok AI to strip girls and women, while the image is artificial, the harm is very real.
Yes, indeed. Utterly disturbing. All right, that was from last week. More developments on this have come out throughout this recent days. Here's NBC from the weekend.
We've been talking a lot about Elon Musk's AI chatbot Grok and the hot water they've been in over the flood of these non-consensual, sexualized deep fakes that it's been generating. Well, now it looks like X is taking some steps to try to restrict Grok. If you look on X right now, it says you must be a paying customer to get the image generation reply bot. But if you go to Grok's standalone app or website or maybe even like the X tab, it seems like people can still use AI to do the same type of stuff. So joining us now is NBC News tech and cybersecurity reporter Kevin Collier, who has been all over this. Kevin, I did what I do anytime we cover AI. I like turn to the AI that is in question and I ask it some questions. And just a little bit ago, I asked Grok what was different about how it was generating these non-consensual images. And ironically, it cites your report, NBCnews.com, and it's talking about the controversy. It says that it's restricted the capabilities, but it also admitted, yeah, like problematic generations persist, according to Grok. Are they close to fixing it here?
No. Nope, they're not. They're not. They put like a patch in and all this. Well, I mean, the fact is you can't do a real patch with this, with AI. That's part of the problem. That's part of the problem with AI. It's not like regular code. You can't just go in and like patch some shitty code. Or like, like there's a protocol that needs to be changed. Can't do it. In many cases, it's very difficult to do that. You have to go through a whole, like, just a massive undertaking to attempt to change these things, and you still don't even know for sure whether or not it's going to happen. And it's still continued making generating sexualized images after the changes. So not fixed yet. Not fixed yet at all. And people across the ocean in Europe have been rushing to take some sort of action around all of this.
So, simply put, is France going to follow suit and ban Grok?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as it started to really take place in an important manner, I think it was back in December, the government, Minister of Economy and Minister of Digital and Minister of Equality took the matter to the court. So since day one, the government of France has been taking this matter very seriously. Because at first, when you look at those images, maybe you think, oh, it's amusing or something, but it's not. It's outrageous. I mean, you have numbers of victims who are just getting themselves undressed by users using this technology, and this is completely illegal, both for the platform but also for the people using the tools, obviously. In France, and I think it's very important to share, because everyone who has been a victim of this should definitely take it to the court, because in France, if you're a person using this type of technology to undress someone, to produce sexually and diffuse sexually harmful content, you can get up to 3 years of jail. And
here's something I've been thinking about in this, like, because it's not clear where the data is coming from on these training models, right? It's entirely possible that Grok is being trained off of stolen data, like data leaks from, say, like iCloud accounts and stuff like that, right? Like it could technically, technically, some of these things could be trained off of, leaked nude photos of people already, like, existing, right? And could merge, essentially, like, existing nude photos of you, like, somewhere in the deep web or something, with another photo of you somewhere else on social media. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that's happening in this situation. I'm saying it could happen. Because who knows where they're getting this fucking data from? They're just buying it or stealing it. Wherever it exists, they're scraping it.
5,000 euros a fine. So it's very serious. There's no such thing as what you do offline and what you do online. Online is not like a total far west where people are free to do whatever they want. And so we definitely the government is definitely looking at this very seriously.
That threat of prison time and a big fine, though, who is that for? Is it the people generating the content?
Yeah.
Is it Elon Musk responsible for the platform?
The people generating the content, but of course the platform also has a responsibility. That's why the government also has taken the matter to the court regarding to the platform, because we have very well-defined rules on what are the responsibility of a platform and AI generating tools on harming people.
Yes, indeed. It is quite disturbing. Mecha Hitler now making CSAM for the most disturbing corners of the internet. The United Kingdom has decided to criminalize sexual deepfakes in the wake of all of this. Here's Reuters from 10 hours ago.
No woman or child should live in fear of having their image sexually manipulated by technology. Yet in recent days, the Grok AI tool on the social media platform X has been used to create and share degrading, non-consensual, intimate deepfakes. The Data Act, passed last year, made it a criminal offence to create or request the creation of non-consensual intimate images. And today, I can announce to the House that this offence will be brought into force this week. And that I will make it a priority offence in the Online Safety Act too.
Yeah, unfortunately, the UK's Online Safety Act is super problematic, and what it's going to do is disenfranchise people from accessing the internet. Unfortunately, if this gets looped in, if this is getting bundled into that bill, and that bill is a goddamn travesty in the same way that the Kids Online Safety Act here in the United States is. And the recent legislation in Australia, all of these, while they sound good, who doesn't want online safety? Unfortunately, all of these supposed online safety bills, as we've talked about in the past, are going to cause a number of different issues. Especially with online surveillance, amongst other things. Sad but true. Which means if you're in the UK, you should not be supporting it. This is a much simpler thing they've had at Pornhub. I mean, I assume they've had at Pornhub and everything else. That's my point. That's my point. It's like these AI large language models, right? These AI programs are just huge troves of data. They are feeding them as much data is king in the AI game, and they are feeding them as much data as they can get their hands on. They're feeding them information from Pornhub, like you said, from YouTube, from every video site that they can find. You know, like every single website that they can find, every single, podcast, they are not asking permission. They're just going and scraping it, right? That includes, I assume that includes the dark web. Reddit has been scraped by many of these AI, like many of these are using places like Reddit. Really, if it exists on the internet, they're going for that data. Regardless of how, whether or not they have permission, how problematic that whatever they're adding into it is, they don't care. There's also a ton of unity on Twitter. Yeah, I get what you're all saying. I think to some degree you're missing my point. The reason that I brought up the existence potentially of like nude photos of people like existing on places like the dark web or wherever else, on like revenge porn sites, whatever else, like they could technically, because AI is being used for facial recognition and whatever else, right? Like, and they're being fed so much data. It is my belief that technically, while it's not clear that that's what's happened in any of these instances, it's my belief that technically, because of all the data they have access to, if they had access to, say, like an iCloud, like a massive iCloud leak, right? Something like that, they could link it up. Like, they could link up identities, you know, from one account to the next account and say, oh, this is what this person looks like nude, and then merge the images of that with the... Do you see what I'm saying? Like, and that could already be happening technically in this. We just have no idea because AI is a black box and there's no way of saying for sure what happened without asking them, hey, did you train on any of this particular data? And then hoping that they give you an honest answer because they're a private company and they have effectively no responsibility to tell the truth. Now, if all that's giving you a headache, well then, perhaps this next video can help you out.
We call this tape video aspirin, and you'll see that you'll be able to stop the pain and tension associated with headaches in most cases, and you'll do it the natural way, without drugs.
Have you ever thought about how a baby breathes? Think about it. A baby's belly rises and falls naturally. Imagine a velvety black screen before you. Allow a number 1 to appear in the center of the screen. Number 1. Now, let a number 2 take its place in the center of the screen. Doesn't that feel great?
Don't be surprised if you feel the urge to yawn. Remember, you're supposed to relax.
Press moderately and hold. Tell yourself, I am calm. I am calm. I am calm. I
am calm.
Am calm. I am calm. Now close your right nostril with your ring finger and inhale through your left. Raise your eyebrows as if you were surprised. Open your eyes wide and hold. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So there you have it, the video aspirin. Take one and call us in the morning. Enjoy feeling calm.
Enjoy, everybody. Enjoy. Are you calm? Are you calm, space fans? There you go. Little video aspirin for you. I feel calm. I know that much. So calm. So calm that I might be able to get through this next video. Talking about the threat of forever chemicals.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, PFAS are everywhere, and they are endangering Michiganders' lives. PFAS, as we know, are toxic forever chemicals that persist in the environment, contaminate the water we drink, and accumulate in the body. Sadly, Michigan is ground zero for PFAS pollution. I am proud to have worked across the aisle to deliver results for Metro Detroit and Michigan in this regard, but we must do more. And that is why today, I'm introducing the PROTECT Act, bipartisan legislation that takes urgently needed steps to remove PFAS from our environment and prevent future contaminations in the air we breathe. By listing PFAS as hazardous air pollutants, the bill sets the foundation for strong, science-based standards that will reduce emissions. The PROTECT Act also holds major polluters responsible for the cleanup of these poisons, delivering real transparency and accountability.
Now, unfortunately, all of America is under threat from PFAS. In fact, the whole world. And we're all a little bit less safe thanks to the Trump administration. As earlier last year, Trump's EPA, Lee Zeldin, decided to roll back forever chemical testing standards in public drinking water. Let me read this for you. This is from ProPublica. This was in last year in July 2025. Trump's first EPA promised to crack down on forever chemicals. His second EPA bringing them back. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin claims to prioritize combating long-lasting chemicals called PFAS. Despite this, the agency has delayed enforcement of standards and terminated over $15 million in funding for forever chemicals research. One summer day in 2017, a front-page story in the Star News of Wilmington, North Carolina, shook up the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. The drinking water system, it said, was polluted with a contaminant commonly known as Gen X, part of the family of forever chemicals. Hold on, I'm going to skip past it. A little bit of this. In the onslaught of legal action and activism that followed, the EPA, during President Donald Trump's first term, took an assertive stance, vowing to combat the spread of PFAS nationwide. In its big picture PFAS action plan from 2019, the agency said it would attack this complex problem on multiple fronts. It would, for example, consider limiting the presence of two of the best-known compounds, PFOA and PFOS, in drinking water, and it said it would find out more about the potential harm of Gen X, which was virtually unregulated. By the time Trump was sworn in for his second term, many of the plan's suggestions had been put in place. After his first administration said PFOA and PFOS in drinking water should be regulated, standards were finalized under President Joe Biden.
We're staying in the race.
4 other types of PFAS, including Gen X, were also tagged with limits. But now, the second Trump administration is
Immediately,
pulling back.
if not sooner.
The EPA said in May that it will delay enforcement on the drinking water limits. The drinking water limits, the water we put in our bodies. For PFOA and PFOS until 2031. Right, yeah, might as well wait 7 years. And it will rescind and consider the limits on the other 4. Among those who challenged the standards in court is Chemours, which has argued that the EPA under Biden used flawed science and didn't follow proper rulemaking procedures. Oh, poor Chemours, chemical maker. Oh, that's rough. These EPA decisions under Trump are part of a slew of delays and course changes to PFAS policies that had been supported in his first term. Even though his earlier EPAs pursued a measure that would help hold polluters accountable for cleaning up PFAS, the EPA of his second term has not yet committed to it. The agency also slowed down a process for finding out how industries have used the chemicals, a step prompted by a law signed by Donald Trump in his first term. There you go, Donald Trump going against everything his administration did again to stop forever chemicals harming Americans now in his second term. Embracing forever chemicals. We might as well just drink straight forever chemicals. What do you think, America? We'll just drink and bathe forever chemicals. No need for the water part. We'll just have forever. It doesn't matter how much of them you drink or or swim in or bathe in. According to the US EPA, you're fine. Stop crying about forever chemicals and all of the cancers that they create. Okay? You are a crybaby. Thanks, Trump.
Fuck yeah!
No fluoride, only PFAS. Beautiful, strong PFAS flowing through every tap in America. And don't worry, well, we'll have pure PFAS to drink in the future. We won't have to deal with any more of that nasty renewable energies, thanks to Donald Trump once again.
Shooting too. With your glasses, sir, go ahead, please. Hold it. Next to you. Yes, glasses. The gentleman with the glasses.
All right, thank you, Mr. President.
With those very big glasses, actually.
Yeah, Ferrari, actually. Mr. President, I have two questions. What do you want the European Union to do in Ukraine? The European leaders seem pretty divided on Ukraine. And then, if you can reiterate this straight message that you have to the Iranian leader, to Khomeini, the message that you have.
You're talking about Iran?
Oh, Iran, yeah.
What do
the first
you
one
want
is on
Iran
Europe.
to do?
I'm sorry?
Where are you from?
Italy.
Oh, nice place.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first question.
So
is
what
on
are you
Europe.
asking about Iran for?
Well, if you can answer about Europe and what you think the Europeans should do on Ukraine, and then a message.
Well, look, Europe has been doing so much for Ukraine, but it hasn't been enough. And obviously that I would say that President Putin is not afraid of Europe. He's afraid of the United States of America, as led by me. There's no fear of Europe. You know, Europe's fallen behind. And Europe, and JD said it very strongly, I don't know, it's he took a lot of heat, but I didn't give him any heat. Europe is a different place. Europe is changing. Europe has got to get its act together. I love Europe. I guess I came from Europe, essentially. I have my roots are in Europe, but Europe is a different place. They have to get their act together. Now they have a great NATO leader, and they've gone up to 5% from 2% GDP. That's a big step. But they have to be very careful with their immigration policy, and they have to be very, because, you know, I will just say, to be nice, that there are certain places in Europe that are very important that are no longer recognizable. I'm being very nice. I'm being very diplomatic when I say that. They are not recognizable. And they have to be careful on energy because they're putting windmills all over the place and losing a fortune. They're destroying their country. They're just destroying the beautiful landscapes, the beautiful everything. They're doing, and by the way, in case you people don't know, I'm not much of a windmill person. I can proudly say, Doug, that we have not approved one windmill since I've been in office, and we're going to keep it that way. My goal is to not let any windmill be built. They're losers. They lose money. They destroy your landscape. They kill your birds. They're all made in China.
They
and all
kill
you
your
have to do
birds.
is, you know, just about all of the windmills are made in China, the structures. All you have to do is say to China, how many windmill areas do you have in China?
How many windmill areas? Tell me. This guy is a deranged lunatic.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Killing your birds. Nasty, terrible windmills. I love birds. That's why I've made it law that real estate developers can ravage formerly protected wildlife lands. Because I love birds so much. I want developers to build in pristine wildlife sanctuaries once protected by the federal government. That's how much I love birds. I'm opening up the national parks for casinos. Donald Trump, the great savior of birds. For some reason. Now, of course, windmills do not pose any greater a threat. In fact, they pose much less of a threat than fossil fuels do. But,
It's science.
you know, it's just science. Yeah, who cares about science? It's stupid. Stupid science. Well, let's talk about climate change and progress and the future. And
6G internet, supercomputers the size of our palms, endless highways, self-driving cars, all the information we could ever need at our fingertips, diet pills to make us slimmer, and AI to tell us we're always right. In the world of Peter Thiel, Bill Gates, and Elon Musk, this is only natural. This is progress. The thinking goes that since the Industrial Revolution, we've been on a linear or perhaps even exponential path upwards towards a better world. Life expectancy is better, education numbers are up, people are living more comfortable lives, and environmental issues like pesky deforestation or climate change will get solved soon thanks to new technologies like nuclear fusion or the genius of AI. Thought leaders and elites have told us time.
These large companies with their great resources and their innovation power, if we get them to apply that more significantly for those with the most need, that we can reduce impoverishment far faster than simply relying on government alone.
And time again.
For businesses big and small, the energy transition creates the single largest industrial growth opportunity since the Industrial Revolution.
That more stuff, more growth, and more production has made the world a better place. But what if they're wrong? What if everything you've been told about the beautiful progress we've achieved over the last 200 years is wrong? What if that endless climb upwards hasn't always been upwards? What if that 6G internet and the latest smartphone model have just masked a festering cesspool of inequality, exploitation, and environmental degradation all along? This video is sponsored by Climatize. 10:32 a.m., January 19th. Bill Gates tweets out a graphic displaying several different graphs that reveal life has improved significantly for many people over the last 200 years. As if to soothe himself for being one of the richest people in the world for well over 2 decades, Gates seemed to argue that actually things were getting a whole lot better for a whole lot of people. Bill Gates...
People are lucky to live now, and they should see that that progress is actually taking place faster during their lives than at any time in history.
Alongside academics like Steven Pinker, who wrote Enlightenment Now.
Overall, net welfare for humankind has never been better and is getting better all the time?
It's never been better. Whether it will continue to get better depends on whether we continue to seek human well-being as our goal.
Have taken up the mantle of what's been called New Optimism, a collection of academics and elites that wield graphs and cold hard facts to explain that actually the world is doing just fine. Exemplified in Bill Gates' January 19th tweet and Pinker's Enlightenment Now, the underlying argument of New Optimism is that capitalism has been a net positive for humans and the planet. If you just look at the graphs, you can see we've made so much progress since the Industrial Revolution. And progress for these new optimists is a linear path. The more production there is, the more wealth there is in the world, the more capital accumulated, and ultimately the better life is for people around the world. A rising tide lifts all boats. But let's be clear here, progress in their minds really means capitalist progress. The unspoken message of all these graphs, of books like Enlightenment Now, is that we've advanced socially and technologically because of capitalism. As Professor Jason Hickel explains,
there's this strange narrative out there that says that social progress, improvements in social outcomes, are sort of the spontaneous gift of capital accumulation.
Social progress, such as life expectancy or poverty reduction, in the minds of capitalists, is tightly tied to growth. The economy continuously needs to grow if the cycle of capital accumulation, which involves investing money into labor and materials to produce goods that then sell for even more money, is to continue. And that accumulation of capital, the narrative goes, occasionally sloughs off into the social realm, leading to better education outcomes, higher life expectancy numbers, and better well-being. And for the proof, all you have to do is look at the graphs. So let's actually go back to one of those graphs that Bill Gates tweeted almost 7 years ago and really examine its claims. This graph looks at the number of people below the extreme poverty line. Poverty is an imperfect metric for well-being, but a good enough yardstick for getting a glimpse of quality of life under a capitalist world order. According to this graph, the number of people living in extreme poverty has plummeted since 1820. This sounds amazing, and I wish it were that simple, but the graph unfortunately hides some truths. The first of which is that accurate poverty data doesn't exist before 1980, so the majority of the graph is just guesswork. Next, extreme poverty, according to this graph, is defined as living with under $3 per day. More accurate numbers for what is needed to sustain a somewhat normal life hover around $8 per day. One economist puts the poverty level around $7.40 a day, while the New Economics Foundation concludes that around $8 is necessary to reduce infant mortality by a meaningful margin. This paper even concludes that we should throw out the dollar per day metric and instead look at the costs of collection of bare necessities needed to survive in any given context, which is often far over.
He keeps saying the wrong things and no one corrects him. Is that a response to is it a response to Donald Trump? I assume it is, because absolutely, he continues to walk through life unimpeded by facts and reality.
For $3 per day. Creating a new graph based on the lower end of poverty metrics, $7.40, Jason Hickel found that the number of people in poverty hasn't declined at all. Rather, it has grown dramatically since 1981, going from 3.2 billion to 4.2 billion, according to the World Bank data. And when he took the population of China, whose country straddles the line between socialism and capitalism, and has been one of the main reasons why we saw those plummeting numbers in Bill Gates' graph, out of the picture, Hickel notes that the proportion of people in poverty today is almost exactly the same as it was in 1981, with no net progress at all. And finally, there's an assumption in Bill Gates' graph that poverty rates will continue.
So for 50 years we've made actually no progress on poverty? Yet we're told that we're living in the greatest time ever. Weird. Super weird. It's almost like the billionaires who keep telling us that everything is great are living in a different world than we all are. And that the world is great for them. And for the rest of us, it still sucks. Just as much as it did 50 years ago.
Throughout the 19th century, the British were hard at work bringing so-called progress to India. British capitalists enclosed and privatized the communal forests, waterways, and lands of millions of Indian peasants. As Jason Hickel writes, the colonists wielded these policies to make the rural farmers of India at the mercy of hunger so that they would have no choice but to intensify agricultural production for export to London if they wanted to survive. In short, British capitalists brought the wonders of capitalism to India. Markets, privatization, and global trade weaseled their way into India, and an estimated 12.2 to 29.3 million people died from famine. With capitalist growth, with capitalist progress, comes capitalist destruction. Capitalism has historically been constructive in developing methods of production. We cannot deny this. But with that progress and growth has come ruination. With the cotton gin came the increased exploitation of enslaved people, with the power loom came the brutal factory system, and with the internal combustion engine came the climate crisis. Capitalism develops the productive forces of our society as a means to exploit and extract even harder. As Karl Marx notes, on the one hand, there have started into life industrial and scientific forces which no epoch of former human history had ever suspected. On the other hand, there exist symptoms of decay far surpassing the horrors recorded of the latter times of the Roman Empire. The newfangled sources of wealth, by some strange, weird spell, are turned into sources of want. We live in a world where the vast amount of wealth created is funneled into the coffers of just a few people. The top 10% of the richest people on Earth own 76% of global wealth. Meanwhile, the bottom 50% account for just 2% of that wealth. How can we call this progress? Indeed, you cannot talk about social or technological progress without also recognizing the ways in which capitalist production builds and sustains that so-called progress.
It is disturbing. Here, honestly, the cost of all of this progress is the utter decimation of our environment, the destruction of our sense of privacy, the obliteration of competition, of public spaces, like all of this stuff is a result of the supposed progress. The privatization of everything. Let's talk about what real progress might be.
A what now?
Despite all the ills of capitalist exploitation and degradation, things do look remarkably different than they did 200 years ago. So, does that automatically mean that the engines of capital are the cause of any sort of social progress we've achieved? The answer is no. Indeed, most social progress, environmental repair, and climate action have come not from the continuous growth of capitalism, but despite it. The 8-hour workday, for example, or even occupational safety measures and monitoring were not just handed down to us by factory owners out of the goodness of their hearts. Instead, it was because workers banded together to make change. Strikes like that in 1872 in New York City, where over 100,000 workers walked off the job to demand an 8-hour day, or in 1886 when 350,000 workers across the country struck with the demand 8-hour day with no cut in pay, were common throughout the late 19th and early 20th century, and eventually forced employers to standardize the 8-hour day. Progress and well-being, then, comes most often from movements, unions, and everyday people struggling against capitalists for a better life. And the same goes for climate change. Most of what we've accomplished so far in terms of emissions reductions didn't come from corporations following the good of their heart, let alone following profits. Climate progress came out of pressure from the climate movement, whether it be directly blocking the construction of pipelines, shutting down coal plants, or pressuring regulators to actually do their job. Climate action has been driven by courageous people everywhere working against the insatiable appetite of capital accumulation. So reforms within capitalism like the 8-hour workday, cleaner air, decreased child labor have all come from labor and social movements fighting for their lives against the forces of capital. But even those wins are constantly under threat. Capitalists in the US, for example, have successfully started to roll back child labor laws, environmental regulations, and are actively hunting down and disappearing immigrants in ICE raids. So as we look towards the future, it's crucial to remember the true engines of social progress. It's not profit, it's not capital accumulation, it's real people struggling for better lives and a healthier environment.
That's right, people. Real change. About real people. Fighting for everyday necessities. For a better today and a better tomorrow. It's Space Fams coming together, discussing the day's topics. Places like this. And we're going to continue discussing the day's topics here, but we're going to take another break. I know it feels early, but that's because we took the last break late by over a half an hour. And I'm just trying to get us back on schedule. So we're going to take another quick break here. And then we'll be back talking about the environment a little bit more. Weather, news, wildlife stuff. Got a few Sunday Funday wildlife stories in here as well. Seeing as you all didn't get a Sunday Funday last night. Alright, everybody, quick galactic intermission, and we'll be right back after these brief messages. Alright, everybody. everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. The newest edition, Throne, of course, if you would like to donate in ways non-monetary, physical items, perhaps your preferred method of donation, well, we now have a way for you to do just that on Throne. I'm going to be trying to add items as frequently as possible to the Throne list for people to send me in real life. We got all sorts of other ways, though, of course. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs, over on Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal, and, of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Patreon. All right, everybody. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Okay, everybody. We are back. Okie dokie. Fourth half over fifth half about to begin. Let's start up in Alaska, where the city of Juneau was struck by flooding and heavy snow recently.
In Juneau, Alaska, the same area that has received their seasonal snowfall total in just the last several weeks, totaling up anywhere from 80 to 90 inches of snowfall. And now an atmospheric river has settled in over the area, dropping several inches of rainfall as those temperatures have warmed upwards of 40 degrees Fahrenheit. And behind me, these are one of the highest risk roads for avalanches. That is a very real danger as a lot of this snowfall becomes very unsettled. Now, yesterday, there were evacuation advisories issued for any residents that do live in the known slide areas, and those that were elderly were assisted by several law enforcement and EMS. This is a very heavily populated area, and this road behind me is one of those roads that are just as, if not more, susceptible to these slides than the rest of the city.
Horrifying. That's not what you want. You want to wake up under 10 feet of snow. But in these conditions, I mean, people are in great danger because of how much snow came down in such a short period of time. And then in the middle of winter to have it in basically the Arctic to be 42 degrees Fahrenheit. Raining makes everything incredibly unstable. All right, I'm going to skip a couple of stories here just because I'm moving so slow tonight. Sorry, everyone. But let's go to this one. This is sort of a Sunday Fun Day story type deal here. Intended this to be a story for yesterday. Had I done a Sunday Fun Day story or a show? Let's go to California for an update on a story we've been following for some time now. Longer than a month. We have been following the story of one bear and one man. A bear just trying to live the berry dream. Found a little place to rest his tired bear head one day. Decided to make himself at home. That place was the basement of one Los Angeles man in Altadena.
Now at 1, after more than a month under an Altadena home, a California black bear is packing its bags.
You know, you can't tell me that when you see this bear trying to pull itself out of the hole, that it doesn't remind you a little bit of Winnie the Pooh. Like, sure, he's a lot bigger and less cuddly, technically, than Winnie the Pooh, but it just reminds me of Winnie the Pooh getting stuck. You know, I feel like everybody must know what I'm talking about. Like Winnie the Pooh getting stuck. Old, yeah. Oh, bother. Well, this is horrible. These are horrible eviction tactics being used. This bear is just minding his own business, trying to hibernate for the winter. And you're just pelting him with paintballs. Just trying to rest. He's trying to rest and you're rudely shooting him with paintballs. Could have at least waited till the spring. I mean, my God, at this point. You can barely get him out of there. It's doing more damage to the foundation than anything. I'm still on Team Bear over here. Okay. That bear was minding its own business. If bear fits, bear sits. And I don't know why you're fighting that. It's the circle of life. All right, now let's go back up north to Canada. Talk about a different wildlife issue. A crisis. A Canadian parrot crisis.
A what now?
I did not stutter, sir. I said a Canadian parrot crisis.
Hi, Sammy. It's snack time, and at 71 years old, it's a routine Sammy knows by heart. He came to Parrot Partners Canada after outliving his original owner, and now calls the rescue home along with 54 other aging and surrendered birds.
We get them from all walks of life all the time, and we generally get up to about 5 a week inquiries. Will you take my bird?
She says it's a crisis quietly unfolding across the country as rescues like hers struggle to keep up.
The care system is this patchwork of individual people, mostly doing it out of their homes. And they're doing it because they see that there's nobody there for them.
The issue? Parrots can live a long time, some up to 80 years. But as caregivers age out, rescues are shrinking, compounded by a shortage of avian veterinarians. And unlike cats and dogs, there's no safety net when owners can no longer care for them.
My God, a Canadian parrot crisis. Who knew that parrots could live almost 80 years long? That's wild. Parrot lifespans. Keeping up with the human lifespans, apparently. As a result, there is in fact a crisis looming, it would seem. When will it come? What will be done? Who will pick up the parrot-shaped pieces? Hard to say. Now, let's go back down to the United States, central New York. Syracuse. Syracuse, New York.
Even as
They've
parrots
been getting hammered by snow, or at least they were last week. Let's go.
Oh.
I don't know why that image, this image of this cold ass chicken walking through the snow with the snow higher than its head is so funny to me. But it really is hilarious. And so I think it's because it makes it almost look like people is like walking down a little path. It's hilarious. Look at it go. Look at this. Look at this chicken.
Come on, let's go. Oh my god.
Yeah. It's so deep here.
Oh, look at the little guy. Barely gets his head out of this now. Oh my god. Look at this cat. Has great courage going into the depths over here. Oh, there you go. All the puppies. All the animals enjoying the massive snowstorm that was hitting central New York last week. That was a Sunday Fun Day story. Intended to warm our hearts during this winter wonderland we're all living through. All right, from New York to Philadelphia. CBS Philadelphia from last week. Oh boy. Here is a situation. A wildlife mystery, if you will.
Well, there is a wallaby on the loose in South Jersey right now. The wayward animal has been spotted by some folks, but so far it hasn't been captured. It's still out there on the run. Our Ross DeMattei is trying to track it down too. He's joining us live from Williamstown with more on the search. Any idea what's going on with the wallaby, Ross?
Not really, Natasha. We're on the case, but harder to catch a wallaby than you might imagine. It's now been more than 18 hours since this wallaby escaped from his enclosure.
We're on the case, he says.
This is where he was last seen, though, hopping around the park.
I love that he was able to say that with a straight face. We're on the case, he says. Yes, the wallaby case.
Here at this Walmart off of the Black Horse Pike. That was last night, though, and since then, the case has gone cold, if you will. Let me show you some video from social media. It was posted this morning by Lots of Love Farm. It says, quote, Rex, our wallaby, got out of his enclosure last night. He is friendly, but on the run. If you see him or happen to catch him in a fenced area, call the farm, end quote. Well, we just went to the farm where the owner showed us the pen inside of a barn where Rex was staying. He says someone must have accidentally left it open. He took accountability for it, and Rex
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
5 in the evening yesterday. Well, according to a captain with the Monroe Township Police Department, multiple officers were dispatched to this Walmart near Malaga Road last night after reports the wallaby was seen hopping around there and he was nearly hit by a car, but the officers were unable to locate the animal. The owner of the farm says he just wants.
There we go, a wallaby on the loose. Will it ever be found? Who knows? Who knows how long a wallaby could survive in the winter wilderness of Pennsylvania, middle of January? Wallabies originate from Australia. I don't get a ton of snow in Australia, from my understanding. All right, I'm gonna skip a few things here. I'm just trying to catch up, people. I'm just moving too slow tonight. We're gonna go way over 8 hours, and it's too much for me tonight. It's too much. Thankfully, the things I'm skipping over were just Sunday fun day things, generally speaking. And here we are. TRT world. Let's talk about the forgotten American. The forgotten Americans, really. The many forgotten Americans, the victims of Hurricane Helene. And honestly, Milton, but Hurricane Helene did more damage. But everybody, Donald Trump promised on the campaign trail last year, actually, no, sorry, 2024, to help. Claimed that the Biden administration did not do enough to help. Now, all those people, as it turns out, are waiting for
what
help.
now?
Damn it, that's loud. It's because the volume on that last vid was super quiet.
A region in the eye of the storm. Homes gone, lives destroyed. Do you know how many homes here, like what percentage of the homes here were damaged in Hurricane Helene?
So I would say that probably about 50%.
1 year later, and who is coming to help?
Officials from the Trump administration have been here to Western North Carolina, to Swannanoa in my district, which was ground zero, and we're still not seeing the movement.
As President Trump threatens to cut federal disaster relief, people in North Carolina say they have been forgotten and that they are caught in a political battle.
We want to wean off of FEMA, and we want to bring it down to the state level.
The system's not just fundamentally broken, it is dead, it's devastated.
North Carolina, it's a hotspot for tourism. There's natural beauty, forests, mountains, and waterways. But it's also highly vulnerable to America's increasingly frequent extreme weather events. More than a year ago, Hurricane Helene tore through this part of the North Carolina mountains. The storm surge and the wind was so extreme that it rewrote the paths of rivers up here. It tore trees out of the ground, and it destroyed countless homes. Right now, I'm on my way to meet with some people who were directly affected in that storm, whose homes and livelihoods were lost. I want to talk to them about the federal response, the cleanup in the days and months after the storm. I want to find out if they felt they got enough support. This storm comes at a time when the Trump administration is planning to rework the entire way the government does emergency management. I want to find out if they think that's a good idea.
I went to a friend of mine's house up top of the hill and stayed up there and watched as the water rose higher and higher and higher and higher. Within, by what I hear, I don't know how much truth there is to it, but what I hear is we got 15 inches in around an hour and a half.
Hurricane Helene approached North Carolina around 8 a.m. on September 27th, 2024. What unfolded next was widespread destruction, flooding, landslides, and devastating winds across the southern Appalachian.
Most of the damage was done to the roof and to my plumbing. When the water come under, it washed all my plumbing, insulation, everything away.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm getting, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Pause. Wait. Pause. I just got a goddamn advertisement. Oh my God. You're gonna love what I just got an advertisement for. Chat, you gotta see this. You have to see this. Look, it's like looking into the mirror. You can see yourself now. Can you guess what I got an advertisement for over here? On my monitor? Oh my God.
Time when the Trump administration...
No, you son of a bitch. Oh, you killed me. You just killed me. No. Damn it. I got an advertisement for the Melania documentary. I love that I just got ad dollars for that. I mean, like 2 pennies, or like less than that, but still. It's messed up you get ads on your own stuff. It's whatever. Technically, I'm paying myself when I watch an ad. But I got a freaking ad for the Melania documentary. You know, the Amazon tithing to the Trump administration. Here we go again. Everybody be based.
Or slightly, but the wind, because there must have been something wrong with my roof. It was an old trailer, so every time it blow down, when you're standing inside the trailer, you could see the ceiling go down every time the wind would blow, and you could hear the rafters and the cracking and popping.
At least 250 people were killed. Helene was the deadliest Atlantic hurricane since Hurricane Maria in 2017, and the deadliest to strike the U.S. mainland since Hurricane Katrina in 2005.
I got the 750 from FEMA, which just about everybody else did. But other than that, there wasn't no government help. We got Corps help and we got National Guard help, but we didn't get no government help.
I mean, the National Guard is part of the government, but yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, Donald Trump took office and then dismantled FEMA. It made it so that every expenditure over $50,000 has to be okayed by Kristi Noem. She has to sign off on every single thing. They made it so that FEMA is completely and utterly powerless to do anything on its own, and needs the direct say-so of DHS Director Kristi Noem. And so, you know, if a Category 5 hurricane is barreling down, they got to ask Kristi if it's okay for them to mobilize to, you know, prevent some of the worst effects of the storm on the populace. Rather than just mobilizing, we got to ask Kristi for permission. Or on a, you know, expected whatever. I mean, any number of events that FEMA would potentially deal with. Forest fire. Got to ask Kristi. She needs all that money for Trisha McLaughlin's husband, and for new G6 jets, and fancy outfits for her photo shoots. Can't forget that. She does need that money for other things. All right, let's go over here. This is a strange story I had intended for Sunday Fun Day. Let's talk about the formation of a new ocean.
A what now?
Right in front of our eyes, a new continent is being born. A volcanic eruption for the first time in 12,000 years. And the ocean floor emerging from the ground.
What is that? It's like water moving.
People here are living on the edge with regular earthquakes and unbearable heat, as millions of years of geology splits Africa in two. In the Afar region of northern Ethiopia, the earth is reshaping itself. 20 years ago, these massive cracks opened up out of the blue, 8 meters wide in some places, a rift running over a 60-kilometer stretch.
This is a very large crack
that formed during the 2005 a big volcanic episode.
Ali Musa, a geologist from the nearby Samara University, has spent years studying this place. Since 2005, he's seen more and more cracks appearing, like this one, which opened just a few weeks ago.
These types of fractures and craters are happening due to the movement of the earth during the earthquake time.
So this was a result of the earthquake, or it was just the earth pulling apart?
The earthquake is the result of the pulling apart of the plates. The movement comes from the mantle to the surface.
The Afar region of northern Ethiopia sits at a triple junction between three tectonic plates: the Arabian plate, the Nubian plate, and the Somali plate. All three are pulling away, making Afar a volcanic and seismic hotbed. It's the start of a process that might take hundreds of millions of years. Eventually, Eastern Africa will split from the rest of the continent, and a new ocean will tear Ethiopia and its neighbors in two.
Wild. That is wild to think about. That Ethiopia and Somalia, and I mean, there's a bunch of countries in here. Let me think. What, Mauritania? Is Zimbabwe on the other side? I can't think right now. My brain is broken. Oh my god. That would be this is insane. It's insane to think about, but it's clearly, I mean, it's going to happen at some point. Not for a long time, thankfully. According to this TRT documentary, most likely millions of years. Still, though, something to think about. Your Twitch ads have recently shifted to join the army. I thought they were doing record numbers. Didn't they say they were doing record numbers of new recruits? Why would they need to advertise? Why would they spend taxpayer dollars on advertisements for army recruitment if they were doing record numbers of recruiting? That seems sort of counterintuitive. It's either evidence of waste or evidence of lies. It's not clear which one. Could be both. No Zimbabwe. Thank you, Donut. I lost my place. Oh, yes. Okay. Let's go here to a fascinating... I don't know what to call it. It's like a strategy. It's also like a culture. It's something of a cultural... I don't know if you want to call it a trend. But let's go to Indonesia to talk about a religious environmental ideology.
Muslimin jamaah rahimakumullah. Alhamdulillah, puji dan syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala.
At the Istiqlal Mosque in the heart of Indonesia's capital, Jakarta, prayers are offered in defense of the environment.
Berihsanlah, berbuat baiklah, sebagaimana Allah berbuat baik pada kalian. Wala tabghil fasada fil ard. Inna Allah la yuhibbul mufsidin. Jangan sekali-kali merusak di muka bumi ini karena Allah Subhanahu wa taala tidak mencintai orang yang melakukan kerusakan.
Istiklal is the first mosque in the world with an eco-certification, a powerful example of the Indonesian Muslim community's commitment to the green movement. Here, wastewater is recycled into drinking water, and 1/5 of the mosque's electricity comes from the sun, captured by more than 100 solar panels. At the helm of this revolution stands university lecturer Farid Sainong.
Istiklal, representing the 800,000 mosques in Indonesia, has a priority to be the good example for eco-friendly mosques.
His ambition is to transform 70% of the country's mosques into eco-friendly sanctuaries. Indonesia is at the forefront of the climate crisis. But in this country, home to the world's largest Muslim population with around 244 million believers, Islamic institutions have taken up the battle against climate change. They are issuing green fatwas, refurbishing mosques, and training groups of environmental activists. Is the country setting an example for the rest of the Islamic world?
Green fatwas, she says. Why can't we get Christian nationalists to care about the environment like Muslims here in fucking Indonesia? Like just like 10% as much would be nice.
Or just engaging in religious greenwashing. To reach as many people as possible, Quran schools now offer environmental courses taught through the lens of Islamic theology.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Farid is training the next generation of imams and murshidat, female religious advisors in Muslim ethics.
Well, good morning everyone. The Prophet said, simply plant it. So if you have a seed on your hand, on your palm, then we simply plant it. Even in the panicking situation, and the worst panicking situation might be the end of the day, right? The Qiyamah.
Adapting Quranic teachings to today's environmental challenges requires a profound rereading of the sacred texts. Farid Sainong draws on more than 700 verses in the Quran that address the protection of nature.
They are public speakers, basically. They are going to speak in mosque with the whole congregation they have. And it's quite a very effective strategy to share the awareness, of course. It is easy.
I do think this is highly interesting. I don't think I'm the person to take this up here in the United States, but somebody out there has got to find a way to use the messaging of things like the Bible to get environmental. Because I've read a lot of religious texts. I've read the Bible as well, both the Old Testament and the New Testament. And, if you do actually genuinely believe in the things in those books, there's a lot of stuff in there. God created the world. And if you don't steward it, you are essentially spitting in God's face.
How rude.
Incredibly rude. I've wondered to myself, time and time again, smash my head against a wall, trying to figure out what it's going to take to get people to care about environmental issues and climate change. Maybe that's it. I don't know. I wish I could say, but it is something that speaks to people. You've read the Book of Mormon? That sounds fun. I don't think I've actually read that one. Like, I'm familiar with, like, the LDS stuff, but, like, I haven't physically read the book. Like, I've just heard people, I've heard people talk about the book. Or, like, read excerpts from the book, never actually, like, read the book itself. Although I have been invited to, though I never took up, going to one of those, like, LDS, what's it called? I forget what they call it. They, like, go around, they, like, invite all the people, like, oh, come watch the, oh, I forget what they call it. Some sort of weird, theatrical gathering. It sounded weird. They had pamphlets. They had like illustrated pamphlets and stuff. I found it kind of hilarious. So I sat there and entertained, like just sort of like entertained it while I listened to these guys go on about it. I was like, really? Is it? At Fireside, maybe? I don't know. I can't remember. I couldn't tell you. Okay. Two more quick environmental stories here. One in the Philippines, an update, the latest update on the horrifying tragedy. This deadly landfill avalanche. Dozens are apparently still missing. Who knows how long it will take to go through this literal pile of trash to find the human bodies amidst the rubble. Bienvenido Ranito lost his wife to a deadly landfill collapse in the central Philippines. It's extremely difficult till you lose your partner, your loved one. You lose the one who is with you in times of hardships and comfort. The January 9th avalanche in Cebu killed at least 8 people. 28 were missing as of January 10th, I think that said. As of January what? January 12th. It was yesterday. People were suddenly fleeing and they said the garbage exploded. When I went outside, my immediate thoughts went to my wife. I quickly took my motorcycle and rushed to the landfill. When I got there, I saw the collapsed building, and it was buried by the garbage. I just screamed. Authorities said over 100 workers were at the Binalu landfill when it collapsed. Dozens of rescuers have managed to rescue 13 people alive so far. It felt like a sudden earthquake, and in a few seconds there was a loud impact that caught us by surprise. I was thrown off my feet, and I don't remember what happened next. I feared for my life. When things settled down, I saw one of my colleagues lying near me, but still alive. I wanted to help, but I couldn't, so I tried to climb out. I called for help and told them I have someone who was trapped and needed to be rescued. It was the first thing I had come face to face with death. The first time I had ever come to face to face with death. It's a miracle to have survived. Yeah, it is a miracle. It was actually a miracle that anybody survived this, let alone 13 people so far. Somewhat it's shocking to me, considering what we witnessed. I can't imagine being able to survive underneath a pile of garbage, a giant pile of garbage. We talked about this the other day. I didn't think anybody was going to come out of there alive, if you remember. I was very pessimistic about the outlook of that. And honestly, somewhat relieved to find out that anybody survived. Well, it must have been horrifying to just be trapped under a gigantic pile of garbage for however long. Better, I guess better alive than dead, though. Better alive than dead. That's what I always say. All right, another story with another update. The massive brush fires in the province of Victoria in Australia are still going on.
Let's go to Victoria now.
Here is 9 News Australia.
In Seymour, which is just 90 minutes north of Melbourne. Amber, the threat in Victoria is far from over.
Good morning, guys. Victoria is certainly not out of the woods just yet. We are at a relief centre that has just been set up at the Aquatic Centre here. And the emotion down here today is utter exhaustion. Almost everyone down here has made the incredibly difficult decision to leave their homes, and many more have found out that their homes have been destroyed. So as you can imagine, it's been an incredibly difficult...
A landfill avalanche like in Idiocracy? Yeah, actually, it's exactly like the movie Idiocracy. I did not think about that reference. It's an allegory.
So far, 300,000 hectares of land has been burnt right across Victoria. And to put that into perspective, that is equivalent to a third of the greater Melbourne area. So a third lost there. 115 structures have been destroyed. That includes dozens of homes, and many of those homes belong to volunteer firefighters who've been out there on the fire front, some of them spending almost 30 hours out there with no breaks, protecting other people's properties, all while their homes were burning. So the conditions are a whole lot calmer, a whole lot cooler today, but there are still 10 fire fronts at this stage, and they are expected to burn for weeks and weeks. I checked not too long ago, and there's still a number of emergency warnings in place right across Victoria, whether it's in the southwest, in the central part of the state, which is where we are now, or to the east. And some of those emergency warnings are at a point where people have been told that it is too late to leave. That's for towns such as Alexandra. They've been told that it is too dangerous to leave if they have not already done so. So they must take shelter today because homes and lives are still at risk. So still a developing situation out here today, and we'll keep you updated throughout the morning.
Let's turn to the latest on the bushfire crisis now in Victoria, where new evacuations have been issued in the early hours of this morning.
Victorian Premier Jacinda Allen joins us live in Melbourne. Premier, we're seeing a sharp drop in temperatures, but we know that the danger is far from over. What's the latest on the situation this morning?
Look, that's exactly right. Today continues to be another difficult and dangerous day because we have a number of active fires, again, in different parts of the state. And what's occurred overnight, which is of particular concern and worry, is we've had some new fires emerge in the Otways region as a result of lightning strike that came through the state. And those fires have increased in size, which is why there's a number of emergency alert warnings out for those communities. And again, if I can use this as an opportunity to ask Victorians to please follow the advice we have seen day after day.
These 3 fires are fucking massive. Seeing them on the map makes it just so much clearer. I mean, we already knew, and this was as of like, when did we last talk about this? Is it Sunday? Is that Saturday? Might have been Friday. I can't remember the last time we actually talked about this. The last time we talked about this, it was at nearly 1 million acres already having burned. Like 750,000 or something like that. In freedom units. In hectares, I believe 200,000 hectares burned between these 3 fires. Utterly massive size.
Have taken that advice. They've left, and it has helped to save lives and protect lives. But the danger is not over yet. We've got the fires in the southwest around the Otways area that are of grave concern, and also two large fires in the northeast. The Longwood fire continues to be a really challenging fire. It's grown in size, and it is continuing to be a challenge. And you mentioned the cooler temperatures. Well, in the northeast of the state, it's going to continue to be a lot warmer, and the wind speeds are continuing to be variable. And we've also got the big fire up around Corryong, the Walwa Mount Lawson fire. So it's another tough day here in Victoria for our firefighters, and the way
Okay, well, there you have it. Those fires in Australia continue to burn. And experts predicting it to continue for weeks. It's going to continue to threaten lives and property, wildlife, and of course, every single wildfire releases just a massive amount of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. So that's good too. All right, let's go to another update on another story. Last time we did the space news, we talked about the sudden, unscheduled departure of the ISS astronauts. The astronauts who arrived on the the joint NASA SpaceX Dragonfly mission. I can't remember the name of it now. But they are ending their mission over a month early due to some unknown medical condition aboard the ISS. At least one astronaut dealing with some sort of medical situation. What it is it an alien baby inside of their stomach? Is it the flu? We don't know. But we do have an update. CBS, 11 hours ago. They brought on a retired astronaut to explain what might be going on.
And big news from NASA last week. On Friday, the organization announced it plans to return Crew 11 back to Earth next week. The crew was in the middle of a trip to the International Space Station when a crew member suffered a medical issue. NASA has not shared any details about that medical issue, but here to discuss this with us is retired commander of the International Space Station, Leroy Chow. Leroy, thank you so much for your time today. We obviously don't want to speculate about the status of any of the crew members, but during your time with NASA, was there ever a situation like this that required a crew to return home early?
No, during human spaceflight over the decades, we have experienced medical events in all phases of flight, launch and ascent, descent and entry, and of course on orbit operations. But we've never had a situation where we've had to terminate a mission early and bring the crew home. Now, historically, the Russians have had a few issues like that, not very many, just one or two. But, when you fly long duration missions, this is the kind of thing that could happen, or will happen, I should say, because although we're very well medically screened and examined before flight, some kind of a medical...
I mean, he says it like it's a guarantee. This is in my understanding, this is like the first time this has ever happened. The astronauts have been called down early from a mission, unscheduled, over something like this. So it's not a normal thing we're dealing with here.
Issue can crop up. Yeah. And we're pretty well equipped to deal with it. We've got extensive training. We've got a lot of resources on board, and of course we can talk to the doctors on the ground. We can even send scans down. And so I think out of an abundance of caution, NASA is bringing back the crew a little bit early.
Could you tell us what goes into a decision like this to bring a crew home early? What kind of logistical issues is NASA facing right now?
Well, sure. There's a traffic model of all vehicles going up and down from the station, and this throws a little bit of a wrench into that. But really, it's not too bad. Looks like they'll be coming home just a month or two early, and some operations will be disrupted, but the planning team is excellent, and they'll be able to compensate for that.
Yeah, once again, I feel like this guy is kind of downplaying this, but of course, everybody, who is up there right now on the ISS, on this mission, who's now being forced to come back early, spent years of their life preparing for this day. Well, not this day, but the trip to and the subsequent projects on and research and whatever else being done on the ISS. They basically, they spent their whole lives working towards this moment, and now they got to come back to Earth suddenly. I don't think any of them are excited about it. I can say that much. I don't think people are thrilled to be coming back early. But I'm sure that they've thought this through. One thing that I'm thinking is possible, but who knows what it is? Like, it literally could be anything. But like, one thing I've been thinking is maybe somebody they found out like somebody is pregnant or something. I'm trying to think of how long they've been up there. I'm just trying to think of like what medical situation would necessitate you coming back to Earth so quickly, right? But like a baby can't properly gestate in low Earth orbit. Or really in anywhere in space. It's really the low gravity, what do you call it? Evolutionarily, human beings, they're supposed to gestate down on Earth with one Earth gravity. You thought they had just started their mission. Yeah, it was pretty recently. I just can't remember the exact timing of it right now. Alrighty. Let's see. How are we doing on time? Let's move on to the global segment of the stream. And we're going to start in the same place we've been starting many of our latest streams. The global news of, honestly, perhaps some of the most importance as it relates to U.S. foreign policy. And that is, of course, Venezuela and the Caribbean. Let's go here. Talk about some of the takes. Seemingly the same take, from what I can tell. Same take repeated over and over again by right-wing talking heads on the interwebs.
Oh, hey guys. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Bless you for clicking on this video.
Anything helps.
Thank you so much for clicking on this video. Anything helps. Anyway, how you doing?
How you doing, man?
Yeah? Right.
Right.
We'll be right back.
Look, it's an unbelievably successful operation as of right now.
Okay.
And so that's, well, maybe I got that wrong. I said last week. I guess it was a couple weeks ago.
Get it
On
right.
the evening of December 16th,
Theo,
political
shut up.
commentator Tucker
Let Dave
Carlson
talk.
set off a firestorm when he claimed
Theo,
that
let
President
Dave
Donald Trump
talk, man.
was poised to announce.
Look, I mean, I guess first and foremost, this really was an incredible success just in terms of a military operation. Like,
I was shocked. They got him too. Got it done. And
Jesus, Theo, is Dave allowed to
the
talk?
king and queen?
Dude, there's
God damn it,
well, that's
Theo.
right. I mean, and okay, so
Are you
this
out of your
picture
mind,
now,
Theo?
And now it looks like he
Okay, man. Hey, this is a clip that came up for me. Theo. YouTube is always like, look at Theo. Hey,
look at Theo.
Okay, YouTube, I'll look at Theo. God damn it. Jesus, goddamn Christ. It's always showing me Theo clips. And here he's got Dave Smith. That's another, like, kind of Joe Rogan guy. And he says some stuff I agree with on this clip. It's like 25 minutes long. He says a lot of stuff I agree with. It's fine. But it's kind of weird. He's a little all over the place with this. You know, and I've seen this all over the media where they're like, look, I don't know about this. I don't know, man. I don't know about this one. Seems illegal or something. I don't know. But one thing I can say was amazing.
The might of the mighty honorable military.
The majestic, and I'm going to say handsome might of the military you cannot deny, man. It's sort of weird because he also says in this video, he's like, that's a crime. So I've been seeing so much of this in the media, whether it's the might of the mighty, gorgeous U.S. military, whatever. I think if you're going to say this, you have to describe every other crime this way. You know, you're like, that child abduction that happened, I don't know about that. I don't know how that's going to pan out. But you got to admit, it was a very well carried out mission. When that kid was playing on that playground and they kidnapped him, look, I don't know about it, but you got to admit that they were in there and out of there. Lickety split, man. Wait a second. What are you saying? You like that or something? What? I didn't say that. All right. I was just saying the way that they carried out was majestic and mighty. I mean, they ran in there, got that kid, no problem. It sounds like you like it. You're insane.
Trump genuinely hates that they're bringing drugs into this country. Is there other things involved too? I don't know.
No,
I mean,
there's not.
I'm sure some of it has to do perhaps with politics.
That's a lie.
I think that's a reasonable assumption. But Jamie, I just
You're
think
lying
something.
again, Joe.
Here's what's interesting. One of the things that Trump was saying is they're poisoning our kids, and that 100,000 people are dying every year from drug overdoses. We have to put a stop to this.
Okay.
From the time Trump's been in office, deaths by overdose have dropped off a cliff. Look at that.
Okay.
Look at 2024.
Take a look at that.
Oh my god. I love how the chart stops during Joe Biden's presidency. Like it basically stops at the election. And he wants to look at let's see how great Trump is doing. It proceeds to look at how under Joe Biden drug overdose plummeted.
I'm spinning
adult baby. But seriously, all the right-wing talking heads have been coming out to make the same very stupid conclusion that while they don't know how they feel, they're all very confused about their feelings. Feelings are tough for these guys. They do know that this was an incredible success. However they are measuring that, it's not clear the metrics that are being used, but great success. Great success, very nice.
Leading into 2025.
Just
Look
going
at
down.
These are all deaths.
That would be before
from overdoses. I mean, that's kind of crazy.
Joe, that would be before the guy who was president. Okay, that's okay.
Like, look at that. From all drugs,
I am looking.
which is the top one.
Don't yell at me.
Look at that drop. It's taking a
huge.
sharp downturn.
Precipitous.
And why is that? Well, part of it is because they're
Before he
blowing
was
up
president.
these fucking boats that are bringing in all the drugs.
Okay. Everybody laugh at Joe. I look down in the comments.
I mean, I think we deserve to laugh at Joe. I mean, this guy is just consistently too stupid to read. It's kind of incredible just how stupid Joe Rogan is. Like, the guy just over and over again is just proves that he is too stupid to read. Like, too dumb. Like, there is a reason this guy did not go to college. Like, things would not have gone well for old Joe here. He's not what they call, in the academic world, a genius. Well, let's see what other crazy things
I'm put in there, stop down to drugs, man. Then everyone says, Joe, you're an idiot, all this crap. It's mean. But I, as a Joe fan, listen to the most recent Joe 5 days later. He's got Kurt Metzger on. Check that out.
I'm not starting wars for no reason. Everybody voted for Trump to not have...
Hey, my kids watch this. Okay.
Everybody voted for Trump to not have a war in Venezuela. I know that.
Right.
Nobody voted, so they're like, no. We got it. No fentanyl. That's a lie. I mean, I don't know what idiot thinks fentanyl is coming from Venezuela, but only liars and morons think that. And if I'm wrong, can we see the evidence? We saw the video of you.
Whoa, Kurt. Whoa. There's no way I'm getting any edgewise words in when Kurt is on there. Kurt's he's right on a lot of stuff, but hey, what was I going to say? Oh, right. Hey. You can't call Joe a moron or whatever you... Shut up, man. I don't know if he would have gone in so hard on that if he saw the very previous episode of Joe.
the
previous,
like,
definitely stopping the drugs, man. That's for certain, probably, because I'm looking at this graph. I'm looking at this graph in a very strange way, where I'm saying, look, the president that came on my show really stopping the drugs before he was president.
Adult baby.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think I don't know this Kurt Metzger guy. I had to look him up. I think he's like a Joe Rogan adjacent, like an orbiter comedian. I'm honestly completely unfamiliar with his supposed comedy. But he is right. You have to be either a moron or a liar to say that this is somehow solving the drug crisis in America. All right, let's go to a much more serious place. For serious people. A very serious place.
Whoa! Hey, what the hell was that? Jesus. Okay, let's take a look at this program. What is this? 500,000 views in one day. Where can I watch that?
That's on YouTube.
Oh, that's that guy.
You're terrible.
This is this guy.
You're terrible.
Tucker Carlson.
You're a moron.
Check out this opening. Whoa. What is that? That thing caught on fire?
Thank you, Mike, for
that
doing
intro.
this.
Whoa. I think your intro caught on fire. Okay, I'm not going to get all caught up in this.
Thank you, Mike, for doing this.
I like the way this guy responds to Tucker. Watch this. Caught on fire.
Thank you, Mike, for doing this. So, what do you think?
Thanks so much for doing this. I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to steal that.
We've got a new partner. It's a company called Cowboy Colostrum. It's a brand that is serious about actual health. And the product is designed to work with your body, not against your body.
That son of a bitch.
The product is designed to work with your body, not against your body.
It better not. Don't do jokes.
Take a scoop of it every morning in your beverage, coffee, or a smoothie, and you will feel the difference every time.
I'll check
For a limited time, people...
I can already feel the difference.
That's kind of my idea of utopia. That's not anywhere near what we have. We live in a common-sized country with 350 million other people.
Too many people.
We'll probably have 500 million by the time we're old. Okay?
That's the real problem. Too many people.
And we run at least half of the world.
Okay.
So maybe what we're seeing is people just embracing what was already true and not like fighting against. Like, I hate the idea of having an empire, but we do.
Right.
So maybe that is what's happening. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
No, I mean, you're born into the world.
Oh, this is interesting, man. I always check in on my boy. My boy Tuck. You're terrible. What is he doing? He's eating cow powder or something?
Take a scoop of it every morning in your beverage, coffee or a smoothie, and you will feel the difference every time.
I don't know what that was. At some point, he gave some little speech where he's like, I used to be ill. And now I'm healthy because I eat cow powder. What is that? It was an ad. Okay, sorry. But, Tucker, he's a wacky guy. He gets a bazillion views on... That's on YouTube. And he's been doing this thing where he's like, look, he said this in like multiple videos where he's like, look, I got a lot of things wrong, man. I used to be on TV. I used to be on that goddamn TV, which, by the way, side note, I would get rid of in my Christian agrarian society. In my white picket fence society, that thing is all picket. It's just nothing but fences everywhere. That's where I want to live. I'll be getting rid of those TVs. I was on those things, those TVs. I was saying all this crap. War is good. Let's do it. I was all messed up on
I was all effed up on cow powder,
He's been saying this a lot where he's like, look, I was wrong. People can change and grow. People can learn and grow.
You're a little baby.
Not anymore. So he's been doing this thing where he's like, that's the old me. I was on TV. Sucks. I'm different now. And now he's talking to this guy who's like, yeah, this is awesome. Going in there, kidnapping the Venezuelan president, doing all this crap, openly saying it's for, stealing their natural resources and all this stuff. You say you're like that. I don't know. Maybe you're onto something. Okay. So that's not the old you. It's the current you. Okay. All right. Look, man, I'm obviously against all this stuff, but I don't know. Maybe I'm not. Okay. All right. What's this show about? What are you doing?
With neo-Bolshevism or Marxism, however people want to characterize it. And they do not have a good plan for the U.S. They want to loot it. They want to destroy it. They have a deep hatred for whatever reason of white people. White people of European descent are just absolutely hated by all of these forces.
Oh, God, the neo-Bolsheviks are coming for the whites. Oh, God, white America, watch out. The neo-Bolsheviks, they are coming for you. Oh, it's horrifying. I'm sure he has a lot of evidence to back this claim up.
And not just by them, by the neocons.
We don't
hate Europeans too, for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why.
What's interesting is I feel like the right wing is always also simultaneously claiming that the left is strictly wealthy, affluent white people, right? Isn't that sort of what they say all the time? So they're wealthy, they're affluent white people they're like self-hating whites, essentially.
Christians.
Tucker. This is an interesting part right here. Watch Tucker put on his little glasses. Here we go.
So you had a tweet about this yesterday, I think.
Glasses on.
Here's your tweet.
Get your paper, man.
If you were a demon with dominion over the planet and you wanted to increase the amount of human suffering across the world, you would eliminate the white population.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that.
So you see what's happening.
Down,
the death of whites, they're massive.
Yeah. I love how he's just like, 100%. That's a genius statement he just said. He just said something very smart. Anyways, it wasn't just Tucker Carlson getting in on this discussion. Other weirdos over here had some Venezuela takes.
Ay, caramba. What a weekend. If you put your phone down for an hour and a half over the weekend, you might have missed the war in Venezuela, in which President Trump and the U.S.
Whoa. We got to address the elephant in the room here. What's with the candle? Weirdo.
LeBron James.
Okay, LeBron James.
Military invaded the country, arrested the communist president, and put him on a ship to be tried in New York City, which itself is currently being run by a communist mayor. Now, everyone...
Very good, man. Oh, man, this is the best guy. This is the best Daily Wire guy. He's an actor. He used to be an actor, and they said, I'll do this instead. I love him because he's like the least genuine. Like the whole time he's figuring out what the Daily Wire people want to hear. That's why I love this guy. He's the best of them. And, you know, I actually like this better than like the New York Times. I was listening to Ezra Klein's thing on this, and they're kind of dancing around. Oh, this might be good. Maybe. I like this guy who's pretending to believe this stuff because, you know, he's just like, the acting career didn't work out. I'll just say what like is stupid.
Compound.
What's with your set?
To the time they were out of the country, back in international waters with the president of Venezuela.
Why do you have a candle?
It was 88 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Now, how did they get from the sea into Caracas? They just turned off all the power and the defense systems in the country.
Because apparently we can do that. And then we sent in a team of like a dozen special operators, and they just took the president.
Without incurring any casualties. It was, I don't care if you are the most isolationist right-winger. I don't care if you're the most anti-American leftist.
You better care.
You got to be impressed, because I think what this military action leaves a lot of Americans thinking, beyond thoughts of Western hemispheric hegemony and American imperialism and the drug trade and the international order, what it makes us think first is, man, we still got it. You know, we still got it.
There is no other.
We still got it, says Michael Knowles. Almost forgot his name. We still got it. That's what we're all thinking right now while we watch us invade another country and illegally seize their leader. We still got it. That's what we're all thinking, isn't it, folks? As we blatantly and flagrantly shirk international law. Still got it. America. Even the Neil
remembered as a peacemaker. What are we
lied about that?
doing?
We are going to run the country
Ezra.
until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition.
This was a profound gamble from an administration to a very large extent ran for office this time, promising an end to these kinds of gambles, criticizing those that previous presidents had made in the past. So what is the collection
they
of
weren't telling the
arguments,
truth?
views?
Oh, it's a profound gamble. All right, man. It's a profound gamble. One in which you may
cut your meat.
This guy's terrible. I don't know who watches this crap. But anyway, this stupid YouTube video has one of my favorite type of comments here. Look at this guy right here. The voiceover audio is way too overcooked. It's way too overcooked on compression and EQ. Sounds straight up distorted. That's my favorite kind of comment. Some minor tech grievance. Hey man, I listened to this stupid thing. Sound sucks.
Hey, got some problems with your audio there, pal. That is a helpful comment. Now, you know, Ezra here, I mean, it is shocking that Ezra doesn't have a better take than that. Of course, I'm kidding.
Whoa. PB alert.
Paul Davidson. Look at my Paul Davidson.
Reconnaissance launched precision strikes on Venezuelan air defense's military sites.
Ironic.
To throw them off, by the way. And then 201 helicopters of Delta Force reached Maduro's fortified compound, forced face fire. One helicopter hit.
Extraction completed. 4:20 local time. Maduro couple flown out abroad. Helicopter to USS Iwo Jima.
Ooh, that's my PB.
Paul Davidson.
It's a full-blown PB alert. Put out an APB for PBT.
Look at my Paul Davidson.
He's doing the thing too, you know. Oh man, look at this precision strike from the greatest, from the most handsome and beautiful and gorgeous and seductive military operators. He's going on and on about this, you know. And again, you got to do this for all crimes, all the worst crimes now, you know. Oh man, that guy tricked me into some multi-level marketing scam. Took all the money in my bank account. But he did do it very efficiently. He really tricked me into that. It was impressive. But this is funny. How many views? $250,000 one day. But again, it's like kind of like, wait, you know, the guy you like, this guy.
It's weird.
The president you love, he was kind of telling one story about this, then they like.
It is weird. He's right. It's very weird. But just suffice to say, PBD, also same take, perfect precision strike, incredibly impressive. Who knows how I'm supposed to feel about it? But I am in awe of our military might. And maybe that's all we need. All right, everybody, we are 7.5 hours into the stream. Looking kind of quiet over on YouTube. YouTube is getting beaten by Twitch right now, viewers. Shocking situation. I'm going to take a quick break here. And then we will be right back after these brief messages. Alrighty, everybody. Hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. All right, everybody. Time for us to get back to the stream. Just a few moments, and the break will be over. So you'd better get back in your seats. Okay, everybody, we're back. We are back. And we still got a bunch of stuff to talk about. All right, staying on the topic of Venezuela. Let's go here. Kyle Kalinske of Secular Talk.
All right, guys. So, Asmon Gold, one of the top slop tubers who has become very political in recent times, he, on his live stream, apparently, casually said that he supports the U.S. military killing innocent people in other countries in order to steal their resources. This is what he said. By the way, this is the guy who, it wasn't that long ago, wasn't he pretending to have turned on Trump over the Epstein files? I believe I may have covered that. That he was like, oh no, I've always been critical of him. I don't know what you're talking about. His own chat was coming after him, and he's like, oh, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I've always been critical of him. You're not paying attention. I've been against this for a long time. I didn't even vote for him. He did this whole thing about how, oh, of course, no, of course. All it took to win him back was for Trump to launch an illegal and offensive war against a country that didn't attack us and wasn't going to attack us, and kidnap the sovereign independent leader and drag them to our country to try them. Now, I wonder what his reaction would be if China kidnapped Trump and tried to try him. Would he support that? Well, he supports it in principle, apparently. So would he support that? My guess is he'd be singing a different tune, of course. But here we go. Here's what he said. Let's watch.
Cuba's days are numbered. Colombia isn't going to be doing this anymore. Okay, yeah, I could see there's definitely a trend here. You specifically said you'd be against foreign intervention and nation building. Why have you switched positions? Well, I'm generally against it, but there are some instances where I'd be okay with it.
I'm generally against it, but the most naked, brazen, disgusting, corrupt, immoral, illegal, worst way of doing it, I love that because it makes me feel like a tough guy. And it makes me feel like Trump is like superhuman. So I'm against it unless he does it in the most brazen way possible, then I love it. How does anybody watch this? How does anybody watch this, bro? I actually don't understand. I genuinely don't get it.
Like, I think it's something that's generally a bad idea, but if we can get enough money out of the place that we're intervening in, and we can effectively make it worthwhile for us, then I'd be okay with it.
So I'm generally against it, but if we're willing to do very open thievery, if we're willing to do robbery and theft and jack their natural resources for our corporations, well, in that case, I'm in favor of it. Asmon Gold, that's an argument to overthrow like literally every country on Earth. Everybody's got something of value, some places more than other, of course. But you just laid the groundwork and the argument for, no, yeah, I would do this to anybody, anywhere, as long as I feel like our corporations are getting off scot-free and stealing a lot of shit.
Yeah, no, it's a completely baby brain take from him. with that sort of thinking, you could justify basically any sort of military aggression. But these people have no actual ideologies, right? That's part of the problem, right? They have no ideologies. They spent no time actually, like, assessing their ideologies, assessing what anything they say actually even means for society, broadly speaking, or in the specifics of the things that they say. But, like, the fact that they just, you know, people like Asmongold just come out here and run their mouth, don't have any grasp on the issues, don't even care to have any real grasp on the issues, and, you know, speak to a massive audience on a regular basis, to some degree informing the opinions and worldviews of some untold number of people. It is disturbing. The fact is, if Asmongold knew anything, like, this is a complete departure from anything America has ever done in terms of, like, in broad daylight, right? Like, never has America ever said directly that the, you know, like, a military operation of this nature in, like, the 21st century gone and just seized land, seized territory, whatever, like, done any sort of military action with the expressed intention for like economic benefit, right? Like, because it's like the least justifiable thing you can do, because it's just pure imperialism. We're supposed to live in the 21st century where we're done with imperialism, and, you know, people like the United States pretend it's for other things like democracy or whatever else. But the fact that he's coming out with the, like, I mean, like, really, when you think about it, because United States, other countries, Russia, who, you know, engaged in imperialist actions, are always trying to come up with some other justification than just seizing land, you know, seizing territory, seizing resources. It's always, you know, it's something. A democracy, a threat, a Nazi threat, or dispute over, you know, like international waters or something like that, or like a terrorist attack in the case of Israel or whatever else, right? But like a blatantly imperialist objective is just on its face, like, impossible to justify in the 21st century when we're supposed to be way past that sort of a war. These idiots are just so unaware of that. They're just rushing to just try and justify this completely unjustifiable action and reasoning from the Trump administration. They don't even realize just how upside down all of this is, I don't think. Like, some people do, right? Like, clearly Asmongold is too much of a dumb shit to know. But, like, you can see it kind of in the, like, the murky responses of some of the people we were just listening to over on R.M. Brown's show. Like, there are some people who clearly understand the paradox of this situation, and so they're trying to be like, I don't love this situation, but man, the military strike, wow, that was impressive. But Asmongold comes out, he's like, actually, imperialism, blatant imperialism in the 21st century is based. Fucking moron.
it's crazy to watch people see something unhinged, and you watch. I love now in this, especially this in Trump too, the gear turn moment where someone has to figure out why they like this. Watching someone who was like, I don't know, eggs are expensive, be like, yeah, man, I fucking hate Denmark and love conquering Greenland, and just the gear spin of figuring out how do I get behind this nakedly insane thing.
Eggs are gay. Eggs are gay.
It's crazy, man.
That's Twitch as a medium. I get to see people change their minds in real time. I get to see propaganda as it's being designed in real time. And yesterday's horrifying incident with the 37-year-old Renee Good getting shot and killed in the middle of the street in her own neighborhood by an ICE agent who should not have been there. I saw people genuinely go from, yeah, this seems really bad. I actually watched the footage. Like, I've always been a supporter of ICE until this very moment. This is my last straw, I think, to then get bullied back into submission and to whip themselves into a frenzy and go, by the end of the day, oh, actually fuck around and find out like she deserved it, which is just rank cruelty. I mean, there is nothing redeemable about this position.
It's a nightmare, man. And I think you do watch there's a lot of like what ends up getting leveraged against people when you see that, like, no, get back in line, this isn't how we feel, is literally people leveraging, not believing the testimony of your own eyes and ears as you watch something nakedly evil happen, but also it's like, well, what if you lost your community over it? What if you didn't get to keep your identity? What if changing your opinion on this meant that you lost the people that you go to these rallies with, and you lost that sense? And it's so obvious that it's hollow, because if that's the last thing that you're resorting to is, hey, don't change your opinion to be moral, you might lose everything that you hold dear.
Yeah,
that's fucking right.
Yeah, Brennan Lee Mulligan just described a cult. I think he's perfectly aware of that fact. Love Brennan. You did not know that I was live? How did you not know? Why would you not know? You get notified in like 3 places: YouTube and Twitch and Discord. Yeah, what Brennan there just described as a fucking cult. Okay, if you find yourself completely, subverting reality in your brain so that you can continue hanging out with your friend group, if you're deciding to just completely disavow the truth and reality because everybody in your friends and the leader of your friend group is saying. Everybody is that no, we're not allowed to recognize reality. You're in a cult. You're officially in a cult. There is no other. There's no other description really of what's going on there. Better than that. All right. While we're talking Venezuela and talking cult members of the Trump clan trying to figure out how to pretzel themselves into accepting, the supposed anti-war president doing a bunch of wars, and specifically in Venezuela. Let's go here to Trump's first attempt at doing a coup in Venezuela. Let's go back to 2019? I can't remember what year it was now. But back in Trump's first term, they tried to do a regime change with a man by the name of Juan Guaido. And Juan went on for a long-form interview with CBS Miami yesterday. You can tell how popular Juan Guaido is by how many views this video got. 364 views. You thought I was going to say 1,000, didn't you? Nope. 364 views. This was put up yesterday. already has less views than this stream by a wide margin. Let's go here.
Now, from CBS News Miami, this is Facing South Florida with Jim DeFede.
Welcome to Facing South Florida. I'm Jim DeFede. Days after the capture of Nicolas Maduro, President Trump told the New York Times he envisions the United States controlling Venezuela and vast oil reserves for years to come. It's also clear that at least for now, while the dictator is gone, the dictatorship remains. Delcy Rodriguez, Maduro's hand-picked vice president, is the country's interim president, while Interior Minister Cabello...
Hey, hold on. I'm skipping ahead to this fucking interview. I don't care about all this. We already know about the details of this, generally speaking.
He has been living in Miami for the past few years, and when I spoke to him, I started by asking for his reaction to Maduro's capture.
Well, for me, from the perspective of a Venezuelan, the first word that came at my mind was justice, I have to say, for that people who was kidnapped by the regime, for those who try to remove his vote that regime once and again. For the first word that came was justice, but also hope, opportunity to get back to my country. I mean, I'm in exile in this moment for the persecution of the regime. And with me, 8 million Venezuelans, 25% of our population are in exile because that regime. So for
Now they brought on old Guaido here on CBS Miami. He spoke to this guy for like 20 minutes about how actually the Trump administration should do democracy by installing the Nobel Prize winner Machado into power and such. I just want to go back in time. 6 years ago. 2019, I think it was.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman. We're broadcasting from Washington, D.C. In breaking news, Venezuelan opposition leader Juan Guaido says a coup is underway in Caracas. Guaido appeared this morning in a video posted online standing among heavily armed soldiers, proclaiming he is, quote, starting the final phase of Operation Liberty, unquote. Guaido appeared alongside formerly jailed opposition leader Leopoldo Lopez, who said he'd been freed by military officers loyal to the opposition. Lopez called on Venezuelans to rise up against the government of Nicolas Maduro.
What is happening in the capital today? All Venezuelans who want freedom should come here, disrupt order, join and encourage our soldiers, join our people. Good morning, Venezuela. Let's do this together.
Reuters reports a witness later saw Venezuelan security forces fire tear gas directly at Juan Guaido and around 70 armed men in military uniform where they'd gathered near an Air Force base in Caracas. The coup's announcement was welcomed by the president of the European Parliament, who called it a, quote, historic day for the return of democracy and freedom to Venezuela. Colombia's right-wing president, Ivan Duque, tweeted, "We call the military and the people of Venezuela to place themselves on the right side of history, rejecting Maduro's dictatorship." The coup also has apparent backing of the Trump administration and many lawmakers, including Republican Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, who tweeted, "After years of suffering, freedom is waiting for people of Venezuela. Do not let them take this opportunity from you. Now is the moment to take to the streets in support of your legitimate constitutional government. Do not allow this moment to slip away. It may not come again."
I found this to be fascinating. I decided to watch this one, go back in time a little bit, and here pops up none other.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Little Marco pops out of the firmament. Suddenly, shockingly, unexpectedly. This guy, supporting the original coup, back in not the original coup, but the original Trump admin backed coup back in 2019. Although Marco wasn't in the Trump administration back then, if I recall correctly. He was still a senator. And now here he is in the Trump administration, facilitating a second coup. Recurring characters. This government of ours. All right. Now, Donald Trump, I think it was over the weekend, held a round table dinner. It's actually a rectangular table. A dinner at the White House with oil executives to talk about how they were going to carve up Venezuela. One oil company executive, that of ExxonMobil, made some very fair points during the meeting regarding the logistical issues with U.S. oil companies going to Venezuela to open up oil fields. Things like security, among other things. Possible issues here. Donald Trump on Air Force One had this to say about the comments of the ExxonMobil CEO. Look at Caroline. She's having a blast. Look at her. Living the dream.
Have any oil companies made commitments to you, sir? Have any oil companies made commitments to the United States after your meeting on Friday, sir? Yeah. Which have Exxon, Cadogo?
I don't want to say. No, I didn't like Exxon's response. We have so many that want it. I'd probably be inclined to keep Exxon out. I didn't like their response. They're playing too cute.
What backstop?
No, he said some very true things that made me sad in my pants region. And so no ExxonMobil. Probably gonna keep them out. What a child. What a petulant little fucking child Donald Trump is. He said some stuff I don't like, so I guess we're going to exclude ExxonMobil. It's just insane. Not that I have any love for ExxonMobil, but I just find it fucking insane. That's all it took for Donald Trump to be like, actually, I think you guys don't deserve to be in the club. You're fired. Pack your bags, get out. You're off the show. Terrible ratings. Now, apparently, Nobel Peace Prize winner and the woman who was cheering on U.S. sanctions, the same U.S. sanctions that were preventing from her countrymen in Venezuela from eating properly, Maria Corina Machado, will be visiting with Donald Trump at the White House, which should be a fascinating situation. I wonder how low she can get to lick the grime off of Trump's boot. Because that's going to be directly correlated to whether or not she gets any help from him on this situation. She better wear a suit. I know that much.
We also have this bit of news just in from the White House. Venezuelan opposition leader and Nobel Peace Prize recipient Maria Corina Machado will visit the White House this Thursday, face-to-face with President Donald Trump. Now, this comes amid U.S. pressure campaigns going on in that region, including, and this made huge headlines, the U.S. capture of the former Venezuelan president and President
Oh my
Trump's quest
fucking
to
God. It's fucking insane. It is fucking insane that these guys are still calling what had happened and what is happening in Venezuela a pressure campaign. A pressure campaign does not involve murder, kidnapping, and invasion. Okay, pressure campaign is like a diplomatic device, you know, like using rhetoric, words, right? Words is what a pressure campaign is, or perhaps like economic sanctions, like the U.S. has been doing for decades, right? Murder and airstrikes, invasion, kidnapping of the president, that is not a fucking pressure campaign. It's not just disingenuous. It's a flat out lie of framing by CBS when they call it this pressure campaign. Fuck off. If I shoot you in the head, that's a murder, not a pressure campaign. If I kidnap you, that's a crime, not a pressure campaign. If I break into your house, right? Do you see where I'm going with this? Like, that's not a pressure campaign. A pressure campaign would be me writing, strongly worded letters to you.
The future of the oil industry in Venezuela. Live now to Pasat Madavi, Director of Energy Governance at Studies at UC Santa Barbara. Good to talk to you. So President Trump hasn't signaled that he thinks Machado should lead in Venezuela. So what are you looking for to be accomplished in this meeting?
Well, thanks for having me on. I think the president may be talking to her about her vision for the country. In particular, he may be interested in her plans for the oil industry. What kinds of assurances she can give to foster greater investment by American oil companies in Venezuela.
Well, and we know that at least one major oil company said they didn't feel like they could see a viability and a path forward investing billions of dollars, not knowing what the future of Venezuela was from a political standpoint. So is this just another chess piece to bring her in to talk about maybe currying favor with the oil companies?
It may indeed be, and as you pointed out, I mean, there are companies that are interested in investing.
So they're going to bring a woman in who did not win an election officially, who does not have the support of the people, to come in and reassure the oil companies? In what way? In my opinion, I disagree. They are completely fishing here. They are speculating, so I'm going to speculate. I think it's got fuck all to do with that. I think that she is coming in. I don't know what levers she pulled, what strings she pulled, but somebody got her this meeting. Because she wasn't going to get it without help from somebody. Somebody helped her, someone powerful, and there's a lot of powerful people who want to help this woman. She just got a Nobel Prize. Like, let's get serious. Like, somebody pulled the strings to get her in the room with Donald Trump to try and help her sell the regime change, right? Because they haven't done the regime change. They just kidnapped the president and left the entire regime in place. And there are forces at play here trying to get this woman in front of Donald Trump to get him to get her to schmooze, to to brown nose her way to victory, essentially, and so that she can ride in on, U.S. helicopters, an airdrop into the parliament of Venezuela and take it over the government. Like, that's what this is about. That's what this meeting is for, is to get that outcome, right? Someone with enough connections has gotten her this meeting with Trump. It's got fuck all to do with convincing the oil companies. Donald Trump thinks that he is giving a gift to the oil companies. He doesn't think the oil companies need any. We just got done listening to him say, we already got plenty of people. We might just leave Exxon out. They're not very jazzed about it, and we don't need them. Everybody wants in. That is not why this is happening. The Trump administration don't think that they need any help convincing the oil companies. And honestly, I mean, to some degree, I think they're right. I think at least Chevron and Citgo are very much interested in this. Because it technically, to some degree, like, represents them reclaiming their own assets that were nationalized. assets that really were, of course, originally Venezuelan until they were seized by capitalists. All right, so we've been going 8 hours. I'm kind of exhausted right now, so I'm gonna skip ahead. I made a super long list today. I knew there was a likelihood I wouldn't be able to complete it all. I've had to skip a few videos already. But for the sake of time, I'm going to skip ahead and past a few stories here. By the way, Quaximus, you missed a bunch of avian-related stories, including a duck-specific story. Where do we pick this back up? Alright, you know what, just for fun, I'll do a couple of quick ones here in the UK. Actually, I kind of want to keep these together. All right, we'll do one. We'll do one in the UK. We're going to do one. And it's one that was originally for the Sunday Funday stream that didn't happen. If I can get there. Jesus Christ, why is this taking so goddamn long? South Park depicted Pam Bondi with shit on her face. Is that true? All right. Here's a Sunday Fun Day story for you folks in the UK.
This was just kind of building a bit of a play area for my 3-year-old daughter, really. But it's kind of taken off from then. She loves it. She's been playing in here. It was my mother-in-law that gave me the idea. I've tried to add some boards here to reflect the heat back in and some bricks in the fire there as well, just to contain the immediate heat from melting the snow directly. I've not slept in here yet, but I think I'll have my toes pointing out the doorway if I did, for like a good stretch, but maybe I'll give that one a go at some point.
Well, there you go. One British man making a fully functional igloo with fireplace included. One lucky girl getting getting the winter wonderland of every child's dreams. Okay. Now to what is potentially a what do you call it? A preamble. Preamble to the near future. In France. Last week, 10 people found guilty of cyberbullying. cyberbullying of France's First Lady, Brigitte Macron.
Illegal.
It is a victory for Brigitte Macron. 8 men and 2 women were handed down a range of sentences from 4 months to 8 months for posting online rumors about the French First Lady's gender and sexuality. All but 1 were suspended sentences, so only 1 individual will actually do time. But for Macron and her lawyer, the case is about setting an example of the effects of cyberbullying.
What is important is that there are immediate cyberbullying awareness trainings, and for some of the defendants, a social media ban.
But for one of the convicted who's vowed to appeal, the case is proof for him of a muzzling of free speech in France.
In countries such as the United States, there is the First Amendment, which guarantees free speech. That doesn't exist anymore in France today.
For years, the presidential couple has been fighting the false claims that Brigitte Macron was born a man and that their relationship, with its 24-year age gap, began as pedophilia. They filed a case in the United States for defamation against a conservative podcaster, Candace Owens, for amplifying these falsehoods. That case is ongoing. Here in France, the
that photo of
amplifying
Candace,
these falsehoods.
Oh my God. Look at her. Candace is having a great time over here. Yeah, Candace has been making bank, spreading these falsehoods about Brigitte Macron. Even though I'm fairly certain she's 100% aware that it's not true. But how do you prove that somebody knows that something is not true? Proving a negative is tough. There would have to be some sort of like communication with her and somebody else, or like evidence of like her having done the research, and like I don't know, like but for now, Candace, safe from legal ramifications for her online actions. But this year we can expect the lawsuit against Candace Owens, which is being filed by the Macrons in the United States, to play out. That should be fascinating. That should be fascinating content. I'm honestly kind of looking forward to it. I'm not gonna lie. Candace is endlessly entertaining, even if she's a terrible,
this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Kind of looking forward to it for so many reasons. I just want to see Candace like try and fucking like navigate the situation. What's she gonna say next? I mean, she says so many crazy things. There's no way to know. There's no way to know what this unhinged maniac will say from one day to the next. I've watched enough Candace Owens at this point that like I truly have no idea, because she is all over the place. All I know is that she will get the views. Candace will be out there being the #1 YouTube views getter on the right, putting to shame people like Dave Rubin and Tim Pool, making them cry into their pillows over how many more views she's getting than they are. And it's got to be tough. Even Alex Jones seems to be struggling with his ousting by Candace. But look, Candace just, she's just better than these guys. And they just got to come to terms with the fact that a woman is better than them. It's tough. I'm sure it's tough for them, but she doesn't believe anything she says. She was a garden variety shit lib before she... Yeah, exactly. I mean, Candace is insane. But she understands, like... I feel like the thing Candace does understand to some degree is marketing and, like, psychology. And, like, and how to... And, like, legally... Like, not legalese, but, like, Like, she knows how to, generally speaking, like, avoid making direct claims or accusations. She knows how to talk circles around a thing to the point that the audience gets what she's trying to say without ever directly saying it in a way that remains entertaining and yet never actually says anything. Sometimes, although there are times where she falls off, and in particular, this France, the Emmanuel Macron, Brigitte Macron situation, I think, is a situation in which she did try to nail down too many specifics, and that's where she got into hot water. All right, let's go to Iran. This is probably going to be the last story of the night, but we've got a hell of a lot to get through on this. But over the last week or so, we have been talking about Iran, especially in the context of protests that have been happening in the country as a result of a number of different factors. And Donald Trump, of course, you may recall, has, in the wake of these protests allegedly turning deadly early on, threatening Iran with military action over the deaths of protesters, something that I pointed out was just an incredible hypocrisy, which has only become even more of a hypocrisy in the wake of the death of Renee Good. Let's start this off here from 2 days ago over at CNN.
Welcome back. Iran is in a near total internet blackout amid widespread anti-government protests. Authorities cut off communication more than 36 hours ago, raising fears of a brutal crackdown to suppress dissent. The demonstrations have raged for nearly 2 weeks in more than 100 cities. You are seeing footage there from the capital, Tehran, where some protesters chanted, "Long live the Shah." They called for an end to the Islamic Republic and the return of the Shah's exiled son. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump issued another stark warning, threatening to hit Iran, quote, "where it hurts," if it uses violence against protesters. Iran's supreme leader has said Trump should focus on, quote, his own country. For more on what's taking place across Iran, I want to bring in our Paula Hancock's in.
Okay, now, just a reminder to everybody, every country, like the United States, has a bifurcation of politics. There's never 100% agreement on any issue, on any political party. And not everybody wants regime change in Iran. Not everybody wants the Shah's son to be in charge of the country. Also, not everybody wants the Ayatollah in charge. And in my opinion, I think what would be best for Iran, not that they should do what I say, but I think what would be best for Iran would be actual democracy, right? Rather than some sort of monarchical system, like a quasi-democracy, where really it's still a top-down dictatorship to some degree. But, that dude's dad got taken out because of what he did in the past. I find it weird that, people like CNN are continuing with this sort of justification of these imperialist goals of the Trump administration right now, with Venezuela. They're doing the same thing with Iran, framing it all as if the whole country wants regime change. using these protests as proof that Iran actually wants like U.S. involvement. I think generally speaking, no, they do not. You think they use the term theocracy? Yeah, well, true. But we were also talking about the Shah. The Shah wasn't a theocracy. That was just a monarchy, right? And so since I was talking about two dictatorships, but I get what you're saying. And yes, the current system is a theocratic one. What in the ever-loving fuck was that word salad? Are you referring to what I just said? That's hurtful. That's hurtful, Jen. But the point is that the Shah basically went against the democratic forces in the country of Iran back in the, what is it, this 70s? 60s, 70s? I can't remember when that happened now. But the democratically elected Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh was basically, taken out by, in combination, the Shah and the United States and British forces, like, working together so that oil companies could remain in Iran. And at this point now, like, the Ayatollah got to power because of that fact, right? Like, the Shah was taken out of power, and the Ayatollah wound up being in power because of that. And I find it very unlikely that the vast majority, or even the simple majority in Iran, actually want the son of the Shah back in, but I could be wrong. It's honestly hard to gauge living in the West to some degree. Was it in the 50s? Why did I think it was the 60s? Look, I'm just reciting from memory, okay?
I made a huge tiny mistake.
I make mistakes. I make mistakes, people. And when we get to the global half, it doesn't help that usually I've been doing the stream for like 6 hours already. You weren't referring to me. Okay. No, I appreciate that. I saw that. No, I was just trying to continue talking about this in case there's anybody listening to the stream who doesn't know any of this history. And who knows the history less than I do. Let's go here. This is from yesterday out of the Associated Press. In the wake of all of the threats from the United States, Iran has come out with a warning of its own that if the United States or Israel do anything, actually, I'm sorry, I'm saying this wrong. If the United States takes any action as a result of the protests and the response of the regime in Iran, they will strike back on both U.S. and Israeli targets.
The Speaker of Iran's parliament has directly threatened both the United States and Israel over America's warning that it could intervene militarily in the ongoing demonstrations that are shaking the Islamic Republic. Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Khalibaf made the comments as his fellow lawmakers rushed the floor and shouted "Death to America." This was aired live on Iranian state television and shows just how much Iran is trying to push back as these protests go on. Now, activists say that at least 116 people have been killed so far, and far more than 2,000 have been detained by authorities. Video showed protests in Tehran as well as Mashhad, Iran's second largest city overnight. And it remains unclear just what's going to be the trigger for Trump to get involved militarily. He's continued to make these threats over the last few days as Iran has shut off the internet, shut off telephone lines, and continued to confront protesters. Now, the Iranian threat that Kalibov made also said that Iran would be willing to take preemptive military action as well. But ultimately, any military operation would have to be approved by Iran's supreme leader, the 86-year-old Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
Yeah, but honestly, I think in this moment, this was like if the United States did a strike on Iran, like I feel like Iran would be like, unlike the original U.S. strike last year, I feel like they would absolutely be forced to respond, and in a much more serious way than the last time. Because to some degree, these protests, I mean, they're being fueled by all sorts of stuff, right? People, to some degree, there's some portion of people who dislike the regime and the, you know, the policies and the repression, whatever else, right? There's also a currency crisis going on in Iran, right? As well as a water crisis been going on for months. And the fact that the United States did a fucking, you know, a military, like an airstrike on Iran last year, and Iran didn't really respond to the United States. The United States basically got out of that situation completely unscathed, and meanwhile, you know, Iran's nuclear infrastructure was certainly set back by some unknown amount. And that's not popular either. All right, I'm sorry. Which one is this? Channel 4. Channel 4 news yesterday. Regime crackdown as U.S. considers military response. Fuck yeah!
For days now, we've been hearing reports, unverifiable given Iran's internet shutdown, that hundreds of protesters have been killed in an escalating crackdown. Now, what seems to be the first tangible evidence. A video that we're told was physically smuggled.
Iran did some rather damaging airstrikes against Israel in response. That's not how I see it. That's not how I remember it. But maybe I'm wrong, but the airstrikes that I feel like you're talking about were already ongoing, right? I feel like it's hard to distinguish between the two. They were, because Iran was already doing airstrikes against Israel before the U.S. ever did the, you know, Midnight Hammer or whatever it's called. Right, they had already been doing airstrikes on multiple areas within Israel, just massive ones, right? For days before the U.S. ever did that strike.
Of the country after it was shot on Friday outside a morgue on the southern outskirts of Tehran. The morgue already so full, families left having to identify loved ones in the open. Some families, we're told, instructed to pay to have bodies returned. Others warned against public funerals. We've spoken to an Iranian activist and doctor based in Vienna who himself has been in touch with his colleagues in the country.
Sadly, the severity of the injuries suggests that police and security forces deliberately targeted the protesters with intent to kill. The shootings were direct, aimed at the head, neck and chest. According to our colleagues, as well as videos and audio files sent to us, most of the injured suffered wounds to the head and neck.
The killings reportedly extending far beyond Tehran, just as the protests have. 70 people said to have been killed here in northern Rasht. And from southern Shiraz, an audio message from a hospital doctor whose voice we've disguised.
Guys, we cannot make any calls. Please contact the TV channels and tell them we desperately need surgeons, neurosurgeons, orthopedists, ophthalmologists. We cannot call them. There are 20 patients here and we can do nothing. They've all been shot in the head.
But last night, across the country, protesters again filled the streets. A US intelligence official describing it to the Reuters news agency as an endurance game between protesters trying to keep up the pressure and authorities trying to clear the streets through fear.
Yep, and I'm not here to say that these aren't massive crowds out here, but that the way it's being framed, that it's all sort of anti-regime in like the Western sort of liberal, what do you ever want to call it, sense? Like, does not feel like what's actually going on here at all. It's people who are dissatisfied with the regime, no doubt. But to me, it has way more to do with economics than it does to do with sort of like oppression. Like there's accusations of like corruption and mismanagement and all this other stuff. That really seems to be the impetus on all of this. But the the mainstream media, like in the United States, just makes it seem like everybody just wants full-on regime change and they want like US airstrikes or whatever. And I'm not seeing that, and I could be wrong. Your head is exploding? That seems bad. All right, let's go here. This is from yesterday. Donald Trump weighs potential military intervention in Iran.
Iran is escalating threats against the U.S. That's after President Trump offered his support to Iranian protesters as anti-regime demonstrations continue to rock Iran.
Do you hear the fucking framing coming out of CNN? Iran has levied threats after Donald Trump showed his support for the protesters. How did he show his support for the protesters? Oh, that's right, by making threats against Iran. They're like laying cover for Donald Trump like no other, and it's fucking insane. But really what they're laying cover for is just imperialism more
Iranian
generally.
Protesters as anti-regime demonstrations continue to rock Iran. The president posted on social media yesterday, Iran is looking at freedom perhaps like never before. The U.S. stands ready to help. In response to Trump's comments, Iran's parliament speaker told Trump that U.S. military and shipping centers would be considered targets. And this morning, the New York Times cites that multiple U.S. officials are saying that the president has been briefed on options for possibly striking Iran. In the meantime, at least 78 people have been killed in those protests. That's according to a U.S.-based human rights organization. We turn now to CNN's Paula Hancock. Paula, good morning to you. Communication blackout there continues. How is that, if at all, affecting these protesters?
Well, Victor, it's certainly affecting the way that they can communicate with each other, although we don't see that that is impacting them on the ground at this point as the numbers appear to be growing. It is also impacting how they can talk to those outside the country. And as we talked about yesterday as well, there is this fear that the crackdown from the security forces will become more brutal. We have had a number...
That's enough from... Corporate News Network, CNN. Donald Trump weighing a potential strike in Iran. Now, not long after that story came out, Donald Trump said this. A shocking supposed turn of events.
Just looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force. They called yesterday. Iran called to negotiate. Yesterday. The leaders of Iran called. They want to negotiate. I think they're tired of being beat up by the United States. Iran wants to negotiate.
There you go. There's Donald Trump aboard Air Force One with his Ministress of Truth, Caroline Leavitt, in tow, saying that Iran wants to negotiate. They called. They're sick of getting beat up. And they called. Okay, now let's go here. Forbes breaking news. From middle of Wednesday here. Sorry, middle of Monday. What am I talking about? It's Tuesday right now. I thought it was Thursday for a second. Here's another demonstration, a massive, massive demonstration. I mean, utterly humongous. Look at all these people out here. What's the title of this? People hold pro-regime demonstration in Tehran. Oh. So it's not as much of a protest as it is a rally. I mean, every single street is filled with people and Iranian flags and what looks like food carts or something and buses. I mean, it's just full of people out here. Seemingly as many, if not more people out here in support of the regime as they were demonstrating against it in previous nights. Well, there you go. Pro-regime demonstration in Tehran. And widespread unrest. You can see this sign is a U.S. flag and an Israeli flag next to each other with red boot print on both of them. So it's pretty clear there's not a consensus of wanting regime change in Iran for anybody who was thinking that there was. Seemingly quite a few people in Iran are, you know, in support of the regime enough to come out to this rally. Whatever that means to you. All right. Let's go here. Owen Jones 14 hours ago.
Donald Trump's threatening to bomb Iran, while also claiming Iran's leaders are seeking to negotiate. Now, the guy's a pathological liar, the bullshitter in chief. It's always difficult to know what's real, what isn't. But given his violent global rampage, including attacking Venezuela, the fact he's already attacked Iran, we should take it seriously. Let's just have a listen.
Is there any willingness for Iran to engage diplomatically with you, or perhaps negotiate on their nuclear program?
With Iran?
Yeah, do you think they want to engage diplomatically with you?
They do. They called
you? Is it still
yesterday.
an option? Is it still an option?
Iran called to negotiate.
Yesterday.
Yesterday. The leaders of Iran called. They want to negotiate. I think they're tired of being beat up by the United States.
Are you sure any details on that call?
Iran wants to negotiate, yes.
Negotiate what?
We may meet with them. I mean, a meeting is being set up. But we may have to act because of what's happening before the meeting. Right. But a meeting is being set up. Iran called. They want to negotiate.
I'll talk about the protests and the violent repression against them shortly, but according to media outlet Axios, Trump is contemplating several options in terms of intervention in Iran. A US official says all options are on the table for President Trump, but no decision has been made. That comes after Trump, of course, threatened to bomb the country. Axios quotes another US official saying the discussions had included military strikes, but most of the options presented to the president at this stage are not kinetic. Slightly weird turn of phrase. It also concluded several Israeli officials did not believe the regime was in danger of immediate collapse. Now, just on Trump and military intervention, imagine how terminally naive you'd have to be to believe that Donald Trump has the best interests of Iranians at heart. US imperialism, before Trump, dressed itself up, didn't it? Democracy, freedom, human rights. You see, this guy doesn't even pretend. He's a far-right extremist, tried to overthrow democracy in his own country. He speaks nakedly, blatantly about stealing the resources of others. Now, let's listen to Donald Trump at the age of 34, back in 1980, after the Iranian Revolution.
You're advocating that we should have gone in there with troops, etc., and brought our boys out.
I absolutely feel that, yes. I don't think there's any question, and there's no question in my mind. I think right now would be an oil-rich nation, and I believe that we should have done it, and I'm very disappointed that we didn't do it, and I don't think anybody would have held us in abeyance. I don't think anybody would have been angry with us, and we had every right to do it at the time. I think we've lost the opportunity.
So he said back then, if we had attacked Iran, we would have become an oil-rich country by now. Well, there is one consistency throughout Donald Trump's life, a fixation with power and money over all else. Now, the US, of course, Trump or no Trump, does not have democracy and human rights in the Middle East at its heart in terms of what it believes in. It arms and backs murderous dictatorships like Saudi Arabia, which oppresses its own people, of course, has committed hideous atrocities in Yemen. And of course, the West installed the Shah of Iran after overthrowing the democratically elected Mossadegh back in 1953.
Yep.
And the Shah of Iran ran a brutal regime. The West does not care about democracy and human rights. It cares about what it sees as its own strategic interests. Now, the point about the West and its links with, well, not just links. I mean, the fact it's up to his neck implicated in the murderous abuses of basic human rights in the Middle East was raised on Good Morning Britain, a discussion between Kwasi Kwarteng, who's the former Conservative Chancellor of the Exchequer under Liz Truss, crashed the economy, you might remember that, and the journalist Kevin Maguire.
Am I forgetting my history now? I mean, clearly I forgot what year it was that this went down. Like, did the Shah ever lose power? Did the Shah lose power at one point? I thought I could have sworn that he was in power the whole time and that he just got assistance from the United States in taking out Mossadegh and keeping U.S. and U.K. oil interests in place. Am I wrong? Did he get ousted from power at one point?
Gets angry there, rightly so. I mean, honestly, I have to say the arrogance of people who have backed foreign policy calamity after foreign policy calamity, saying that other people don't know what they're talking about. You see, those of us who opposed Western intervention in these, you know, whether it be Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, we could go on. You see, we were the ones who were proven catastrophically correct, over and over again, in fact, in the worst possible way. And yet, they still behave as though they're
Okay, I felt like I had to look it up, and I was right. The Shah had an uninterrupted rule for 38 years, from 41 to 79. At least that's what appears to be the case.
The statesmen, the people who know what they're talking about, the grown-ups in the room, and we're just malign children, dangerous extremists. Now, if we look at the national security strategy,
like if I'm not mistaken, before the Ayatollah came to power in the 70s, like Iran kind of had like a constitutional monarchy like the UK. Right, like with the parliament, but you still had a king, or in this case, the Shah, right? Like, and the prime minister at the time was Mohammed Mossadegh. He's the one who got the nationalizing of the oil fields happening, and so on and so forth.
Trump is very open about the abandonment of the pretense of democracy. It says that, you know, the position of the Trump administration will require dropping America's misguided experiment with hectoring these nations in the Middle East, especially the Gulf monarchies, into abandoning their traditions and historic forms of government. We seek good relations and peaceful commercial relations with the nations of the world without imposing on them democratic or other social change that differs widely from their traditions and histories. We recognize and affirm that there is nothing inconsistent or hypocritical in acting according to such a realistic assessment or in maintaining good relations with countries whose governing systems and societies differ from ours, even as we push like-minded friends to uphold our shared norms, furthering our interests as we do so. They don't care about democracy or human rights. They never have, but they don't even pretend anymore. Now, I mean, we don't.
That's true, especially now in the age of Trump. You know, honestly, Donald Trump is paving the way for everyone to just, you know, say, forget all of the nuance. Forget all the pretending that we're here for, you know, democracy or freedom or whatever else. Let's just do the economic wars that we know that we're actually waging, and just do them brazenly out in the open. Let me seize this territory. That looks nice.
And he said that activities are ongoing. He said, when we struck Iran last year, we were on their territory and knew how to prepare the ground for the attack. I can assure you that our people are working there right now. So, you know, Israel has no interest, zero interest in a free, democratic, stable Iran. I mean, what it wants is chaos. And we can see that's what it's promoting across the Middle East. It wants regimes that are weak. It wants weak central authorities and fragmentation. because that's how it believes it will indefinitely maintain its relative strength. Now, Reza Pahlavi, who is the son of the deposed Shah, the former dictator of Iran, who was installed, of course, by the West, his father. He was overthrown because his regime was despised. Well, you know, the people who he's linked to are far right. I mean, you know, Reza Pahlavi.
Yeah, but they're exactly the sort of people that the Trump administration would love to see in power. I'm fairly certain that they're banking on if Reza 2 gets into power, the U.S. oil companies will be able to come in there and drill baby drill and whatever else. They're probably right. Last time Trump was in office, he got real depressed, and it's happening again. Don't let it happen, Quaximus. The space fams are here for you. I am here for you. Okay, pal? We're here together. We're going to try and get through this situation. As a space fams. You know, we're going to, one day at a time. All right, people. Second to last clip of the stream. That's inaccurate because the monarchy was not absolute. I don't know what that was in reference to. I mean, I generally know what you're talking about, but I don't know what I said that was wrong. All right, let's go here to the Ministress of Truth, Caroline Leavitt. She had this to say earlier on Monday.
Airstrikes off the table in Iran, and does he believe there's a potential path to end the protest there without military action?
Well, I think one thing President Trump is very good at is always keeping all of his options on the table, and airstrikes would be one of the many, many options that are on the table for the commander-in-chief. Diplomacy is always the first option for the president. He's told all of you last night that what you're hearing publicly from the Iranian regime is quite differently from the messages the administration is receiving privately, and I think the president has an interest in exploring those messages. However, with that said, the president has shown he's unafraid to use military options if and when he deems necessary, and nobody knows that better than Iran. Go ahead, Jim.
Steve Witkoff talking to the Iranians at the moment.
I understand that Steve Witkoff will continue to be a very important player in diplomacy with respect to Iran.
There you go. Ministress of Truth, Caroline Leavitt. Here to tell us that there's no options off the table when it comes to Iran. Not clear whether or not, it doesn't seem to me that Steve Witkoff is currently involved in any negotiations, or that the United States is involved in any negotiations this time. The Shah's power was not an absolute monarchy. Right, I'm just saying, I don't think I said that. In fact, I think I directly said that it was a constitutional monarchy. With the parliament, hence Mohammad Mossadegh, the former prime minister. All right. Let's go here. TRT World. 5 days ago, U.S. foreign policy turns to military power over diplomacy.
President, do you have a New Year's resolution?
I have.
Let's hear it.
Peace on earth.
The president of peace. That's how Donald Trump's staff and supporters define him. Referring to the disputes and the conflicts he claims that he settled, from the India-Pakistan tensions to Israel's war on Gaza. But beyond that, Trump has been longing to assert American dominance and redraw the borders of the U.S. influence, often getting as unconventional as it can get.
We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. Thank you.
From wanting to buy a self-governing Danish territory, Greenland, to try to convince Canada to become the 51st state of the United States.
Well, I'll go back to Mexico. I'm glad you upgraded me to president. Great stuff. That's good. I started.
From hinting to seize control of the Panama Canal, citing mismanagement and Chinese influence.
The Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China. China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China.
To threatening Cuba, Mexico and Colombia with Venezuela-style intervention.
And Cuba is ready to fall, you know. Yes. Cuba looks like it's ready to fall. I don't know if they're going to hold out.
Trump frames his foreign policy motto as peace through strength, as a proud president of America's military might and diplomatic leverage. Given the U.S. has the world's largest and NATO's strongest military, with more than 750 bases located in at least 80 countries, and has been also using aid to enable its foreign policy objectives. The U.S. is the world's largest single donor of foreign aid, spending $60 to $70 billion a year. Israel, Egypt and Ukraine are the top recipients, getting mostly military and security assistance. Aid reduced to Central America over migration control and froze to Afghanistan after the Taliban takeover.
Foreign aid is not a separate activity of the United States government. It is an element and a tool of our foreign policy, and it should be used for the purpose of furthering the national interest.
Trump was elected to put America first, promising to end endless wars and remove U.S. boots from foreign soils.
Yes, indeed. A foreign policy of domination rather than diplomacy. Bombs rather than bonbons. That is America in 2026. A disturbing time to be alive, Space Fams. And yet we must press on. Well, we've gotten through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully got through another one with each other. Whatever I was saying. Yes, indeed, stream is over. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Oenoip, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon. Ah, what just happened? I was reading too slow. Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah. Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Betty Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, and the reference frame. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. And just a reminder to our new patrons, don't forget to respond to the Galactic Questionnaire. Otherwise, your name might wind up being missing from this list. Whoopsies. Slow. Yeah, I can't type, can't think with my brain. My brain's gone all mushy. Say Savak, please.